And we're live. Hello and welcome. My name is ALLin. I'm the founder of the Hex Conference, and I'd like to welcome you to the third annual online event. I was a neuroscientist and a mental health therapist before starting my adventure in crypto, which has surprisingly related back to talking about self-improvement. As a crypto broadcaster, I believe in being consistent and doing what worked as a therapist, practicing what I preach. I've live streamed on YouTube every Tuesday and Thursday for 110 weeks about Hex. I've got 97% of my Hex time locked yearly for 15 years. I'm proud to be a member of this Hex community. Hex also piques my curiosity. How did Hex go up so much? It went up 1,000,000%. And why did it go down so much? Why are so many Hexicans still participating? Why do outsiders call Hex a scam? Why did a 5-time Emmy Award-winning film crew spend over a year making a documentary about the founder of Hex, Richard Hart? Why is anyone still paying attention with Hex down 96% from 55 cents to 2.5 cents today? I hope this conference and its many speakers will answer all of your questions and give you more hope than ever for your future and inspire you to join the best community in crypto. We have 4 nights with 5 hours each, featuring a total of 69 speakers, including founder Richard Hart on day 4. First up, I'd like to welcome our esteemed opening panel of 4 outstanding Hexicans. Crypto Coffee is the most followed Hex YouTuber. Mark Wild is the author of a book on Hex that just launched on Amazon. Crispy Man created the best blockchain analytics site for Hex. And Hex Monkey is the best at responding to uncertainty and much more. They will speak till the top of the hour, and then we'll have a rapid round of 18 speakers in hour 2. Thank you for tuning in to the Hex Conference. Hit the like and subscribe button now. And without any further ado, it is my great honor to bring on this awesome panel.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Hey, good, all good.
Wow, quite the crew.
Maddie says we're awesome. That's a lot to live up to.
And I know, esteemed, right?
Crispy Man, good to finally meet you, and virtually, that is.
Yeah, hey, Crypto. How you doing? I know we've been talking for 2 years, but
Yeah.
that's the nature of the internet.
I love your site. You know, Hexfire is it's great.
And passive income. I know we're not going to talk a lot about our stuff, but I've been on there for a long time too.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, we've all got stuff. Mark just put out a book. Damn. I mean,
Yeah.
Hex Monkey, where's your website?
Do not have one. So sorry. No channel, no product, no book.
Yeah.
I'm just here to support everybody else. But along those lines of what Hexicans produce and what they do, I thought it's a good time. I'd like to say a few things about the community because first of all, I'm broadcasting from my mom's basement, and I assume you guys are too.
Right.
Yes.
Bear market after all.
Yes. Well, we're Hexicans. We're actually bots. You know, I'm an AI generation.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
But, there's been a lot of, it's a broad term, but FUD, not just about the market and the Hex token, but about the community. So I'm here to call BS politely on that. I know there's non-Hexicans and Hexicans watching this both. So I aim to remind Hexicans that everything's still good with the community, stronger than ever, and maybe introduce that idea to people who are visiting the community for the first time or heard questionable things. So look, there's a lot of crap talking, especially on Twitter. We all know what that place is like about the community's turning on RH, the community's not excited, the community's abandoning. I'm going to call BS on that right now. For those that don't know, we have the most streamers still of any crypto community. that's provable. And they're all still out there. All this you hear about, oh, the streamers are going away. They are not. There were only 2 that I could even name in a discussion recently that stepped away for a little bit, Hexo and Big Pep, and they're back. So that means I know of 0 that have pulled away. So
Woohoo.
that's false. And what is this? Even if we're just to scroll through Telegram, the Hex community has a lot of sub communities, not all of which are technical. There's a Hex foodie group. There's a Hex van life. There's Texas and California groups. There's a heavy metal music Hexican group. So this community is large and diverse and enthusiastic about a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know, we only see out in the socials, anyways. You only see just the tip of the iceberg that's out there. Now, sometimes people spin that negatively, but I'll spin it positively because there are a lot more folks who get in touch with me that are super positive than
Right.
anything else. And everything that I've seen from a game play perspective, all the details about the data going on within the contract, all remain super bullish.
Yes, sir. And we're still having, even in 2022 in the Bear, we're having in-person conferences, online conferences like this one, in-person social meetups like the recent Hex birthday party. So we're still out there. We haven't gone anywhere. We're as strong as ever, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, this is the message I wanted to. I was just talking about this with RH Max on the stream right before this conference, but you really get what you focus on. You know, life is never as bad as you really think it is. Go outside. You know, if you're watching the news all day, they're going to make you think there's always an apocalypse. We're always on the brink of an apocalypse because if it bleeds, it leads. And these are fear mongers. But at the end of the day, those are just miserable people, and misery loves company. You know, people need to just actually realize that if you go outside, things are pretty good. You know, most people are pretty nice. Most people are pretty sane. But Twitter and social media, sometimes there's some dark corners of the internet that can bring out the worst, the absolute worst in human nature. So if that's your reality, if that's what you think, you know, is going on, then that really is what's going on, because you only have a finite amount of attention to give. And you need to be very, very careful how you allocate that attention. Now, you can choose to ignore it or build or use the mute button and really just curate your Twitter feed, stuff like that. These are simple tips, but I'm only saying this because I'm not a master either. You know, I fall into these traps of negative thought patterns, negative habit loops. I fall into, you know, falling for some FUD on Twitter. But if you find yourself arguing with some nobody, some guy with 10 followers who's got an anime girl as his profile picture, you know, this is some dude literally in his mom's basement, or maybe even a bot. It could even be an AI generated bot. You need to be careful nowadays. But it's not. These aren't real people, and this isn't really like what's happening. These are a lot of people that don't have any idea about what's really going on. They've never done any development in their life, and they just want to drag other people down because they're down, because maybe they lost a lot of money and now they want you to suffer with them. So don't give them the time of day. Don't even give them the attention that they crave, because trolls literally only feed on one thing, and that's your vital life force. It's your human attention. So I mean, you have control. Just choose to put your attention elsewhere. Just make that choice. You're going to find you're a lot happier. And when I look around in Hex, I see just a bunch of great positive things going on. I see a bunch of hardworking people. Now is the time to build, and everybody's building their own thing. Mark wrote a book. Crispy Man wrote the most epic data stats site that you could ever ask for in Hex. I mean, we've all got our own little part to play in this whole community, and I think it's a really remarkable thing. I've never seen anything like it. It reminds me of the early Bitcoin days, but on steroids. You know, even the Bitcoiners never did things this big, and were never this cohesive as a unit. And I think they're starting to cannibalize themselves right now. So Hex is where it's at. Hex and Pulse Chain, this whole environment, this is where the cool, new, innovative stuff is happening in crypto. And it's really, really fun to be a part of, because we also don't beat around the bush that we're here for the price to go up. We're here to get rich. We're here to get financial freedom, and that's okay. You don't have to cover up your desire to get rich with all this technical BS and pretend that you're in it for the tech. You know, you can be in it for both. And I think that's part of the fun as well. You know, the pump in 2021, the epic 10,000x run up in Hex, it was amazing. It was euphoric. It was life-changing for a lot of people. It changed my life, absolutely, for sure. And it changed a lot of other people's lives too. And that's why we're all so passionate, because we know it's going to do it again. We know the power that it can do it all over again, not only with Hex, but Pulse Chain, Pulse X, maybe some of these other tokens come into Pulse Chain. This really is a second chance at potentially generational life-changing wealth. And it's not just a guarantee. All of this could fail. So it's up to all of us individually to make sure that we employ the future that we want to live in, right? We need to be the change we want to see in the world. And that's the one thing that Hexicans do really well. We truly are the network. There's no company. None of us are paid to be here. We're all here on our own volition. And I think that's something that you couldn't even fathom with something like all these centralized fake crypto, websites, Celsius, FTX, Solana, whatever the coin of the day is. They need to pay influencers to actually do their bidding. Whoa, Hex Monkey. Hopefully he's coming back. But yeah, they need to pay people. We're not getting paid. Like, how good of an advertisement is this, that we're all here via word of mouth? We're all here because it changed our lives and we want other people to learn about Hex.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's as you said, trolls and negative people try to create false narratives. Another false narrative is there's some schism between the so-called OGs and the so-called newbies. That I'm just as inspired and just as excited about the people I met in the community online and in person in 2022 as the folks I was in the Telegram chat with in 2019. So it's growing and equally compelling, and there's a lot of synergy between both of those groups.
You're absolutely right.
Hey, Mark's relatively new, right? So, Mark, what do you think about this?
Well, I'm new in terms of communities involvement, I'd say, right? So I've been pretty quiet for a year or two since I discovered Hex and pretty much went all in. The book writing process took pretty much all of the last year, writing and publishing. And once I got closer to the publishing date, I started to become more active on various social media. On the community note, I'd say there's something I would like to bring everyone's attention to, right? Obviously, Hex is mostly popular, or crypto is mostly popular in the US. But I think we are one of the very few communities out there, active communities out there, which is pretty much global at this stage, right? My book was published initially in Polish and English in the same time, because I hail from Poland originally. And I can tell you that even on Telegram alone, there is more than 5,000 people in the Polish chat room about Hex, being very active every single day. Wow. Since the book was published, I'm getting at least 3 to 4 emails, old-fashioned, I'd say, emails from people either saying something nice or asking a lot of questions still about what Hex actually is, what it does, and why it does it the way it does, pretty much. On the other note, I live in Thailand. I have lived in Thailand for quite a few years, and I've met around a dozen of Hexicans, which I haven't heard about before. It was simply because I kept my location more or less open, saying to people that I'm in Thailand on Twitter and other places. And suddenly people reach out and say, hey, I'm in Bangkok as well, or I'm in Phuket, or I'm somewhere else. Let's meet for coffee or whatever and have a chat. And I'm always very happy to do that. And I'm pretty much sure that all of you and many other people who listen to us right now could probably say very similar stories, right? Whether it's another city in the US than your own, or is it another country somewhere else in the world? We are everywhere. And what we actually see on YouTube, on Twitter, on TikTok, or everywhere else, this is just a small minority of the community which is actually active. There's another 90%, 95% of people who are watching what we do, who learn to manage their investments better, to stake and to do all other things. And they are not necessarily out there with their faces out, but they are everywhere in every single country where you can probably buy crypto and actually have internet access. So that's a big global community, very active online, but also very active offline in all kinds of various ways.
Yeah, very well put. It's a global community. And the reason some of us call it not just a community, but a movement sometimes is because in addition to just the existence of the Hex token and its ecosystem, we call it a movement because of the values that we consider ourselves having as Hexicans. It's the self-custody, not turning over to middlemen. It's staking without surrendering to a middleman that might leverage trade and wreck you. These are the values that in one way or another loosely unify us. So that's why we refer to ourselves as hexagons and a movement. And we all knew some of these centralized entities had the potential of collapsing, but I personally never imagined they'd all crash almost in unison within 1 year. So that's why the Richard Hart was right hashtag started trending. Pretty amazing, isn't it?
Kind of crazy how it all just came down like a house of cards. You know, everybody's talking about what's the next domino to fall because it's become so predictable for dominoes to fall. Like Celsius, Voyager, FTX. Yeah, thanks for the tip, Ryan Lopez. Happy New Year to you guys too. Yeah, it's an organic grassroots movement. I had no idea there were 5,000 people in Poland in the Telegram channel. That's amazing to hear. And you know, we're global. We're everywhere. You can go to any city in the United States and probably run into at least 10 to 100 hexagons. And we're real. We're not bots. As much as people want to make it go away, you know, there's haters out there that don't want it to be real for whatever reason too. You know, a lot of people just don't like watching other people succeed. But the cool thing is you can join. You can join the revolution that's happening right in front of you. Or you can sit on the sidelines and watch and take shots and throw stones in glass houses. But we got to realize that we're in crypto. We're all on the same team. You know, us liking Hex is like us being Patriots fans. Like, we just like the winning team. You know, we just like the winning team, but we don't want the NFL to go anywhere. Like, we want crypto. We want all the ideals that crypto is meant to be. Like Hex Monkey was saying, self-custody, not your keys, not your coins, 100% uptime, all the beautiful things that come along with crypto. Peer-to-peer, open, borderless digital cash. A way of value transfer where no middleman can shut you off, no censor, no corrupt politician, nobody at a bank can just say, hey, I don't like what you're doing. I'm going to shut you off. Screw you. I don't care how you earned your money. When you want to withdraw more than $10,000 cash from a bank, they make you prove why you want to do that. They should just give you the money. Like, no one's going to do that with crypto. Crypto is simply a better way. It's a parallel alternative financial system. You can be in or you're out, but I choose to be along for the ride because I think it's too risky not to. Right? I think it's too risky to do nothing with infinite upside and such limited downside. Why wouldn't you want to participate in what could be life-changing generational wealth?
You know, one challenge we do have since we are so decentralized, overloaded term, but decentralized and widespread as a community is there isn't one central master document that explains everything that was vetted by some technical or marketing department, because we don't have that. There's no entity, there's no departments. Mm-hmm. So in a way, it's a strength that we have all these streamers and probably literally hundreds of, for anything you might ask, how does the API work or APY work? What is the OA? What's this information about the liquidity? You probably have literally hundreds of videos or clips explaining the answer to your question. But for a brand new person, it might be difficult to find the exact thing you're looking for because it's decentralized. So there's printed books, there's online courses like Coffees. But if someone, at least this is my experience, is someone will ask a legit question, not a fudster, not a liar, somebody who actually wants to learn. Hey, how can I find out why is the inflation only 3.69%, but the APY is 38%? Well, the quick answer is because it goes to the stakers. But if somebody wants to go deep, I actually didn't have handy the clip that would answer that question. So that's something that I guess we could be aware of. I don't have a proposed answer for that other than we can have our own cheat sheets of, you know, our favorite clips to commonly asked questions. But that's so decentralization of the information is a strength and a weakness. But
it can be. I agree with that. Yeah.
And there's don't underestimate the fact that you remember in the early days, everything we learned from hex.com. Like there's actually still quite a bit of information there. And it was kind of a funny moment for me in one of the chats on some show. There was a guy in there that said, I just can't get my head around how this APY works. I gave him the link. I said, hex.com, there's a tab called How It Works. Did you click that?
Yeah.
And in this case, he actually refused to go read that. So I knew he was full of it. But
Well, look,
Yeah.
you can only lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right? There's diminishing returns on people, and certain people, they want to be handheld so much. They want you to literally buy Hex for them and give it to them. It's like, those people aren't going to make it. You need to learn why you're buying what you're going to buy. Go read a book. Maybe if the internet's not your thing, go read cryptosecondrevolution.com. Sorry, secondcryptorevolution.com. If you like reading actual pages, we've got a little bit of something for everybody. But if someone doesn't even want to take the basic, hey, look at that.
There you go.
Shit, I
There
feel
you go.
bad. I don't have a copy, but might have to order one right now.
That's Mark's book, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, to go a little deeper on this, right? Yes. So, what's powerful or most powerful about this is the Hex contract is immutable. It's already out there. Everything you need to know is contained within it. Yes, as individuals, right, people, some of us need more help. And maybe it might be more technical detail at points or whatever. And the community's built a bunch of information around that. But what I find beautiful about it is you can go get this information yourself, all of the information, and come to all the same conclusions. So what that means is, in Hexbook, you talk about the third-party stuff and decentralized, that we're putting all this information together. That's good that we have all that. And what's even better is that folks who are going to consume it, they don't have to blindly trust that information. They can go look at that information and they can go verify, because there's nothing hidden.
Yeah. You don't have to take our word for it. If you can read the code, you can read the code and find out that the math cannot be changed. It can't be updated. The smart contract, to a degree, we're just interpreting it for you. But if you want to go right to the source, you could see everything. It's just math. It's a beautiful thing. Where math is replacing stuff that man used to do. Math is better than man. We had CDs in the traditional market. CDs suck. They give you 1% APY. If you lock up your money for 5 years in a CD in the real world, you get 2% APY? That's not even enough to beat inflation. That's offensive. I'm offended by that. There's got to be a better way. So Hex prints more of itself. It prints more inflation to pay stakers. That takes supply off the table by doing the only thing that makes the price go up, buying and holding. And it virtually lends value to all the non-stakers who have the privilege of being liquid. And that privilege is something that people like, because sometimes they like to sell or they like to be traders. But that's what Hex is. In simple terms, it's just replacing the second most popular product at a bank, which is a certificate of deposit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, someone a minute ago just said you can find out all the information yourself, and that's very true. It's, in the end, this is not rocket science. The behavior of the Hex token and the APY, the staking. It's not that it's that hard to learn. It's just that it takes more than 30 seconds in a chat room. But if you go to the website, and optionally, if you really want to learn soup to nuts, you can read Mark's book or take Coffee's course. If you're technically inclined, you can look at the code. It's actually not, if you're a developer type, it's 3,000 lines of code, 2,000 of which was for the Bitcoin free claim. So there's actually only 1,000 that are currently pertinent. If you're not technically inclined, you can ask, hey, what's a clip or two that I should watch to learn how the daily payout works. In fact, I saw someone tweeted that out today. So you might get lucky and see a current posting. But really, I'd recommend, I send people to the book, the course, or if they want instant gratification, I say, here's the top 5 streamers, look at their backlog. They've all done this.
Yeah. There's a lot of evergreen content out there too.
Yeah.
The first 2 pinned videos on my YouTube channel, how to buy Hex, number 1. And then for returning subscribers, it's how to stake Hex. And part of the problem is people feel like they need new information constantly. So yes, I can make a new how to buy Hex video once every 6 months, once a year. And nothing's changed. You buy it, you stake it. So look at my old videos too. Look at other people's. Just because a video is old doesn't mean it's irrelevant. And if things are irrelevant, then hopefully it's up to us to make new content. But that's part of the cool thing about Hex too, is that the contract itself, the basic part, the basic explanation doesn't change because it can't be changed. You can talk about all these new things like, oh, now there's this Hedron thing. Now there's this Icosa thing, but it's as complicated as you want to make it. And if you just want to go back to the OG, go.hex.com, buy it, stake it, hold it, number go up. It's really all you need to know.
Yeah. What's funny about that is, the website that I work on, I like the information and it's useful to me and some of my goals, right? But generally speaking, you don't need any of the information that's there because it's already available, right? Yeah. So I joke with people, particularly with whales, that a lot of what I've done is just prove what I already knew. That T-share rate goes up, payouts handled this way. So it's like my version of verification,
Crispy, and if I may, because we had a chat about your website and the report you did for 2022 on Hex. Actually, honestly speaking, there's a lot of people out there on Twitter and other places just saying, oh, look, how much down Hex was last year, pretty much, right? And it's not only Hex, it's all the crypto market, as we all know, at various percentages, depending on which coin are you looking at. Yes, and obviously we can say Hex was down on price like many others, but you have a lot of very interesting stats showing how much growth there was in other areas. Do you have it handy somewhere? You could maybe give us a little bit of a summary, how we actually finished 2022, what happened in 2022, other than price.
Yeah, I'd like to know how many new stakers were added in, let's say, 2022. And then we could compare that to how many total stakers there are, and say, look, like last time I checked, since the top of the peak in September 21st, 2021, that was the top of Hex. We've onboarded an equal amount, if not more, stakers into Hex than we did in the entirety of the bull market. Now that data is skewed a little bit by HSIs, but the fact is, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to agree with you, man. I'm shaking my head because, looking at the information, some of us might know, but I didn't expect that in 2022 during the bear, that the number of addresses staking Hex would go up 58%, 59% in 1 year.
Pretty damn good.
So we're all the way up at 116,000 or so. As an example.
Yeah. I mean, what other community is onboarding like that in a bear market? People are just leaving. They're not coming back. A lot of these coins, they have the same type of chart. It looks like a dying heart rate. They have one big pump, and then every subsequent bull market, they have a smaller and smaller pump, and it always just flatlines, and it doesn't die, right? It doesn't die, but it never makes people the life-changing gains past, if they bought the bottom and sold the top that one time, which is very, very rare, almost never happens. You get these anomalies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, that they make diminishing returns, obviously, as time goes on because there's more economic energy to pump the price, but they continue to go on to make new all-time highs. And you want to find those, and they're really, really rare. They're diamonds in the rough, but I think Pulse Chain's going to be another one, to be honest.
I think you're probably going to be right. Well, that's a big difference between our community and many other communities. So there are probably some communities that head in the same direction as ours, but generally speaking, right? 2017, there were 60 coins that I invested in, right? What happened to all of those? Well, almost all of them went to nothing. Right? Almost all of them went to nothing. What kind of community did they have? They had exactly the kind of community that we don't have, the one that you were describing, where just basically, how did I hear about it? Somebody said this is going to be a really great coin. And, somebody said something momentarily inspiring. And so I decided to buy it. And, in 2017, everything went up. Everything went up. Sounds familiar, right? Because that was the end of the bull. And then when the top blew off, what happened? Everything went down. Well, the only things that I know of that survived are communities that looked more like Hex than not like Hex, at least in terms of active participation. And then when you start looking at our community, I don't remember any of those communities having 30 or 40 streamers. At least
Oh.
not that I can understand or remember.
It's like
you
100
know?
now, man.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
like-
being generous, right?
yeah.
I mean, to even think about it,
Yeah.
there was like maybe 3 guys who made it out of 2017 into 18. Maybe there was a half a dozen that I followed into the next fall. Anyways, the point is I agree with you. I think we have a awesome community that continues to build. In fact, when I thinking it was a bear, and this is I think why Mark was mentioning the stats. I started looking at the stats. I was prepared for all sorts of stuff to come out of that. I don't think I was prepared from doing the report coming out more bullish. I didn't think I could be any more bullish, right? We're in a bear. I'm hanging on for dear life, right? But I mean, you look at everything, all the stats that really matter. Yes, price is down. I don't like that, but crypto cycles like market cycle. All right, I guess like you said, what time will tell what will exactly happen. But when you look at how much how much hex is actually being minted and kept liquid, it's actually slightly down in terms of trend of how much stays liquid. You look at how much is being staked, more is being staked. You look at how many stakes, more stakes. There's more holders. There's more staker addresses. I mean, the list just keeps going on and on. It was very hard to find anything when you look at the game dynamics to say that, hey, the game isn't working. The game's working. So the contract works. It does what it's supposed to be doing. We're over 1,136 days of continuous operation flawlessly. I mean, I don't know what else you could ask for out of a crypto.
Yeah, it's incredible.
One nice thing about, we all talk about 3 years uptime, meaning the website, no bugs, because it was well implemented, well audited. But it's also, you get to see what several of the dynamics working for 3 years. For example, in my opinion, the secret sauce of this is still the ever rising share price.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And now you've seen, it was originally 10,000 hex per trillion shares. See, I'm from before we had the term T-share. We said trillion shares, and it was just the share price.
Yeah.
In fact, sometimes terminology confuses people. Like, originally, even on go.hex.com, there's that graph of T-share price in USD. Well, that's derived. And that when that was introduced, it made it a little confusing because now newbies would say, well, where do I buy a T-share? Well, I tell people you can ignore that and just look at the share price, which is the number of hex you need to buy a trillion shares. And I remember originally people say, see, it's a scam. They're promising price always goes up. The price of a share measured in hex always goes up. And even if someone memorizes that fact, like, okay, that's easy. Share price always goes up. That's to make sure that part of the design is you'll never do better by ending a stake and restaking than if you just stake longer to begin with. So that's easy enough to comprehend. But it's all the implications downstream from that. That leads to ultimately shares becoming more scarce, longer stakes having a bigger piece of the pie over time, and the daily payout increasing. So all
absolutely, yeah,
amazing stuff when you really go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, you know what I think that gets overlooked with that too, and by the way, I don't want to take any steam out of tomorrow's presentation with Crypto Sparbuck. I guess we got some really good stuff we're going to talk about with T-shares and really dig into this. But one thing I think people also lose track of is when we talk about the T-shares and how the T-share rate goes up, it's in appreciation for the fact that it was designed that way and how it pushes and powers the system along. But I think some listeners, I might be lost on them, that it is the mechanism that actually takes all of us and moves us out of the system so that new people can participate.
Yep.
And I think that gets lost.
Yeah, you see these people rolling their monthly stakes like every month, right? They're getting so much less than they used to. and they can't make that work for them. It's unsustainable to do shorter term stakes. You need to stake longer than your previous stakes in order to get the same number of T shares that you got last time. So in order to maintain your position as a dolphin, whale, whatever you are, you need to keep staking longer and not selling. And because it's a battle for T shares, it's a battle of attrition. People don't understand this. And we're seeing people get washed out all the time. We just had a giant whale, I think 2 or 3 in the past month or so. Giant whales redistributing all their hex to new players that are getting a fresh start at what I think are pretty great prices. I think we got to be near the lows, if not already bottomed. And so good riddance to these whales, because look, if you want to be a whale one day, or even if you want to be just a shark or squid, whatever, if you want to be a high net worth person in this ecosystem, you got to start somewhere. And there's a way to do that. And it's by moving money from the hands of the patient to the hands of the impatient, or sorry, vice versa. Hands of the impatient to the hands of the patient, right? All these whales that are, in my opinion, quite silly to be selling at the bottom. Maybe they had to for tax purposes, whatever. Maybe they just literally won a lottery ticket. One guy, it looks like he paid no attention to hex at all, sells, $1 million worth of hex and just moves on with his life. And good for him. He made 150x, but he didn't do anything with Hedron. He didn't do anything with, really any other aspect of the hex community. He was unknown to everybody. And he's out. So congratulations. He made a ton of money. And now you too have the opportunity to do that in the next bull market. This cycle is rinse and repeat for decades, in my opinion. I mean, hex was meant to last more than a decade for sure. How many other cryptocurrencies really have that end goal in mind? These are products that a lot of the times they're short-term products. They're not meant to withstand even just one cycle, even just a couple of months. A lot of them are straight up pump and dumps. So Hex was designed with a long-term vision in mind. And if you're not able to see that, you're probably not a good fit. If you're concerned with, oh my God, the price is down right now, we need to do something. Just trust the process. Do what you can. Do what's within your control. But don't fret, because it's going to be okay. The way it was designed, the way all markets are cyclical, I think we're going to be very, very pleasantly surprised, when the next bull comes back.
Yeah, and as there's no one size fits all approach to owning and staking hex. Like everybody, like maybe even that whale who was doing rolling 30 days stakes, maybe he has a good reason in his personal or portfolio life that makes sense for him. All we can do is educate people properly and have them make such decisions fully aware of what they're doing and what the alternatives are. So it's not like some of us may come across sometimes, or stake long, it's the only way, cuatro cinco. No, that's not what we think. Maybe sometimes it, especially on social media, comes across that way. No, we just want people to understand that if you end stake and restake later, you're not going to get back what you had. You're still welcome to do that. Like maybe there was a reason someone wasn't comfortable saying goodbye to their principal for 5 years, or 10 or 15. Of course. So everybody's different. We just want to properly educate people on what the options are. Yeah,
look, I mean, there's no one size fits all, right? If you're 90 years old, you might not want to do a 15-year stake. That's okay. It's really whatever you want out of it is what you're going to get out of it. Just like whatever you pay attention to. If you're paying attention to fudders and the price is down, woe is me, that's what you're going to get. That's what your experience is going to be. But there's 700 live viewers here right now. And that's not because they don't want to be. All these people here,
that's the truth.
For the vast majority, it's because you guys are amazing individuals that all agree on common ideals. We're all in this together for the long term. I mean, 700 people in the bottom of a bear market. What other communities? That's a lot of people to be watching this conference. I mean, it's really, really, really crazy. If you don't see that the way I do, I don't know how to help you, because at the beginning of Hex, I almost threw my hands up and said, hey, if this doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But, Pascal's wager, infinite upside, finite downside, I might as well try. And we tried and we succeeded. And we have so much more going for us now than we did those. I almost said 2 years ago, but it's 3 years ago now.
It's 3, yeah.
Yeah. So we got the community, we've got the on-chain metrics, we've got all these tools built. Hexfire is only one of maybe 30 or 40 tools, and I regularly use like 5 to 10 of them all the time. Hex.vision, stakehex.today. It can be as involved or uninvolved as you want it to be. I mean, I think the original design intention was to be a set it and forget it thing. So it's kind of interesting that so many people are passionate about long-term investing. We're trying to make long-term investing cool again, right? In a world of products, of planned obsolescence, where people are just in it for the quick pump. Everybody wants to be a day trader. American culture is glorified, the Wolf of Wall Street, day trading, all this stuff that doesn't work. We're all chasing the new iPhone, the new Jordans, but nobody wants to invest in themselves for the long term. Nobody wants to set it and forget it and then work on making their own life better. But that's how everybody wins. You don't get rich overnight. You get rich over, in crypto, if you're lucky, 3 to 4 years. If you're unlucky, maybe 7, 8 years. But hey, I'll take that any day over 40 years at a job I hate with 401k and all that crap. No offense. I know a lot of people are doing that. There's a way out. There's a way out, which is this parallel system that we're building.
I think a lot of people are forgetting, like, in addition to what you just said, how much time and effort it actually takes to make any serious or decent money in any other market or any other occupation, for that sake. It doesn't actually matter if you have a full-time job, which, let's say, pays a really good salary, or have you opened a business which is doing fairly well. These things do not happen overnight as well, and they do not happen in 1 year or 2 years, right? If you're just fresh out of college, let's say, and even if you are lucky enough to get your first job, which is actually a good one, it's not like by the end of your first year or second year you are going to be amazingly rich and buy this big house and 3 cars and so on. Generally, statistically speaking, it just doesn't happen. Many of these people who are even doing very well in the traditional way of life, that takes them 10, 15, 20, sometimes, like you mentioned, 40 years of building their skills, building their knowledge, building their wealth, until it starts making sense. And in crypto, everything seems to be super accelerated in a way, and it seems to me to be accelerating every single year more and more. And suddenly we are having a situation in which a lot of people, especially newcomers to crypto or even newcomers to Hex, they buy at certain price and they just expect that next 3 months they're just becoming a multimillionaires and boom, now I made it.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't happen so, because maybe you bought at 30, 40 cents, and then you're like, oh my God, 1 year passed and I'm not a millionaire yet. And it's just like, well, would you be in any other situation, right? If you open your own business, if you have a job, or if you even you're a stock trader or just investor in a traditional market. Just this doesn't happen. You have to be patient. I also think, like, when you, I think you all remember, like, Richard mentioned multiple times that he bought Bitcoin at around $30, then it went all the way down to 2, and then it kept climbing up until the all-time high around 20,000, 2018, and 70,000, almost 70,000. In 2021, right? So if you look at the prices of Hex right now, right? Okay, cents, not dollars, but situation might be kind of similar in a way, right? It's still early, and maybe some people bought Hex for, let's say, 30 cents and not Bitcoin at $30 many years ago. Now we are back to around 2.5 cents, which is like $2 in 2013 or whenever it was. But the upside potential is unlimited, right? Maybe it's the next bull market, maybe it's the one after that. But if you are in it for a long game, if you are a staker or you just don't really mind not getting super rich in the next 6 months, then that game is for you. Hex is for you. Staking is for you. And just be patient and realize that you are in the fastest appreciating assets on the planet, and give it time, and you will make it.
That's very well said. I mean, that's basically everything that I repeat, just in different ways. We live in a world of instant gratification where we have a product that the only way it works for you is delayed gratification. And that said, it's not even that long. I mean, relative to the stock market, you'd have to wait 40 years to triple your money in the S&P 500. You could do that in a weekend in crypto. So it's not, you're in the fastest appreciating asset, yes, but you need to have this delayed gratification mindset, because it's a months and years game, not a days and weeks game. And even if you're just holding for 6 months, you think you're going to make it big in 6 months? Like, if you're pissed off about the price, tell me how long you've held Hex for, and tell me how long you thought it would take to get rich, because you're probably way off on the mark, right? You don't just come in here and it expected, 5-8 months later, you're going to be an overnight millionaire, right? It doesn't happen that way. You need to, they even say the first, your first bear market's to learn, and your second one is to, first bull market's to learn, your second one is to get rich.
Ain't that the truth?
So yeah, I had to mess up quite a lot. I've lost all my net worth before, believe it or not. It's not my first rodeo. And I've had a lot of failed businesses. I've tried a lot of things that didn't work, but I just kept trying stuff and I found out what works. And it took me 9 years, 10 years, but hey, I'm relatively young to have been considered financially successful. And guess what? You don't even retire anyway. This whole retirement myth, it's like, you just go do what you like to do. You're still doing stuff. You don't just sit around drinking pina coladas on the beach all day. Like, it's just a different kind of a lifestyle.
Yeah. I think those points about time and perception are really, really good ones because, just in general life, right? It takes, whether it's the 10,000 hours, the 10,000 steps, whichever way you want to describe it, it takes you time to build up the skill set. It takes time to build a business. It takes time to build wealth, right? And so, there's outliers, right? Somebody wins the lottery. Somebody picks exactly the right stock at the right time and goes insanely risky with it, and they get it. Or they pick the right crypto, the same thing happens. But in general, right, the rest of us are just waiting. You have to kind of pick your methodology, what you're going to go after, and kind of build it, and build your portfolio. And one thing we know about crypto is that maybe it doesn't stay like this forever, but there's 4-year cycles. Right. So at the moment, I guess we've been proven to, again, that the 4-year cycle is fairly intact. Will there be another one exactly the same? I don't know. But we do know that you've got to be thinking, 4, 5, 6 years out, not 3 or 4 months.
Correct.
100%. Was there even like a topic for this panel, or are we just winging it here?
Oh, I think we're supposed to open up. Hey, this is the 3rd anniversary. It's great.
Yeah.
We're just excited about the community, excited about the pumpamentals, about our favorite token Hex, which haven't changed. So I think that was our
3 years. My God, right? Feels weird. I keep wanting to say Hex is 2 years old, but yeah, it's been 3 years, guys. It's a lot less euphoric than it was last year, but hey, you got to go through the pain, I guess.
There's some other terminology or meme, I guess you could call it, or theme that's emerged in the community I want to talk about just for a minute, which is this whole like Hex maxi, RH maxi thing. And like you have to pick a side. And if you're on the other side, then you are part of the problem, and toxic maxis and all that. The whole maxi thing came from, Bitcoin maxis. At least that's my understanding of the history of it. And I'd caution everybody to be careful about labeling each other, because there's levels to this thing. For example, if I have Ethereum, am I still an RH maxi? I think so, because I need it to transact. What if I have a big bag of it that's more than I need to transact? I'm still psychologically, in my opinion, and not it could be anyone, an RH maxi. What if I have some Hedron, which wasn't created by RH, but which is very directly synergistic to Hex stakers? Are you still an RH maxi? I think so. Now, if you played with, a dozen or more meme coins and tokens that other people created, well then, okay, maybe you're not an RH maxi. So I'm going to propose a term here, a new term. See for your consideration, everybody watching. Please. Maybe if you're not an RH maxi, maybe you're an RH mostly. And my 2 favorite examples of that, who are very public about this, so I'm not like doxing their bag, but Randy Hilarski and Miguel Dollar Cost Crypto openly talk about and educate people about non-RH tokens, and they're proud of it, but they've both said many times publicly that their bag is still 80 to 90% Hex. So they're
did so well. It's like, compared to all the other coins, obviously, it's like, well, what if you just win 100% Hex? You can make that argument too, but But look, I'm not trying to tell anybody what they can and can't talk about. You know, I talk about other coins too.
Yeah.
Who am I to try to censor anybody's freedom of speech? I just want to invest personally into the things that are going to pump the hardest. I want everybody else to do the same thing. And so I think it's easier when we all focus on these smaller, select few coins rather than you spread out $100 into 100 coins. The 5 that go 1000x, you're going to have much less money than if you just put $1,000 into 10 coins. And then all those 5 or 10, you know, win 100x or 1000x. So don't treat these like
there's
lottery
a way to, because our brains come up with language, but then we're also constrained by language. So it's like if you're either an RH maxi or not, that gives you very little to work with. So that's why I'm thinking, Coffee, you're a RH mostly.
Yeah, I would say that. I don't mind that term. I think maxi is kind of a cringe term anyway. It's like,
yeah, me too.
Reminds me of maxi pad. And then all of a sudden, yeah, if you're a maximalist, just the ist, anything with ist rubs me the wrong way because you're boxing yourself in. You know what I mean? Like I'm a socialist. I'm an anarchist. I'm a liberal. I'm a minimalist. Whatever ist or ism you want to follow. It's like you really have your blinders on for when there could be a better way of thinking.
Now, if someone that is like a Hexican and comes, I mean, there's so many levels to this. So if somebody comes in and they're a Hexican and now they constantly demonize or criticize Hex and they are all in on other things, well, that's different. They're no longer even an RH mostly. That's a bait and switch. So
yeah.
Well,
just be careful, be easy on each other because most of us, there's always bad actors, but I could count them on one hand. They're actually openly trying to do harm. Most of us want the same thing. We want to
get rich.
We want to secure our prosperity, preferably with self-custody, and we're enamored with what this ecosystem provides.
Yeah, we want the freedom more than the rich. You know, I say get rich, but that also there's like rubs people the wrong way too because they think rich must be bad, but it's just power. It's economic energy is power, and power equals freedom. I mean, you can have once you have the freedom, it's like you can use that power to help other people, or you can use it to, you know, sit on your pile of gold and laugh at all the poor plebs up in your castle. But not a lot of people end up doing that. You know, I think most people are pretty good at heart. I think you're right. I can count the actual detractors on probably one hand of people that go out of their way to try to bash Hex. And to those people, I say, get a life, sir. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Sure. Guys, we are slowly coming to an end, and I'd like to propose something. Okay, Hex started 2019, right? We could all agree 2020 was a really good year. So was the majority of 2021 in terms of price performance, purely, right? 2022, we all know how it went. In the same time, it's over, right? We are in the beginning of 2023. We are starting a brand new year. I'd like, if you don't mind, everyone sharing their thoughts for 2023. You know, where are we right now? Where are we going to be by the end of the year? Not necessarily big predictions in terms of, you know, what the price is going to be in December, but how are you seeing? Bearish, bullish, cautious? What are your thoughts? Where are we going?
I could start.
Go ahead.
Early. Yeah. Like I'm not equipped to do price predictions, but in 2023, I mean, there's so many global macro forces and those are out of our control. So until those trend in a different direction, you know, the price itself will probably be in a pickle. But apart from that, I'm very bullish, in fact, as bullish as ever, because the community is still growing. The system is still working flawlessly. More people are learning about us and how to stake. All the different decentralized marketing efforts are working to various degrees. The tokenomics have not changed at all. Like everything that drew us to this, talking about Hex now, drew us to Hex in the first place, none of it's changed. The daily payouts are still going to trend up. You can still get in at a good price. 100% uptime for the website. And, you know, one of these days, Pulse Chain is going to be released. And I'd like to acknowledge and validate anybody that maybe sacrificed for that and is frustrated by how long it's taking. I mean, I'm there too. But my recommendation or hope for 2023 is everybody keep your eye on the ball, keep your eye on the prize. Nothing has fundamentally changed here. And Pulse Chain, even without Pulse Chain, we're going to be sound, but that's going to be a catalyst and not just for a quick pump and dump. I remember over a few years chatting with people in our community and others that, oh, I'd love to buy a little bit of Hex, but the gas fees are too much. Like they're just not comfortable paying 5, 15, 20% in fees. So when Pulse Chain is launched, don't forget that is one of, there's many use cases, but that's one of the use cases. Newbies who maybe didn't want to make a gigantic investment, tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars, they're going to go in when the gas prices are pennies. So that's why I'm still optimistic about Hex as it exists already and the catalyst that Pulse Chain will be once it's released.
I'll go quick. Couple things. 2023. Pulse Chain Testnet V3 documentary, Pulse Chain launch. All these things are going to pump the hell out of Hex. Probably going to happen in 2023 if I had to guess. So stay focused, manage your own attention, be careful where you put your mind and all your energy. Twitter's not real life. Try to build productive hobbies, hobbies that take you away from, negative thought patterns, and stay focused. It's all going to be okay. We're going to be rich one day, boys and girls. I promise. Not financial advice.
Hey, I wish that for everybody, Yeah, on my end, looking at things, I think we're going to see the trends continue. We're going to see more stake techs. We're going to see more users in the system by the end of next year. We'll see the T-share rate going up. We're going to see APY going up as well, and payouts. So I think it's going to create the perfect opportunity for a new bull run to significantly affect Hex. But we are in, starting the second year of a bear. So perhaps this is sideways down, sideways up. Don't know.
All right, sounds good. I must say I'm extremely bullish on 2023, contrary to the gloom and doom which we see from the news sites about pretty much everything, right? The economy and news sites which don't like crypto very much. Partially, the reasons are exactly what Crypto Coffee said, right? We have a lot of events coming up in a way. So Testnet V3, which you mentioned, the documentary. I'm fairly confident that the Pulse Chain is going to launch, which will act as a sort of catalyst for the whole ecosystem. In terms of like wider economy, I also don't think that Fed is going to increase the rates forever, and that it's just going to stay this way for the whole year, and nothing will shift, nothing will change. I think we'll see some sort of a pivot or changes in US economy, and by extension in the global economy, which can do magic things to all kinds of markets. Crypto probably first, right? Crypto markets went down as one of the first ones, and it's probably going up as the first one and the fastest than anything else. So for these reasons, I don't really see why I should be bearish for this year after surviving the whole 2022 and the latter part of 2021. Another thing, if I may add, you know what, I posted somewhere on social media, I don't remember which platform it was. I think it was in the end of 2020. If I'm not mistaken, we finished the year by around 2 cents, and then it was an immediate drop to around 1 cent in the beginning of 2021. And back then, obviously, I was very happy with Hex performance. I was like, wow, it was in the times when we were all thinking, like, is it even possible we go to 1 cent ever, right? In terms of from the bottoms to 1 cent as a high target, and we finished the year at 2 cents, and I was like, okay, that's getting crazy. And then I remember I posted saying like, oh, you haven't seen anything yet. I kind of posted it just because, but no way I was expecting in the same year we are going to 51 cents or 56 or whatever you counted. It was just like, it was way more than I expected. So for these reasons, pretty much, I think 2023 is going to be great for everyone. So like it was mentioned, keep your eyes on the price, keep your eyes on the ball. Don't drop it right now. We are in it, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, and if the
Fantastic.
price is not mooning like you want it to tomorrow afternoon, then use this downtime to, depending on who you are, maybe accumulating more is appropriate for you, or maybe just sitting tight and building your connections in the community. I mean, it's a great time to do that rather than looking at your bags going down.
All right, Maddie, take us back.
Hey guys,
Yo,
Maddie.
your guys' panel has been amazing. I'd like to note that on the first year, the first day of the Hex conference had a peak number of viewers of 450. Last
Damn.
year in the bull market, the peak was 550 on the first day. And right now we have 782 viewers, and the number
We did
keeps
it.
going up.
We did it.
So-
we won.
Go ahead
10,000
and share the stream out. Let's see how high we can get it. This is really incredible. Thank you guys for all you do for the community and for kicking off the first panel. You guys rock.
All right.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Talk
guys.
to you all later.
All right. So we are going to move on with the second hour of the third Hex conference. And again, hit the like and subscribe button. Thank you all for being here. Share this out. I'm going to bring up our next guest here, who's going to be Timothy Benjamin.
Hello, everyone. My name's Tim, and this part of the conference is for us to give testimonials. And I have been involved with the crypto space since 2011. And in 2017, I had the privilege of becoming introduced to Richard Hart, who released a YouTube channel at that time. And one of the things that I had hoped to accomplish through my participation in crypto was to find a way of earning yield with crypto. In Bitcoin, there's no way to earn yield. All the inflation goes to the miners and they do what they want with it. And I was not in a position where I could mine, so I was kind of out of the game at that point. So when Richard talked about the prospect of earning yield through a product that he was working on called Hex, obviously that caught my attention. And I had tried to earn yield through participating in other programs before Hex launched, and none of them turned out to provide any kind of return. And because of my association with Richard, by listening to what he had to say on his live streams, I knew that if Hex was invented, it would work. So when it launched, I was fortunate enough to be there on day one to participate, and I just went headfirst into it. I put everything I possibly could into it. All my other cryptos, swapped them all out for Ethereum, just participated in the adoption amplifier every day for almost the entire year. Just put everything I could into it. Just got as many T-shares as I could. The idea with Hex was to stake it till you make it. And I can tell you that that works. And I've had the ability to pursue things for the first time in life that I have not been able to do before. And, I'm very grateful for the developers for carrying out the work of putting Hex together, and for Richard for just his resilience in making sure that it worked perfectly, which it has every day. And because of that, I've been able to travel all over the United States to participate in events and get to know people like Maddie ALLin, who's put this conference together. So thank you, Maddie, for doing this and for including me as a speaker on here. That's all I really have to say for now. And willing to turn over the floor to the next person in this panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you, Maddie.
Hey, welcome.
Hi, Maddie.
Take it away. You have a 3-minute testimonial.
Sure. So, hello, Hexkins. I go by Black Hexkin online. I'm a little nervous to be doing this solo. This is not really something that I do often. I've been active in the Hex community for over 2 years now. First got introduced to the community on Twitter, promoting my husband's Hex music. If you haven't heard it, go check him out, Black Casey Crypto. From there, I got hooked up with the Crypto Sparkle guys, who will be doing the Power of T-Shares presentation, I believe tomorrow. With them, we traveled the United States, teaching workshops on Hex. Hex has completely changed my life, not only from going on tour and meeting Hexkins all around the world, but really the relationships that I built within the tour that inspired me to keep going. After the tour, I put together the Postmasters golf tournament. I also put together the Hex birthday in San Diego. That's kind of my thing. I believe in in-person meetups. I believe that the strongest relationships that I have, especially with the women, the ladies in our community, has come from meeting them in real life, from shaking hands and saying that this is more than just a digital product. It is a real community that goes outside of the computer screen. Right now, I'm in the process of planning the Hex Cruise. It's in April. You can visit our site at hexcruise.com. And it's going to be a lot more of the same of what we've been doing. We get out in public and not only network and meet each other, but we meet other people. When people see how excited and passionate we are and how we're always swagged out in our Hex gear, they have questions and they want to know more. I've yet to do an event where someone didn't come to us and say, hey, what is this Hex about? So that's really what I'm about. That's what I do. I plan Hex meetups and Hex events and crypto networking activities. So I encourage you guys to visit us at ksb.tv, where you can also go and vote for your favorite Hex community members, influencers with our Hexi Awards. Just a little something that we're going to do on the Hex Cruise to show people like Maddie how much we appreciate all the work that they do for the community. That's pretty much it.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for all you do. And make sure everybody to check out the Hex meetups that you're putting on.
Thank you, Maddie.
Yeah. All right. We have a duo up next. Welcome, and take it away with your 3-minute testimonial.
Thanks, Maddie. We appreciate it. So I'm Corey Geary. My YouTube is Crypto Millionaires with Corey Geary. This is Dane. His YouTube is Money Talk with Dane. And we're actually real estate entrepreneurs. And we made, a pretty good living doing real estate in the last 5-6 years, Dane a little bit longer. And now we found crypto. And we're really attracted to the Richard Hart ecosystem just because of the principles that it really entails in you. And you have a lot of the passive income type stuff that real estate offers over with like Hex. Hex is amazing. You lock it up and it's got immutable code and it pays you about 38% APY. And so we fell in love with the community and I think we found a home here. And Dane, I'll let you kind of tell a little bit of your story too.
Yeah, the reason that anybody gets into real estate or entrepreneurship a lot of the time is for the passive income. And the problem is once you get there, you realize that it's freaking hard. It's not the dream that everyone painted where you go chill on a beach and make all this money and checks roll in while you just hang out. crypto really breaks that. And it's pretty remarkable. We've experienced that with Hex. Being part of the Hex community has been incredible. Instead of chasing all these stupid pump and dumps and trading crypto like a lot of these idiots would lead you to believe is the right way to do crypto, with Hex, it teaches you the right mindset. You can buy it, you can stake it, you can hang out and be earning all along. Richard Hart, if you're not following the guy, is the best person in crypto, and it's not even freaking close. That's when I started making money. And today, we've been really blessed by being in crypto, being part of Hex, the Hexkin community, and the Richard Hart ecosystem, where we've been able to create financial freedom, not only through real estate, but through cryptocurrency also. So we're here to be a bridge between entrepreneurs, real estate investors, and we share that type of content on all of our socials, on our YouTube. I've included my link tree here, which includes a lot of the shorts that we create. It's all free content to be able to help onboard people. So if you need help, check out this content. Come check us out on our YouTube streams. We'd love to network with you guys, help any way that we can. We're on there almost every single morning, Monday through Friday, and we're pumped to be here to help any way that we can. So welcome to the best place in crypto, the place that you need to be to have the right mindset and start making money long term.
I love it. Yeah, and absolutely, man. And right now is the best time to be DCing into Hex, hands down. I started my Hex journey around 38 cents, and I've been DCing all the way down. I've got my cost basis at 4 cents. That's how powerful the DCA strategy is. So don't let anyone FUD you guys on Twitter. Don't let them basically make you sell your bags, right? Keep DCAing and keep believing, keep staking it. And yeah, man, Hex is the right protocol to be in, the Richard Hart ecosystem. I'm excited for Pulse Chain and Pulse X and everything being built around that ecosystem. And if you notice, guys, everything being built is following those principles that Richard's kind of entailed in the whole community, which is absolutely amazing. So guys, yeah, follow us, Crypto Millionaires with Corey Geary's my YouTube. And you got Money Talk with Dane with his YouTube. And Maddie, thank you so much for putting this on. Absolutely amazing. We do appreciate it, man.
My pleasure. Thanks for speaking, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Up next, we have Ray. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, Maddie?
Hey, do you want me to stay on or you want to go solo?
Yeah, hang with me, man. You might have some good questions for me. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. So what is it that you want to share with the Hex community about your testimonial?
Well, it started in 2017, and I was totally fresh in terms of investing. I had no clue about any of this stuff, whether stocks or anything, and I just started to realize I needed something set up for my future, and I started digging deep in the weeds of crypto. And so the first person I kind of saw when I was figuring out what Bitcoin was and all that, I came across Roger Ver, who they used to call Bitcoin Jesus.
That's right.
For some of you OGs out there. But, he was the dude and everybody was following him. And, I tried to follow and learn from him. He was in all the Bitcoin documentaries and all that kind of stuff. And I remember the first time I came across Richard Hart was an interview where it was Roger Ver and Richard Hart. And I was like, who is this guy sitting in a castle? And it seemed kind of arbitrary compared to what I had seen typically in crypto. So I listened with curious ears and soon found out that he had a lot more understanding and a stronger grasp of the technicality behind crypto and not just the economics. See, Roger Ver was kind of like, he was good with the economics part and he understood libertarianism and all this kind of stuff, but when it came to the technicals, he was not as hot on the technicals of the technology and from a computer science standpoint. So it piqued my interest. And so I started to just really dig into, okay, who is this Richard Hart guy and how can I learn more from him? And I listened to that interview a few times, but that kind of started off my journey. So yeah.
Right on. And what's caused you to stick around after you found Hex?
Yeah, well, Richard Hart had announced that he was going to work on the project, which he called at the time was Bitcoin Hex. Not everybody was super excited about that name because they're like, oh, you're doing another fork of Bitcoin. And, everybody tripped out. And but, he was building something totally different and revolutionary compared to what Bitcoin was. But it had a lot of the similar attributes that made Bitcoin succeed. And so I wanted to stick around and see that manifest. And I consider myself lucky that I got to experience that transition from an era with no Hex to an era with Hex. I think it was we're seeing it manifest into something way bigger than just another coin being created. It's a new paradigm for crypto, and the line was drawn in the sand that December 2019, and a lot of people still don't understand, and we're so early. And I think about Bitcoin when it first came out in its 5 years of inception. Everybody was so had so many bad perspectives, and their understanding was skewed. They didn't know what Bitcoin was, but as they gained perspective, they started to really understand it. People started to purchase more, but it was in those first 5 years. If you had sold your Bitcoin, you had been unknowingly stupid.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at Hex, at this new paradigm, this new crypto technology, as the same instance that happened back in 2008, 2009, when Bitcoin first came out. And then you have Hex, 2019, new paradigm, first 5 years. We're in it right now. This is year 3. And for you to get rid of your Hex at this point is kind of like trying to sell your Bitcoin in the years 1 through 5, where you're missing a ton of opportunity if you don't get it, that you should be just holding. And the benefit of Hex is that you kind of have your hands tied to time locking, and it benefits you. It not only is keeping you here, but it also allows you to benefit from the yield and the penalty payouts and all these other things in the mechanics of Hex, which doesn't exist anywhere, and it does it trustlessly. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for speaking here. And I hope to see you on more Hex content in the future.
Absolutely, bro. Thank you, Batty. I appreciate you, man.
My pleasure. So Ray unknowingly unlocked the little Easter egg tonight because last year we had Roger Ver send us a video for the Hex conference, and we played it then, but it's still relevant today. So here's a 1-minute video from Roger Ver.
Hi everyone in the Hex community. My name is Roger Ver. I was the first investor in the cryptocurrency ecosystem and a long time other participant in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. Really did a good job of convincing me to make a video for all the Hex fans out there today, even though I'm trying to take a break from social media, everything. But just want to congratulate you guys on raising, I think I read $27 million for SENS. That's a really big deal and a really big amount of money. And so thank you and congratulations for that, since that's something I'm also interested in. Anyhow, I haven't had time to follow Hex real closely, but from what I can see, you guys are trying to build faster, better, cheaper, more reliable payments and a platform to do all of that and everything Ethereum could do and then some. So just want to congratulate and cheer you guys on when it comes to those goals that you have. And wish everybody the best of luck in the future, building a better world for all of us to live in. Thank you all so much.
All right. Up next, we have Jen Hex. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
Likewise. I'll let you take it away for 3 minutes.
Okay, great. What's up, everybody? I have been out of the picture for a few weeks. Sorry about my little fuzzy background here. It's good to see everybody in chat tonight. I was talking to a lot of people. I miss you guys. I will be back at it here soon. Had a lot of stuff going on, but testimonial, found crypto in general a couple years ago, got into Hex, found Richard Hart, and started learning about it just before Pulse Chain sacrifice. Been in it ever since. Wanted to do something for the community. Made a YouTube channel, which is currently being rising as the phoenix from the ashes. Got a new channel, going to get started. But anyways, what I wanted to talk about real quick is for those of you that are in Hex and been hanging in there, and you see a lot of FUD and you see a lot of negative stuff. People have been trying to kill Hex ever since it started. Don't forget why you got into crypto. Don't forget why you, when you found Richard and you found Hex and all these speakers that you're listening to and all the people that have YouTube channels that have been around for a while. Listen to what they're saying. Listen to the veterans that have been here. If you haven't been here the whole time, the people that went through this the first time, that dealt with Hex launching, getting Hex, holding on to it, and how that's paid off for them and how they believe in it and why they're still in the community. There's people that could retire 10 times over and they're still in the community. Why is that? If you believe in what Richard's doing, don't forget why you believe that. You know, sometimes things get slow, bear market, the economy, inflation, everything costs more at the grocery store, all that kind of stuff. Crypto is the answer to our financial freedom, right? So don't forget why you're in it. When times get rough and the prices are going down, try to keep that in mind while you're here and while you're doing it. Bear markets are going to happen. But if you sell in the bear, you're not here to reap the rewards later. And the OGs that have been through it already, you hear different stories about different people. Well, we had to wait on this for this long, and this was this price, and then it was this price. Them sticking around is what made it worthwhile for them. So remember that, think about that, and I'm trying to provoke my inner lit. My life is awesome. Try to stay positive. There's enough things in this world. There's enough things on social media and Twitter that are negative. If you want to do more for the community, be more of a part in the chats, start a YouTube channel, TikTok, bumper stickers, whatever you think you can do, whatever your hobbies are, bring Hex with you. If you're at the golf course, you're at the gym, wear your Hex hat, wear your Hex t-shirt. You never know. People might see it often enough that they might check it out without ever even speaking to you. So, don't fudge your own bags. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate the people I've met and got to know. I appreciate Maddie, people I've met at the meetups, people I've met up in Vegas. Couldn't be here without all of you. And I for as much as you can care about a community and a lot of people you don't even know, haven't met yet in person, I truly care about the community, and you guys are great.
Yeah, thanks so much for speaking, and everybody go follow your YouTube channel.
Well, yeah, if I start streaming again, right, eventually.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Georgia, welcome.
Hello, Maddie. Hello, everyone. Hello, Hexicans. Thank you so much, Maddie, for having me here. This is a pleasure. Who would have thought that a year after I attended, I believe it was the second convention that you prepared for all of us Hexicans, I will be here speaking and sharing the stage with all of you. I'm about to cry right now. It's so amazing and so emotional. So thank you. Dream come true for sure.
Awesome. Well, I'm so glad to have you here. Do you want to go solo or you want me to
whatever? Just give me the stage. I don't know what I'm going to be saying.
All right.
I think I can handle it. Hi guys. For all of those who don't know me, my name is Georgia and I am a Hexican. Yes, I'm a Hexican mom representing the moms. And I am also a Richard Hart maximalist. I know that a lot of people is very shy in saying that they're an RH maximalist, but I'm not. So a lot of the times when I try to talk to people about Hex and about Richard Hart, they ask me why. And that is a very hard question. Why? Why Hex? Why Richard Hart? And to start with, Hex is a product that I trust, a product that I can put away and stake it and forget about it. I cannot do that with my bank account for my kids. I'm a mom, I have 2 kids, and all I do is for them. And thinking about their future, I say, what can I do today that will help them in the future? How can I protect their financial freedom? Financial freedom, that's a word the 2 words that I've never mentioned in the past until I started being part of this community. So that's what I really love the community. And Hex for me is like a piece of land for my children, let's say it on the blockchain, that I can live for them. it's theirs. No one else has control over it, because obviously that's the importance of DeFi. DeFi. So that's what we're here for, right? Just to have financial freedom. And also, Hex is like having a window to the future today. I'm a mom. I care about the future of my children. And to be able to kind of figure out or see a little bit of their future, their financial future. Crypto is the financial future. Who would have thought that the guys who were going to put their gold away with the banks and get a little piece of paper, or those who trusted the credit cards, now depend on all of those things. So for me, it's a way of being part of my kids' future. So that's part of the importance and why I trust Hex. Now, if we talk about Richard Hart, of course, you know how much I care about him and how much I appreciate him and how much I respect, and I will be following him for at least 15 years. Richard Hart has been in crypto for a long time. Richard Hart, from the beginning, since the moment that I started getting involved with crypto, has been a guy who has said the truth to me. He has been always speaking the truth and warning me about some things that could have been gone wrong. And of course, we all know that a lot of the things that Richard Hart had warned us about did go wrong. The other guys, most of them, the guys who are popular in crypto, they lied to a lot of people, and a lot of people lost money. So far, Richard Hart has been the only one who has telling me the truth, who has been telling me the truth, and who has been warning me about the future. So that's what I try, Richard Hart. I am very active in the community. I started from zero. I'm like the girl next door, or the mom, or your aunt, or your cousin, whatever. Those ones who don't know about crypto, that's me. And thanks to all of you, thanks to all the members of the community, I've been learning day by day. So to be part of this community for me is an honor. I have a lot of fun, and I am a cool mom. So if my example will open the doors to all of the other people out there trying to get involved or do a YouTube channel or speaking on the spaces. I love speaking on the spaces. I'm in Twitter spaces all the time. And maybe because I'm busy doing things while I'm on the spaces, like cooking for the kids or driving them to school. So I encourage all the women out there, especially women who have a very, very busy schedule. And now there's a lot more of us. We have amazing people in the community, part of this community. For example, we have Fashion Coder, who in the last convention did an incredible presentation about the role of the woman in crypto. I can't wait to see her next presentation. So I encourage you, just start doing it, no matter how you do it. Serena Lonzi once said on one of the streams that she did that Richard said to her, or to them, to the followers from the beginning, the OGs of Hex, just do it. Whatever you do, just do it. And thanks to that, I'm here today. Who would have thought a woman that showed up at the Hex convention in Las Vegas as a fan today will be representing the community? And I hope I can do a good job today and in the future. So that is what I want. Thank you, Maddie, for having me here and for allowing me to speak to the community, and just follow all of us. So keep supporting. We're not going anywhere. The community is not going anywhere. This is just the beginning.
My pleasure. Thanks for giving your testimonial.
Thank you. Bye, guys. Thank you.
And next up, we have Crypto King.
Boom.
Hey,
what's
welcome.
up, Hexagons? Hey, Maddie, thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry, life happens. I find myself once again, I'm in a vehicle. Last year, I believe I was in a van, and this year I'm in a moving truck. But
all good.
All good.
I'll let you take it away for a 3-minute testimonial. Oh, and by the way, thanks for getting that Richard Veer clip.
Roger Veer. Yeah, I was actually chatting with him last night about possibly getting him on day 4 with Richard, but he passed. He's taking a break, but he's definitely an ally to the Hex community, to Richard, and he definitely is watching. I know he's watching the Hexicans Time Value of Money series, because I shared it with him, so he's checking it out.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thanks, and take it away.
All right, Hexagons. Oh man. First of all, thank you, Richard Hart, for creating the this amazing product that you blessed us with. Thank you, Maddie, for inviting us and continuing to do these awesome conferences. They're very important to not only spread the message, but to bring mass adoption to the Hex ecosystem. So I got into Hex thanks to the Hexologist. I found his channel. His channel was so much fun, so much energy that he would, you know, the way he would put the message out about Hex, and it was in a fun way. And I was just learning every day. I'm not a day one Hexican. I'm like a maybe day 15 in the adoption amplifier. And I remember, you know, DeFi Proof song. He mentions 0.1 every day, right? He mentioned something about 0.1 ETH. And that was me. I didn't have that much money. I was taking a chance on Richard and, you know, just enjoying what I was hearing from the Hexologist. And I was doing 0.1 Ethereum for as long as I could. And eventually, you know, I did a few 0.5s, 0.7s here and there. But it really changed my life. And it set me on a path to freedom. I believe this year I am going to be my own boss, start my own business, no longer working for another person or entity. I'll be working for myself and trying to do good things and spread the message of Hex. I was just in the States, in California. I had the opportunity to celebrate the Hex 3rd birthday on the yacht party with the Crypto Spar book, ALLin and Black Hexagon. I met Crypto Coffee, RG3, CZ, Blue Bum, DJ Pollywood, David Morales, Hexy Cajun. I mean, I Hexy B. It was awesome. I even brought my mom and my aunt to the yacht, and they enjoyed it. They had a wonderful time. The Hexagons all, you know, were, you know, enjoying meeting my family, and we had a bunch of fun. But on my trip while I was there, of course, you know me, I always have something with me. You know, I'll go to a mall, I'll put some stickers up at the mall, at the Starbucks drive-through. Hey guys, the best place to do is at a Starbucks or any type of drive-through. Underneath the you know, where they hand you your stuff, underneath there, if there's like a little flat space, throw a sticker up, and just think of how many people visit a Starbucks or an In-N-Out Burger every day. Hundreds, thousands of people will see those stickers sitting there. And to this day, I know they're still there. So do what you can to get the message out. Be safe, of course. Have fun with it. I continue to do work as far as bringing guests to various, you know, either getting Richard interviews or bringing guests to the Discord Syndicate. So just, you know, if you see tweets of mine saying like, help me out and let's get Russell Brand on board, or let's get Jimmy Dore. I met Jimmy Dore. I met his wife while I was then in LA, and I handed him Mark Wild's book to Jimmy Dore. He's got the book. I was told by Jimmy Dore's wife, Stephanie, that Richard Hart is on the list to be discussed on when to bring him on. So it's, you know, it's stuff like that where the community, not only, you know, I'm not doing it by myself, you know, the community helps me a lot as well, as far as retweeting or sending letters to different you know, entities that we want to have either come on our shows to talk and learn about Hex, or get Richard on their shows to hear his message and how he's changing the world. So yeah, man, just I love being a Hexagon. Thank you, Maddie, and I love you all.
My pleasure. Yeah, thanks for all you do.
Asians, baby.
Right on.
All right. Thank you, Maddie. Peace.
Awesome. Thanks. Let me click my screens here, and oh, I have to switch back to my other setup here before we bring on our next guest. Let's see what we have here.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
You're on mute. Welcome.
See, is that better?
Hey. Yeah.
I promise this isn't my first time streaming. Thank you for playing that, man. That song still gets me fired up, brother. Like, I'll throw that song on at the gym and just get it.
Absolutely.
I go in, bro.
Thanks for creating it. And thanks for being here, Freddie Quotes. I'm going to let you take it away for your 3-minute testimonial.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, as most of you know, I'm Freddie Quotes. I am the musical pioneer in the Hex community who brought the Hexagon Anthem, which you just heard, the Furu's Eulogy, a bunch of other songs I've been featured on. Look for the Pulse Chain Anthem. It's fire. Some of you have already heard it. It hasn't officially been released yet, but been on a bunch of other songs with a bunch of other artists, amazing artists here in the community. Most of you already know my background. Day one OG, been around forever. You've got probably tired of hearing all of us give these testimonies. But those that don't, I have a 20-year background in sales, everything from phone sales to business, face-to-face. Most recently, the 10 years, most recently before I just retired last year, I was in the mortgage industry, specializing in finance. I started in crypto in 2013. I was lucky enough to find Richard in 2017. I had the privilege of being a day one Hexagon, and because of that, I've had the chance to develop some amazing lifelong friendships within this community. When Maddie asked if I would give a testimonial, I thought to myself, nobody wants to hear me talk about making money in crypto and being lucky, and most everyone already knows my background, like I said, and I didn't know what I would be able to say that would hopefully leave a positive impression on your heart. We are in the bear market. Like I said, nobody wants to hear about someone brag about getting lucky, making money, being a day one Hexagon. But I said yes to Maddie because I respect him so highly and my love for the rest of the community. I want to use my time here today, instead of giving a testimonial, to give some advice that I've received from other Hexagons over the past 3 years that has really stuck with me and really influenced me and what I've done and my actions and the things that I've done over the past couple of years. But this advice is for everyone, really, for those who have made it and those who are still waiting on their moon bag to come. So day one or not, it doesn't matter. This applies to everyone. And it can kind of be cliche, but they're all meaningful at the very root. First, number one, money doesn't change who you are. It only amplifies your true character. Take time during this bear market to be selfless, help others. I say this all the time. The fastest way to accomplish your goals is by helping others accomplish theirs. Use this time to perfect your character, because when the moonbag does come, you want to be on top of your game. Your character will be amplified 10,000x. Number two, your dreams will remain dreams until you take action. Maybe you've been lacking the motivation. Let this be your wake up call. I am here to tell you today, get out of your own way and just do it. You might not know how or when to start, but take the first step. When you quit, you fail. The most successful people in life, I say this all the time like a broken record, are those that fail over and over again and never, ever give up. Ever. And number three, finally, always do what is right, not what is easy. Doing what is right is often hard and unpopular. You will certainly face opposition. You'll have to stand up to friends and family. Sometimes you'll lose relationships because of it. When you do what is right, you'll likely have to sacrifice things that you very much care about. But I do promise you, it is all worth it in the end. 2023 is going to be an amazing year. Hopefully, we have Pulse Chain coming out soon. Be on the lookout for a new album coming out, 4 more weeks. Bunch of awesome features going to be on here. Corey, Black Crypto, a bunch of the Hexagons. I know Jenkins, him and I have been talking about doing stuff. So I'm very excited about that. Remember, it's so early. We are all OGs. So that term gets thrown around, right? I'm guilty of it. I say it all the time, but everybody in chat who is here for the first conference or was here for the first conference, and you're here for the first time, some of you, don't let that discourage you. Some people got in early, some people have made it, some people have been blessed with that privilege, but we are all still so early. We are all OGs. And in 5 years at Maddie's conference, when we're all sitting here, we're all going to be saying, oh, I'm an OG, I'm an OG, I'm an OG. So I just want to say thank you, Maddie, for having me on. in giving me the opportunity. Thank you, of course, Richard, for everything that you've done for the community. It's an honor to be here with everybody here today, and I can't wait to party with everyone at the next meetup.
Awesome. That was very inspirational. Thank you so much.
Rock and roll. Thank you, brother. Have an awesome day today.
You too. Next up, we have Hex Ninja. Welcome.
How's it going, Maddie?
Pretty good.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure. And I'll go ahead and let you take it away for your 3-minute testimonial.
Yeah, feel free to stick around. I don't know if I'll use
Sure.
my whole time because I don't know. I'm not a streamer and I'm not even a very sociable person, I feel like, but I really appreciate you inviting me here to speak, and it means a lot to me. And even though I'm just nervous and anxious right now, I got butterflies in my stomach, I just want to tell Hexaco how much I love all of you. I've never felt more accepted and more appreciated and more a part of something than Hexaco. Hex has definitely changed my life, and Hexaco, I believe, is the reason. So just thank you all so much. You know, people probably don't recognize my face, but I'm Hex Ninja on Twitter. I designed one of the shirts for the Crypto Sparbook KSB TV people. They're my friends. And shout out to Patrick and ALLin because of you guys, I was able to have the most amazing experience hanging out with you on the tour and meeting all the other Hexicans. Thank you all so much. And thank you again, Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, so Abin and Patrick, they had started off on a 46-city tour of the United States to do Hex conferences in each city, workshops. And very early on, maybe in the first 5 stops or something, you joined and went with them on their entire journey. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true. I showed up and I just kept showing up. You know, I was before Hex, I was very depressed and in a very low place in my life. So if anyone out there is listening that's in a similar spot, you know, show up for Hexaco, man. Who knows what's going to happen? Like, it completely changed my life. You know, the people that I met, I hope have formed bonds that will be with me for the rest of my life. And I believe I have, because I know my Hex is going to be with me for the rest of my life. I'm going to just scraping the interest and yeah, keep restaking.
That's awesome. Well, and I know that there are many people at home who have probably met you and the Crypto Sparbock team because you all, went to 46 different cities. And so that's a really cool, special thing. And I really want to thank you for giving your testimonial, because I hope it'll help other people as well.
I hope so too. Yeah, man. Guys, grab you some Hex cards and happy shilling.
Awesome. Well, great speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And up next, we have ATX Crypto. Welcome.
What's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thanks, Maddie, for having me.
Yeah, you have a pretty popular YouTube channel, I think, and you speak about Hex. And so are you comfortable with me letting you take it away for 3 minutes?
Oh, yeah. I got have a little fun testimonial here, but I appreciate that for sure. Just come back on if I go too long, as always. What's going on, everybody? My name is ATX Crypto. I do have my own YouTube channel. I did start a daily stream ever since Hexologist stopped doing his daily stream. I think I've been going on now 2.5 months. I think the only day I took off so far was Christmas. Wanted to make sure we spent time with family and focus on family. But this isn't about shilling my channel. It's about discussing a little testimonial, folks. So my little journey when it came to Hex, right? Before Hex, before I found it, I was served in the U.S. Marine Corps. I did 4 years there, did 2 tours in Iraq. Decided I didn't want to stay in for life. I didn't want to become a lifer because I just saw more deployments in my future, and I already saw enough action during that time to basically fill my lifetime. So I got out, got into the finance game, got into sales and got into finance actually, and started learning a lot about credit, finance, and futures, and really how to invest, how to protect, and what to do to be financially savvy. And so my goal had always been to retire by the time I was, we'll say 40, because if I had stayed in the Marine Corps, I would have been 38 years old by the time I retired, if you do 20 years. So I always had this dream, this vision of retiring. And so I was chasing anything I could. I was doing stocks, I was trading, I was doing options. I got into crypto where I was doing daily investments of $100 between Bitcoin, Cardano, and Ethereum every single day, like clockwork, for over a couple years. And so I already had the mentality of going that route, but I was also trading. And so I wasn't actually making the biggest profit. And I have a background coming from the finance world. And so I heard about Hex. My good buddy, Dr. Kendall, actually pointed me the direction. We've been friends for about 10 years. And he said, hey, man, check out these streamers. One of them was Richard Hart. Started listening to him talk. And every single time I only heard him speak the truth. It was a very uncommon thing that you do not hear very often. It wasn't coming from a standpoint of a biased opinion of anything. It was only factual truth. And every single thing he could point to as a reference. And so it was the only truth that I heard. And so whenever I first started hearing about Hex, I was elated. I was enamored. I was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. This is what I've been looking for. So of course I do a couple tests. I do a 7-day stake and do a 1 week stake, or a 1 month stake. I ended the 7-day stake early. I wanted to see how the penalties work, how it played out. I did the full 30-day stake and let that play out with a very small investment. Everything did exactly like it said it would. I learned more about it during that entire first month as well. I didn't just jump in immediately, but once I had that first stake in, I moved everything from what I was doing before, because guys, it felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulder. Whenever I say this, I'm very truthful about it as well. Like a weight was lifted off my shoulder. The amount of strain that comes from trading, looking at the stocks every single day, looking at options, trying to figure out swing trades, trying to keep a track of everything happening. Do you do this here? Do you do that there? Constantly in front of a computer was almost too much for me. It became this point of contention where I'd wake up in the morning, I'm doing daily trades early, and it puts an emotional strain on yourself. It puts a mental strain on yourself. And it also puts a relationship strain, which you may not even be aware of, because so often we have a bad encounter with the trade where we may lose a couple $1,000, and then your day's wrecked or your week's wrecked or whatever it is. It just puts you in a bad state of mind. And so I found Hex, and it was this weight was lifted off my shoulder. I did a 15-year stake first, and then I filled in everything from backwards. And then I came up with my own little snowball strategy and how to hack and how to stake. And so you can actually do a 15-year stake every 3 months, one each, by filling it in one per year up to 15 years. And by doing so for 1 year, you can actually pay yourself quarterly every single time for 15 years. So that's what I did. My future is set up. My success is assured. And I can know that I can go to sleep so much more peaceful at night with trustless yield and everything else. I will say one last quote real fast. I know I guaranteed to go just a little bit long, so thanks for hopping back in, Maddie. But the future is not a destination, it's a journey. Embrace the unknown and have the courage to create your own path, because the brightest futures are built by those who dare to dream and work tirelessly to turn those dreams into reality. So I hope this quote helps everyone inspire and motivate you as we embark on our journey into 2023 in the future. I'm excited to be a part of this journey with you as well. Guys, thank you so much for having me. And Maddie, thank you so much for having me on as well.
My pleasure. What a great speech. Thank you.
Hey, looking forward to it, y'all. Catch y'all on the next one.
Peace. Welcome. How's it going?
You caught me. Please use the tongs, everyone. How you doing,
right.
Maddie?
I'm great. Thank you so much for agreeing to speak here, and looking forward to letting you take it away for your 3-minute talk.
My man, thank you for all the work that you put in for this community, man. It's been an abundant amount, I've noticed over the last few years.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Hexicans, hello, Pulse Chaniacs, but especially hello to you who don't even know anything about this. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Listen, I'm here to testify, guys. This is a thing you might want to pay closer attention to. News flash. We are not cult members. We're not crazy people. We're the furthest thing from crazy. As far as cultists go, we're actually rather about your sovereign autonomy, which is your freedom combined with responsibility. This might be a salient thing that you're going to want to think about in the coming years, as we're all facing some wacky stuff. So I'm Thothschild. How are you all doing? I was a ne'er-do-well. I was a Philadelphia musician, professional F-up. Then I became a daddy. Like many of you, I had to comport myself in a different mannerisms, shall we say. I kind of became a contractor and a businessman to lead the early morning life, let's call it, be respectable, look out for my family. I had a big hole in my life, though. I was battling a lifelong depression, much like Ninja had admitted formerly in this segment. Who would have thought that it would be a smart contract on the blockchain combined with a charismatic leader who had more moxie than a 1980s hip-hop MC with a mouth that would probably make Gerald Celente and John McAfee blush. Thank you, Richard Hart, man. You've changed my life. Who would have thought that combo would actually be the catalyst to bring the best out in me once again, to go into my natural wheelhouse of being a writer, being an orator. I am a musician, as I alluded to earlier. I will let my compositions and skills speak for themselves. Guitarist, producer, scratch, DJ, MC. I'm also a bit of a jerk-off comedian, but I'm also a community organizer. And to that end, I've surrounded myself with some of the best, hands down, human beings I've ever met in my life. I consider myself so very lucky. I did want to point out real quick, earlier on, I heard Crispy and Coffee and Hex Monkey, and I can't remember. I'm having a brain fart right now, so forgive me. But they were talking about an all-in-one space you can go to where you can find out information about this thing. I would encourage you all to check out our brother Famous's new efforts. He's got an application called Crypto to Learn, the number 2, and Hex to Learn. Okay. You check these things out. You're going to have an all-in-one spot to find out just about everything that you could ever want to know about this stuff. Guys, it is about, at this juncture in the history of our species, it is about sovereign autonomy under universal and natural law. And it is the modalities of decentralized protocols that provide the panacea for our people. Our freedom to transact as we see fit is endogenous and innate. It cannot and should not be compromised. Anyone who seeks to do so and get themselves in between, I'm sorry, is no friend of the people. I got to thank a lot of people, so I'm going to go as fast as I can before they pull the plug on me. But oh my God, Crypto King, that guy puts in a lot of work for this community, man. He gets a lot of these interviews. RG3, Kinetics, you guys freaking rock. Balliot Brand, you're like the heart of this place. My brother, thank you for everything and for welcoming me with open arms. Forget about it. Wales only one. You are my brother, and you know this is true. I've met so many incredible people, guys. Hex Mac, Hex Monkey, Thomas Turner, Bob Lagai, Bid Finesse, what? ALLin, right? First ballot Hall of Fame for all YouTube chats ever. Children of the Grave too, right? I got to say thank you to Jack of Hearts. My time under his wing was so beneficial. And rest in peace, Eric. We miss you, my brother. My Divergent crew, what good? Torin, what's good? Facing Reality, Rags to Riches, Finbear, Tap, what's good, Tap? Worst Damn Crypto Show. I'm sure they're going to pull the plug on me any second. My OG guys, Stones, Gafar, Yeti, T-Bird, Tobaroos, Dom, Matty Allen is back. Y'all be good. Hexico.
Thank you so much.
All
you
right.
rock. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Up next, we have Jerry Oaksmith. Welcome.
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Yeah.
So tonight I'm going to... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah. I'll let you take it away if you want.
Ready to go.
Awesome.
So I'm going to share a little bit about me. Most of my life, as I was growing up, things came easy to me, whether that was money, friends, girls, cars, whatever. Lived my life, in about 2018, a series of things went on in my life that were very disturbing. I went through a pretty challenging divorce. I lost my mother. I had two of my very close friends that I grew up with die. And one of them, I was in school with him from first grade to 12th grade. Then we got an apartment together. So it was a really challenging time in my life. So like most people that, go through stuff in our day and age, we go to the internet searching for answers, try and find some help. I found another favorite Richard, which is Richard Cooper, Entrepreneurs and Cars. And I joined his group. He helped me take a look at myself, take a look at my body and my mind, and start to make better choices. I got stuck though. And, one of the things I was trying to improve my life on is my finances. My business was starting to do good again. It fell apart. And I was looking at crypto. I lost a lot of money in crypto in the beginning, and then I found Hex. I'm not a day one OG or anybody close to that. But what I did do is stake. I staked out for 1 year, then 2 years, then 3 years, all the way up to 15 years. And when I was staking and I hit the button to stake for 5 years, 6 years, I'm thinking it's 2027. That's when the stake comes up. And what happened to me was something that I never was able to do. And that's think longer term. As I said in the beginning, things came easy to me. And I was forced to look at my life in a different way, going through a divorce, having my mom die, friends die, move to a different area, and decide to make some changes. And staking is something that helped me think long term. And without that, I probably would still have that narrow mind that I had most of my life. We show up to crypto and, there's a lot of things going on where people they engage in unhealthy behavior. And Hex is one crypto that I found that I get to put all that unhealthy behavior away. I'm staked out for 15 years. I have a staking ladder. It's beautiful. I'm excited about it. And I'm really glad to be part of this community. Speaking of community, I have had plenty of meetups in Washington State with a bunch of wonderful Hexagons. I never knew how many friends that I would find once I joined a community like this. So I want to shout out to Belly, Brand, RH Max, those guys everybody knows. They're in Washington. We have a good time here. So if you're in Washington State and you want to hang out with us, hit me up on Twitter. My name is Jerry Oaksmith. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a single father, I would also invite you to hit me up. And I want to thank Maddie very much for having us and having me on. And thank you. Thanks for watching.
Jerry, you did such a great job. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And up next, we have Hexagon Lindsay. Welcome.
Hi, Maddie. Thank you so much for having me. How are you?
My pleasure. I'm doing well.
For the 40th time tonight.
So looking forward to you taking it away here for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lindsay. I am the COO of Vibra Finance. I was brought into Hex early in 2021, and it has been quite the ride. My first meeting with the community was in June at the first Hex conference, where we watched tanks get blown up. We danced in the street. We just had so much fun getting to know each other. And then fast forward to the September and then last March. I mean, there's been so many great opportunities to get together with other Hexagons, but I think the greatest opportunity that I've had the pleasure of being a part of was when KSB TV came through on their city tour, and they stopped in Albany. And Vibra Finance had the opportunity to participate in getting members of our community together, like-minded individuals that are looking for freedom of movement, freedom of speech, all these things that are lovely when you have planned your financial freedom out. And so when we gather all these people in one space and we have like-minded individuals and lots of information coming our way, there was a really great opportunity, and it was like networking with family. So anybody that ever asked me, well, why do you find yourself being Lindsay the Hexkin? That is my Twitter name. And I say, because this is where I have met some of the most amazing people that I have the pleasure of not only networking with as friends, but as fellow entrepreneurs and as mothers, as creative women. Each week we gather together and we have spaces that we hold where they share our thoughts and ideas, and we're moving forward and we're making plans. And all of these plans will bring network adoption. They will bring, you know, where the women are, everyone will follow. We have ideas that are and ways of planning things that are much different from our counterparts. And so for me, it was like a goal of mine really just came true with meeting so many like-minded women in this community and being part of these chats and knowing that there really truly is a safe place to start. If you know nothing about crypto, get in the chat rooms, ask questions, participate. And if you're still finding that you're having a hard time getting started, I am here for you too. I've created a workbook to get you started step by step, right? 8 easy steps. Let's get you onboarded in here and teach you how to hold your crypto safe so that you can X out middlemen and continue to enjoy your freedom and create sovereignty. And if you have questions about these things, you can dive into chat rooms and Telegram groups. There are so many resources out there. This community is abundant with them. And getting to meet these people on tour, getting to go out on a golf tournament with them, I mean, it has been just a ride. So I don't know where I am in my time, but I just can't say thank you enough to everybody that comes on stream and joins us, who listens in as we chat each Tuesday. Serena and Alonzi and I have been breaking Hex down by the basics, step by step, starting with what is Hex, down to laddering staking. So each week we'll be bringing back more and more information and sharing it with our community members and more women out there in crypto as we continue to grow and flourish, because a rising tide floats all boats, and together we grow. And every other cliche term I could even, or phrase I could even think of to let people know that you are not alone. If you are nervous when you are in stream, you are not alone. If you are feeling like there is just no place for you to be, that's not true. There are Hexkins everywhere out there, and there are cities and opportunities. And if you just don't know how you can get there, then all you have to do is ask, because there's a voice, there's an ear on the other side, there's a shoulder. It truly is a community of individuals that are looking to be here for the long term. And that starts with yourself, your health, and your wealth too. And in looking at wealth in more than just dollar terms, and looking at it, because paper money doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day. It has intrinsic value, but growing these things of value as a community together, that's a special sauce. That's a special ingredient that only Hexicans have. So
I totally agree. And thank you so much for your testimonial. You rock.
Thank you so much, Maddie. Good to see you all.
Peace.
Good night.
DJ Pollywood, welcome.
Hey, what's up, Maddie?
I'm gonna leave you to it to do your 3-minute testimonial, and then we have one more left, and then we'll move on to the next segment. So take it away.
Maybe 2.5 minutes.
Go for it.
Hello to everyone, and Happy New Year's to all you crazy Hexicans. What's up? Let's go. First off, I want to send a huge thank you to Crypto Sparbuck, KSB TV /ALLin for all that they do for the community. I joined the team in Orlando and went on tour with them for 6 months. It was so amazing. Got to meet so many Hexicans in each city. Drove all the way to Vegas and back, and stopped at quite a few places on the way back. Let me tell you, especially Austin. What's up, Texas? Another big shout out to Suzanne Arts, since she is the one who makes me look so good with all the outfits that she creates. Love it. So something a lot of people don't know about me is that I was SIM swapped the day after Hex 19. Fortunately, nothing was stored on my phone, but some platforms were compromised, especially my social medias. And, there were some things that I learned during the time. I found out that there were services available to customers, and it's called High Security Alert. So especially on your mobile phone services, your banking accounts. I also recently found out that my credit report service, they offer the High Security Alert also to its customers. So make sure to take care and take advantage of that option where it's available. This does make it difficult and time consuming for you when needing to access it if you add the feature, but at least you won't have scammers stealing all your data, all your funds that you worked so hard for. Another thing that you want to do is to activate your 2FA. That's available on all the platforms that you use. Also, I was that guy that had to send pictures and videos to Binance to get my funds off. Don't be that person. Get your stuff off the exchanges now. So I just, thanks to Maddie for pulling off another intense format for the Hex Online conference. Without Richard Hart, we all wouldn't be here, right? Thank you, Richard Hart. 2 thumbs up to Sticker Guy, who's in the green room working his butt off, making it go smoothly. Hope to see y'all Pulse Chain coming soon. Yeah, when it launches.
I hope so too.
Maybe we'll do the Million Pulse tour.
Oh, that'd be outstanding. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that. Well, thank you, DJ Pollywood Win, for speaking tonight, and
thanks.
Thanks for everything that you do.
Yeah, thanks.
Peace. Now we have one more testimonial left, and I've got it's somebody who was seemingly a Hex troll, and now it seems like maybe not so much. But the final decision is yours. So without any further ado, here's our next segment.
There's so many scams. I have to.
Action. Fellow Hexicans and Hexican ladies and lady chips and all the other colours and creeds in between. Thank you so much to all of you for being so bloody supportive of my investigatory documentary movie film into Hex and the Hex peoples. I honestly been trying to get my head around how you are so enthusiastic about my work, because obviously as an investigative journalist, I try to get to the bottom of things and stay plural and as objective as possible, and that's why I think that's reflected in the mini series there, Hexicans and the Time Value of Money, because what I did and what I said I would do from the very beginning was get your guys' side, the other guys' side, the haters, and then I would try to, get some middle people in there. And I think if you make it to episode 4, where Dr. Ben Gertzel interviews with myself, I think you'll agree that I've, somewhat managed to get a fair and balanced objective view of not only Hex, but, the entire crypto industry itself. And I learned a lot of things on my journey. A lot of lessons were learned specifically about decentralization and the lack of it in the so-called crypto decentralized ecosystem. And I can't help but think the message of my work, my investigatory work, will resonate throughout time. Thanks again for your patience and sticking in there
with me until the end, and also appreciating the work that I delivered in the end as well. Don't forget, thebitjoinery.com is my collective ambitions to bring you guys into the fold so that we can all collectively together end the crypto scamdemic. Thanks again. I've been Tom Peter Gillespie, thinking of you always. Cut.
All right. Well, you heard it there. Tom Peter Gillespie, he's released a controversial yet not completely ridiculous Hex mini series, and I've seen it and it was pretty good. So up next, here we have Alex. Welcome.
Hey Manny, how you doing?
Great. Thank you so much for coming on short notice. You were a crowd favorite, and people are really excited to hear you speak for 10 minutes for talk number 1. And I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, sounds great.
Thanks.
So I just want to thank Maddie again for putting this conference together. Maddie spent a lot of time, years even interfacing with the community, building just a really good place for Hexicans to hang out. And even in spite of many challenges that have come his way, I have a lot of respect for you, Maddie. So this conference wouldn't be possible without you. So I just want to give you a quick little thanks. And I also like to thank Hex community. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. Thanks for speaking up on Twitter. Glad to be here. So today's kind of the first day of this conference. And no doubt there's going to be speakers talking about the ins and outs of many specifics and technical things of Hex. This is the third conference that we do it all the time. It's kind of one of our favorite Hexican things to do, I think, to kind of just sit there and get onto the nitty-gritty details. But many of you watching today likely have varying degrees of understanding about what Hex is, and who knows, some of you may even be brand new today. So I kind of want to do something a little different, and I want to talk about kind of the philosophy of Hex and what Hex means to me, and what I would like people to see in Hex that a lot of people within the greater crypto sphere don't see about it. So to understand kind of the base philosophy of Hex, I think it's important to take just a little step back and kind of look at Bitcoin, kind of the first crypto innovation that ever existed. By today's standards, Bitcoin probably seems pretty simplistic. It's a distributed ledger. If you hold your private keys, you're given this opportunity to take control of your financial future. By today's standard, that's a fairly simplistic thing. It rewards users based on trying to secure the network through proof of work, that kind of stuff. This is stuff we're all familiar with. But while the philosophy of Bitcoin has changed narratives many times, its model is widely adopted. It's all over crypto, and the majority of layer ones use a similar model to what Bitcoin does. And that model is not without its misgivings, right? There is a fundamental need for kind of this waste of electrical energy for proof of work to maintain its what they call network security. And not only is that wasteful, it also creates kind of this negative externality where miners are being required to sell Bitcoin in order to keep their mining operation afloat. And this is something that Richard's passionately proclaimed over the years, and something that really has resonated with me. That's something that should change, and I think that sentiment of that is also changing within crypto. But this kind of raises the questions what does that really have to do with Hex? And what about Hex's philosophy kind of innovates on that paradigm that Bitcoin laid out? Well, in many ways, Hex is kind of an antithesis to this idea that the user being able to mint their own rewards is a core component of network consensus. And that's how Bitcoin does it. But Hex, being a smart contract on the Ethereum network and soon to be Pulse chain, is able to kind of change that paradigm and look at well, what if we reward users for doing something different? What if we reward them for locking up supply? And so it allows users to mint their own rewards by temporarily removing tokens from supply. And this is probably the most contentious thing I think there is with Hex integrated as cryptoverse, because this is a core belief that many have in crypto, that this mintability of coins has to be tied to network consensus. And it's my personal belief, and not in any way advice, but as long as Hex has any value at all, it kind of breaks that paradigm and probably makes some people feel uncomfortable to some degrees. So, we're aware with how crypto kind of treats Hex in general. We're aware of the gatekeeping and a lot of the negative things that have happened. And I do feel over the years, we've made as a community significant headway into kind of changing people's minds, and there's still a ton of work to be done. But to me, this kind of core principle of Hex, that you don't need to tie consensus level with mintability, is a huge innovation. That's like, it seems simple to many, but in reality, it's a philosophical innovation that stands to potentially change crypto forever. So one of these, there's a lot of advantages that kind of come with this Hex being a smart contract on layer 2, innovating on these philosophical paradigms we've all believed about crypto. One is it allows more freedom, right? If you don't have to tie this mintability of tokens to consensus, you're now in a position where you have more freedom to design a system in which is more engaging. And I think Hex does that very well. It also has the freedom to be immutable. That's something no layer 1 can necessarily claim or ever claim, that layer 1 can ever be immutable, but a proper L1 gives the ability for anything built on top of it to be immutable. And that is a huge thing for Hex, because we never have to worry about admin keys. We never have to worry about something changing in a way we don't like. Hex will be how it is forever, for better or worse. And I think that's a very powerful thing. I think that's something more people should pay attention to. It's something that I pay attention to, and the majority of the crypto space would be better off if more people thought that was an important thing. And as a community, everything we seem to do seems to help progress that narrative. So what kind of this Hex allow us to do? Well, as we all know, you can lock up some coins. You can, through that, being able to mint yield of your own volition. You run the code yourself. No one can do it for you. It's really powerful. The one thing I think is heavily misunderstood with this is actually Hex's inflation. And as we all probably know, Hex has kind of this programmed in 3.69% inflation, but it's not actually 3.69%. We're not sitting here like actually on blockchain able to see the total supply of Hex increase 3.69% year over year. This inflation is kept kind of like locked up. It's in the stakes themselves. And not everyone plays by the rules. Some people emergency end stake. Some people stake shorter, some people stake longer. And it kind of creates this kind of, I like to imagine it as like, it's like a lot of bubbles, really. Like every stake has its own little inflation bubble in a big, larger conglomeration of bubbles. And some people can choose to serve that stake out and kind of pseudo pop that bubble, get that inflation back into the total supply. Some people can end early, and a portion of their bubble gets absorbed by these other bubbles. It's kind of a neat visual. If someone ever wants to like create a web visualization of that, like do it. It would be great. But yeah, it's because of that, because you've locked inflation alongside principal in this time commitment, which cannot be changed. You're now in a spot where you're kind of kicking this inflation can down the road, and the further down the road it goes, the more likely people emerge the end stake, especially longer ones. And we've actually been seeing this happen in real time. And every time someone emerges the end stakes, it kicks the can down the road further. So while this inflation is 3.69%, like in the code, in reality, what we've seen, I think a lot of people have been tweeting about this recently, is that the effective inflation of Hex over the past few years has only been like 1.3-ish%, which is lower than Bitcoin's. And I think that's an incredibly powerful statement, and something that a lot of people should be looking at too, because it's a bigger deal than most think it is. So kind of like rounding back into like Hex and what it means to me, the idea that you can have this smart contract that's, has 100% flawless uptime, it's near perfect, nothing more you could ask for it, that allows this user mintability of coins based on time locking. The fact that this can exist and just be a thing which people choose to interact with or choose not to interact with, and behave in the way it does, should be looked at a lot more by people in crypto, especially developers, especially people who want to build cool things. Hex is a cool thing. It's one of the coolest things I've seen in crypto in my entire crypto career, and I have nothing but love for it and the community, and I'm looking forward to all the great features that we have. It is a pillar, it is a rock, it's unchangeable, and it's great to build on. So I don't think it's quite been 10 minutes, but that's all I've got. So I love you guys. Thanks for the opportunity to be here, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the talks.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you, Manny. And thank all of you guys, and thank you, Richard.
Hell yeah.
Conference.
Thanks. And we have exactly 800 people watching right now. That's a new record for the Hex conference. So go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button, and let's keep reaching new all-time highs in participation. Now, for the next segment, we are going to have another developer speaking, and this is something that came in pre-recorded, and so I'm bringing it up here for us to enjoy. Now, this is going to be more on the technical side, and some people really appreciate that, and other people might get a little bit left behind, but it's going to be a 15-minute segment here, and then the next part will be, I think, good for everybody to catch up on what's going on with Pulse Chain. And so I'm hoping that everybody enjoys this. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my section of the 2023 Hexpo. I'll be discussing foundations, representations, and building in the bear. And as always, thank you, Maddie, for hosting the Hexpo, and thank you, Richard Hart, for designing Hex. As usual, I'll start with a sequence of very serious slides, mostly so that you can get accustomed to my speaking parameters. So by the end of this talk, I promise that you'll have witnessed a short and hopefully entertaining presentation. Last year, my talk ran a little long. You can watch it at the link. Additionally, I'm going to focus on some first principles. Now, a lot of principles related to what good crypto is are found in Hex. I'm going to target non-reactivity and transparency. Additionally, I'm going to share plans for some free and open source software for hexagons and building people pipelines. I'll discuss what that means. Additionally, I'll provide some perspective in the bear market. So one of the great things about being a hexagon is exposure to high quality ideas, specifically from Richard, but of course from other individuals in the community. Now, these ideas inform a set of principles, which of course compose an ethic. Now, more generally, we can think of this ethic as a set of parameters. And you'll find that if you reason about the ideal values of these parameters, they'll converge with the values that are specified by Richard. So I'm going to talk about just a few relevant parameters, namely counterparty risk resistance and censorship resistance. These ideas are going to support a notion of non-reactivity. There's a lot of attempts to induce reactions from hexagons. Depending on your perspective, they might be lighthearted or they might be malicious. However, the theme I'm trying to touch on is that we're trying to avoid being reactive. Now, it's not to say that being responsive is a bad thing, but we can be responsive without necessarily being reactive. And to do this, we can start thinking of projects for hexagons and by hexagons. Another parameter that I'm going to touch on, actually this is going to be sort of a pervading theme through the talk, is transparency. Some of my thoughts I have not included on this slide. So the reason I touch on transparency is that the more transparent, let's say, a code base is, the less trust is required. And sadly, I'm noticing a trend where future code bases in the crypto space are starting to be obfuscated. Now, that's not really a good thing if you think about it, because what it does is it forces trust. Security by obscurity is forced trust in perpetuity. Now, if my slides would cooperate, which of course they don't, so I reveal my entire slide deck. Here we go. I'll include a bad joke. Let's, for the purpose of time, let's just assume revealing my entire slide motif was that joke. I have included some transparent thoughts as well. And I've just reminded you about an idea from the previous slide about security and why we should strive for transparency and why we should support it. So the natural question is, how do we support it? Well, we can look at support software. So some support software for that enables or supports transparency is documentation software. And we can just touch on briefly ideas about how to design documentation software. At a very high level, we want it to be very general. And one of the sad things about generality is that people don't always consider ease of specialization. When they create general software, they sort of create one narrow demo path, and that's about it. So a really good design constraint should be triviality of specialization, and also an idea of extensibility. So good docs would likely include support for extant plugins, modules, etc. So why exactly would we want to support extensibility? Well, there's a lot of existing knowledge. Not everyone has it. Not everyone is accustomed to thinking in old ways. And there's a lot of new information. So if we can provide extensions that support a wide array of representations to support transparency, it's going to be easier to integrate new information with existing knowledge so that we can generate new knowledge. And so we run into this theme of learning. Admittedly, this there's sort of a dubious connection between what I've been discussing and this little section. However, it should come through across several slides. So hopefully it'll be less. It'll appear to be less tangential than usual. Finding out optimal representations to support transparency can be done by looking through old papers. There's some really great representations in the work of Leslie Lamport that are relevant and that are not, at least to my current knowledge state, well supported in plugins and certain kinds of software. So I think it's important to experiment with these types of representations. Not all of them are going to be good. And just like my sort of thread throughout this slide, the methodology is going to appear a little strange. Eventually, though, we will find the right set of representations to support our goal of transparency. Now, a good question would be, so to revisit this theme of why would we want to create well-designed documentation software? Well, it has to do with people, and specifically creating a pipeline of certain kinds of people into the Hex community. We'll notice that, in the future, it'll be noticeable that the software is free and accessible, and it won't necessarily only support crypto and Hex. So other people might use it. And if it's of high quality and well designed, anyone who can recognize high quality software and who is capable of generating technical text and who generates technical representations in that text in the context of that software is likely to be able to transition into generating code. And they'll do it from a transparency first perspective, which will reduce some security risks. So I'll be kind of exploring this in the new year. I plan to live stream some either the creation process of the documentation software or using the documentation software to make certain properties of extant code more clear. Like taking a careful look at hex code, pulse hex code, pulse chain code, etc. So at the moment, I have a few ideas of which software I'm going to use, or which framework, I suppose. I'm just waiting for it to mature a little bit. So at this point, we've covered this poorly put together set of slides, I'm sorry. So we'll there's one topic left to cover, which is just providing some perspective in the bear market. For those who were kind of worried about the future. So perspective in the bear is what I'll touch on next. So it might be a little discouraging when the price fluctuates. But there's obvious things to do while you're waiting for the price to reach whatever target makes you happy. And those things include learning, like I've touched on. You can learn about yourself. You can learn about properties of people. And you can learn about crypto systems. And surprisingly, they have a really intriguing connection. I won't go into it specifically, but this scene from The Matrix captures a Latin phrase that means "know thyself," if you'll recall the quote from the movie. And knowing thyself, it involves testing yourself, trying to discover your limitations, thinking about how to overcome them. And really that's the state of our sort of pulse chain hex ecosystem at the moment. There's a lot of testing happening, and not just one test is sufficient. So expecting multiple tests to occur and for tests to continue occurring until the system is just right. So we're learning about ourselves, we're learning about crypto systems, and we're learning about the system that the ecosystem is building and ensuring that it's right. And this touches on notions from my talk last year about battle-tested code and systems. So if you want to see that, hopefully a link will pop up. Yes, and you can go there. So a bear market is a great time to build. There's not much action. So yeah, sorry for the lackluster presentation there. So now a final note is really about the kind of stories you want to be able to tell next bear market. What you were doing this bear market when everybody lost interest in the space or was stressed out and worried about the price, so that you can help to create the next bull run after the next bull run in the way that you want it to be created. So the stories you tell now based on the actions that you take will inspire others. And think about the things that you want others to do next bear market. So what we learn, build, and share will inform and guide those who come after us. So as promised, I did my best to keep this talk short and entertaining. Certainly watching me stumble over myself and my words and mess up slides, etc. was entertaining, if the jokes were not. We focused on some important first principles from the ethic that Richard shared, that inform some of the ideas of, that inform the main thread of this talk. And we have some cool stuff to look forward to once I build it, and once many others decide to build things, whether it's support software or fun crypto stuff. So thank you very much, and this will be my concluding slide. I hope to see everyone soon on the few live streams that I plan on doing. So goodbye, everyone. Have a happy Hexpo.
There's so many scams, I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
Fashion Coder, welcome.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, I'm really excited because you were one of the people who agreed to do a tutorial. And I think the topic you have prepared is the Pulse Chain Testnet.
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you take it away for your 20-minute presentation.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, let's get started. So first and foremost, Maddie, seriously, thank you so much for letting me do this. I love Pulse Chain, love Hex, and I just wanted to tell you that you are absolutely legendary for doing something like this. Second thing, I want to give a shout out to my dad for helping me put this presentation together. He is so diligent in what he does every single day. He has a whole entire crypto routine, which includes him going in and going through the testnet and making sure that everything's together. So he's really going to be ready day one when Pulse Chain comes out. So excited for him. And just all of us as we go through this. So once, let's see, we shared, there we go, thank you. We'll get started. All right, so to go over what is going to happen today. So I am going to go through and basically show everything that we have going on within the testnet. I'm going to go over the Pulse Chain part as well as PulseX, and then go into the Pulse Bridge. And some of them are going to be more brief than others. One disclaimer, so my background's in software development. I used to be a software developer, and if you're in software development, you get this joke that like doing a live demo of something is very risky, just because you don't know what's going to happen. And so just give me grace if something happens as we move forward as I do this live. But I've been practicing and just making sure that everything is in place for this. So we're going to start right here with Pulse Chain. Right here, you can see that I have one active stake. So I made this wallet last night or the night before, and I was able to come in, get some T-Pulse, and be able to come in and stake. So right here, you can see that I do have this one stake with 1,000 Pulse in it. Just another little tidbit that we have going on is right now, if I go to my MetaMask, we're going to see that we are in Pulse Chain Testnet version 2B. So what that means is this is everything within this. As we move forward into version 3, which I hope is soon, it's going to be a little bit different probably, but this is the tutorial on version 2B. So just so you know, that is what's going on. All right, so we have our active stakes right here, but how would you stake? So let's go into our validators. What you're going to do if you want to stake your Pulse is you're going to come in, find a validator, and you are going to delegate your Pulse to a validator to be able to stake it. So if we just click on this top one, we can see, let's see, we're going to go like this. There we go. We can see that there's a total number delegated right here, a total rewards earned, and then how much I personally have staked on this specific one, which is 0. So if we try to come in here and add something, we are going to quickly find out that I do not have enough T-Pulse to be able to do this, which is totally fine. So a minimum of 0.01% is needed. So we're actually going to go to page 3 and I'm going to show you some there. But before we go there, as you can see, there's a couple of different things that are kind of highlighted. So you can see that you can tell if it's in rotation or if it's not. So yes or no, if it has misdemeanors or felonies. I ended up like coming back into my own testnet with all of my own stuff. And I was delegating to someone who had like 74 felonies or something like that. I was like, oh, wow. Good. I'm glad that I haven't looked at this in a while. But we can see the stake that I made that we saw on my active stakes page. So right here, we have that 1,000. But guess what? We're going to go in and we are going to stake and delegate to this one. All right. So it does have a total rewards earned of 0, but that's okay. We're just doing this for the purpose of actually adding it. So we're going to do the plus button here. And let's just do 1,000 again. So I have about 780,000 Pulse in this specific wallet. So we're just going to do 1,000 because I want to use more for PulseX. So I'm going to click confirm. This is going to pop up here. And then we're going to confirm the transaction through MetaMask. And eventually we'll get a little tag that will show that it went through. And I think it will also pop up right here. So we can just wait 1 second. And it will also pop up in our active stakes. Something that's kind of nice too. Yep, there we go. We can go in and we can do the minus and take away as well. All right. So that right there is what we can do with Pulse. If you would like to be a validator, you can. You can come in here and register. And then there's also rules and frequently asked questions. And I always think that the frequently asked questions part is like the best part of the websites because you actually really get your questions answered well. Okay, so that's Pulse Chain. All right, so that's a Richard Hart project. If you didn't already know, I'm sure you already knew that. Now let's go to PulseX. And this is also a Richard Hart project. And there is a lot going on here. So we have 2 different things. We have the trade, which has exchange, limit orders, and liquidity. And then if we come to earn, it has farms and pools. Now for this specific instance, what we're going to do is I already have a liquidity pair for Pulse and PulseX, and I'll show you what I've done with that. But I want to be able to come in and get some USDC. All right, so I'm going to do 500,000 Pulse for, looks like 2,718 USDC. So I'm going to come in and swap. So PulseX is a DEX. So it's a decentralized exchange where you get to come in and do a swap. I'm sure you've done this before on something maybe called Uniswap or Sushi Swap or something like that. But this is going to be Pulse Chain's DEX, which is awesome. So we're going to come in here, click the swap. We'll check all this, make sure it's exactly what we want, and then confirm the swap. And then yet again, we're going to come down here and confirm this within our MetaMask. Awesome. And if I haven't already added USDC to MetaMask, I can do that. I like that setup that they have because it just makes it more user friendly. All right. And now we can see right here that I have that balance. Okay. So we're going to skip limit orders for a second and go to liquidity because I want to make a liquidity pair. All right. So I have my Pulse and I have my USDC and I want to make a liquidity pair so then I can actually go and earn money on it through the farms. So right here, we're going to find liquidity pairs. I'm going to click on that and we're going to do USDC. So this isn't super intuitive right now, and I'm sure this is going to change, but if you hover over add liquidity, it becomes a button. Okay, so this is the place where we're going to put in a certain amount, and from here, we're going to be able to see that they're going to equal each other. The Pulse will equal what our USDC is. So we can kind of play with it. That's 100,000. So it's about, what, a fifth of what we did. And we can create this liquidity from it. But I kind of want to do more. So we're going to just put a 2 in front of that. All right. And then we're going to enable USDC. So it always will ask us certain enabling questions. So enabling Pulse and USDC. And I've already enabled Pulse before. So we'll enable that right there. Again, we're going to confirm. And then it'll take a second. And then eventually it's going to have us supply it. And that will create our liquidity pair. So as you can see, we have literally almost the exact same amount of dollar value of Pulse to USDC that we are pairing together, hence the liquidity pair. All right, so we're going to click supply and we're going to confirm the supply and we're going to have to go to MetaMask again. MetaMask is heavily involved in this if you didn't know. And then we have our pair. So we're going to close that there. All right. Before we continue on this, I do want to jump back over to our limit orders because I want to go through everything in the trade option. All right, limit orders are cool. So I made a limit order earlier today, but if we come in here and just look at, say, we do, let's see, 100. So this is, I'm going to explain this one right here. So we have 100 Pulse and we're looking at what it would be if we sold that right now. We'd get 638 PulseX if we did that swap. And so that's selling the Pulse at 6.38. Okay, what if I don't think that's a good deal? That's fine. I can come in here and put a different number in. So in the limit order I already have, I put a limit price of 7. So if it ever hits that, it will fill that order. But say I don't think 7's good either. Say I think 8's good. I can come in and change that and then also change the duration of it. So let's just leave it at a month. And so for 100 Pulse, I'll be getting 800 PulseX. So let's place the limit order. So confirm there. And yet again, here we have MetaMask. All right, we're going to confirm that. Close that. And then that limit order will pop up. There's our transaction receipt. And it will pop up in here. And we'll be able to see that. Awesome. There it is. So we have one at 7 and one at 8. All right. So that's the limit orders, which is also a really nice function that this has. Okay. So let's switch our brain back to the liquidity pairs. So if we come into farms, we are actually able to earn on our liquidity pair. So I said this earlier, I already made a liquidity pair earlier today that's PulseX and Pulse. So as you can see right here, I did about $500 of PulseX and $500 of Pulse, which then I smashed those together through the liquidity pair and then was able to come in and stake it right here. And as you can see, I have already earned 13 cents of incentive. So that's awesome. So we can actually go in and harvest this. So let's come in here, confirm it. and that is submitted. We can also take away or add to our specific pairs that we are farming. Okay, as we wait for this, we are going to do the USDC and Pulse one. So if we click on this expansion, we are going to enable the farm. So we do want to farm our specific liquidity pair of USDC and Pulse. And MetaMask again, confirm. Okay, and then it will, I think it's supply is what it will say. That's a guess. We'll see. But it will eventually allow us to be able to come in and do that. So, enable. I was wrong. Or stake. All of the things. Okay, we're going to stake it. And we're just going to do the max value. Confirm. And then we're going to go back over here again. Confirm that. Okay, so farming is a double-sided stake because it is that liquidity pair. It has the Pulse as well as the Pulse X, or in this case, it has USDC and the Pulse. And something that I really like about this page that is super intuitive is, say I hadn't have already have made that liquidity pair, it literally gives me a link right here. So I'm able to come in and do that. And look, we have a liquidity pair right here that's being farmed. All right, so that is our farming. And you can come in here. These are all the ones that are live. You can come in and see the ones that are finished, which I actually haven't ever clicked this button, to be honest with you. Looks like nothing's there. That's okay. If we come into pools, though, we will see something that's changed. All right, so we do not have any pools that are live. The last pool that was live was actually in April of 2022. So it's been a hot second since this has been live. But if we come into finish, we can actually see that there was this specific pool. Now, pools is single-sided, and so you're doing a single-sided stake of PulseX. So in this exact instance, what you would do is you'd come in, do the whole enable, you'd confirm, you'd stake it, and then you would earn the PRT from it. And so this is an awesome option as well, just to be able to use your PulseX in that specific way of that. Okay, and then if we come into here, let's go to the bridge. So I've actually been having issues with this today, so I'm just going to briefly go over it. So what is a bridge? So Pulse Chain is going to be a blockchain, and say we have another blockchain like Ethereum, and you want to bring over your assets from Ethereum to Pulse Chain. You are going to use the bridge to bridge in the assets from the other chain. And within this specific scenario, we are in Testnet, which is great, and Ethereum has a testnet that's called Rinkeby. So you're able to go in and get coins within Rinkeby if you want to try this out and be able to do it that way. So there are so many different videos on this on YouTube. So if you're curious and haven't been able to do this before, go to YouTube, search the videos of how to do a Pulse Chain bridge, and you'll be able to find stuff there. But it's going to be handy if you're interested in bridging. All right, next thing. There's so many things going on. We are going to go to the burn. All right, so this is the PulseX buy and burn, and you may have heard about this before, but this is a place where you are able to literally go burn the token, and it's actually burning it. So it's not going to exist anymore. So if we come in here, so we have the Pulse USDC pair, as well as the, let's see, the other one that I did was, oh, it's not in here. We're just going to do this one right now. So if I were to burn this right now, it's going to be about a cent. So we're going to click burn right here, and it'll ask us to confirm. You pay the fee for the burn, confirm, and then that will be submitted, and then poof, it'll be gone. The thing about the burn is it allows there to be scarcity, and when there's scarcity, usually it'll drive that price up. So this is a great function, and it is something that is somewhat unique to this. And if you have more questions, there's also lots of videos on this that you can get into. Okay, something that I found earlier today. Okay, let's see. PulseX bounty has been sent to your wallet. Awesome. It's exactly what I like to see. All right. Something that I found today that I haven't seen before. If you just click on the 3, and this probably won't be something that is like continuing. But if you click on the 3 dots, it will bring you to a dashboard. All right, so right here you can see the PulseX info and the analytics. So this is the full overview. We can scroll down and you can see like all the transactions that are going on, prices. So it's fun to see just like what this ecosystem of Testnet is at. And so there's all that. There's the top pools. And then you can go in and see all the transactions. So it looks like there's been lots of transactions even within the last like 7 minutes. So people are using this, which is a really good sign. And then if we scroll up, there's also just more on the pools and then the tokens. So if you want more specifics than what we were just looking at, you can find that here. And then if we also come into here, if you haven't ever looked at this, or if you haven't ever gone to PulseChain's Twitter or their Telegram, you can go in, you can ask questions and be able to find it through here. And then one other thing, I do want to go back to the Pulse staking. There is a sacrifice checker. So if you did sacrifice, you can come in and check with your wallet of the sacrifice that you did make, just to make sure that you are getting what you sacrificed for. So there's a lot going on with PulseChain Testnet, and it's definitely something that if you have time, it's worth it to go in and just test things out, get familiar with it, because it's important to know what you're doing, especially if you want to get in and be able to just, move around comfortably. And right now it's Testnet and it's a safe place to practice. So you know that if you do make a move, like it's a test material and it's for that. So that is our PulseChain Testnet. And Maddie, I will turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you so much. We got Crypto Coffee coming up next. He's not quite here yet. So let me think of a good question to ask you. So what are you most excited about when it comes to PulseChain, or what did you learn by putting together this tutorial?
Ooh, okay. So I hadn't ever done a limit order in a Testnet actually. And so that was something that I learned how to do, which was kind of fun. And something that I really like, and it just finally clicked with Testnet of actually doing it, was liquidity pairs. I didn't really understand what a liquidity pair was just prior to PulseChain. But once I started learning about it and looking at PulseX and just all the different steps, it made sense. And so, yeah, I think that was something that was a happy thing where it's wow, I actually understand this now. And then with the limit orders, it was just fun to do it in a sense of the whole Pulse ecosystem.
Yeah, and the limit orders there on PulseChain Testnet appear to be able to be set perpetually. There's no 7-day limit like there is on Matcha or something. So that's another thing that people can get excited about. So, well, thank you so much for doing this tutorial. You rock.
Thank you so much for having me. And thanks so much for doing this again.
My pleasure. So everybody go follow Fashion Coder on YouTube, Fashion Coder 6.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. And let me see. Got to do a big introduction here for the next speaker. Here's our transition.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere, bracket.
All right. Well, welcome Crypto Coffee. Thanks so much for agreeing to do a tutorial on Hex.
No problem. My pleasure.
Awesome. I'll let you take it away and you'll have the stage for 20 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks.
All righty, guys. So I guess I'm doing a tutorial about Hex. Fashion Coder covered PulseChain. A lot of that stuff's not out yet. Might be a bit too early to say exactly what it's going to be like. I feel like a lot of you guys in the chat know about Hex already. Okay, so for those that might be new watching this, watching 3 hours into this Hex conference, if you're brand new, you have no idea what we're talking about. I'm going to try to explain it to you in as short of a time frame as I can. I only get 20 minutes. It's really not that hard. By the way, guys, if you want to learn how to do all this with a visual example, go to my YouTube channel. I've got pinned videos right on my YouTube channel, pinned to my channel. It's how to buy Hex. for new people. And then for returning subscribers, the pinned video is how to stake Hex. It's the ultimate staking tutorial guide, staking strategies for 2023. So I know it's probably going to be a review for a lot of you, I guess. But hey, so if you're listening, great. And if you're brand new, I'm going to do a strictly verbal example. I'm not going to show anything on the screen because I'm not going to give away any personally identifiable information. Simple as that. So obviously all this stuff is given away for free on my channel. I've got hours and hours of videos on my YouTube channel. You can get all this stuff for free. How to buy Hex, how to stake Hex. That's really all people care about at the end of the day. That's the evergreen content. It's not really that hard. I can dumb it down in a pretty easy way. And again, visual example, all free on my YouTube. I've also got a course, hexpassiveincome.com. So if what I'm about to explain is too complicated, or if it piques your interest enough and you want some more hand-holding one-on-one type of a course, it's a very, very affordable course. I highly recommend you just invest in yourself. Take $150 and learn, invest in your own education. It's 8 to 10 hours of peer tutorials all the way from zero to hero. If you know absolutely nothing about crypto, I even talk about, the terminology of crypto, how to get started, how to stay safe, how to set up your MetaMask wallet, Coinbase, all that stuff on top of staking strategies and just Hex tools in general. All the links are in one helpful place. There's so much that I can't possibly talk about within 20 minutes. So again, if this is good for you, if you like this and you're new and you want some more one-on-one directed, chronologically ordered information, hexpassiveincome.com. If you don't want to pay any money, I'll tell you how to do it all for free. Okay. So how do you buy Hex? You need an exchange. You need an exchange. You centralized exchange. That's step one. If you're brand new and this is actually valuable for you, which for 99% it might not be, but if you are brand new and looking to get into Hex right now, again, it's all going to be a verbal tutorial. Take out a pen and paper and write down everything I say if you're actually taking this seriously and if you actually want to know. And write down what I'm about to tell you. Write down the websites so that you can go there after this is over and click on the websites, set up your accounts, all that stuff. It's really, really not that complicated. Anybody that knows how to click buttons on the internet can do it. So step one, you need a way to get your real life bank money. We call it fiat money. You need a way to get that into crypto money. Okay. We use centralized exchanges to convert our dirty fiat Federal Reserve money into glorious decentralized crypto money like Hex. It's a 3-step process. So the first step is number one, get an exchange, set up an account, give them your ID, show them your hostage picture, whatever. You got to KYC yourself. There's no way around it for a safe entry point into crypto. Then you link your bank account to your centralized exchange. My favorite are, crypto.com, coinbase.com, and kraken.com. Kraken.com and coinbase.com. Those are my 2 recommendations, not financial advice, but I like those. I like those a lot. I also like plenty of other exchanges. It's always good to make a whole bunch of exchange accounts in case one goes down. You've always got a backup option. Now, once you link your bank account, you never keep your money on the exchange for as long as you have to. Okay. It's like a public bathroom. You only go in there to do your business and then you get out of there as fast as you can. So you link your bank account to a public exchange. Again, Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, crypto.com. There's a million of them. Okay. It's not that hard. Google it. Then download what's called MetaMask, metamask.io. Don't go to any other website. Any other website's a phishing website. You're going to get scammed. You're going to lose all your money. Once you set up metamask.io, just go through the setup process, follow the rules. Seriously, just if you're really serious about doing this, you will look this up on your own and you will be able to follow it all just fine. They tell you the instructions verbatim, how to set up your MetaMask wallet. It's a Chrome extension. So if you're using a browser that's Chromium based, even if you're using, let's say, Brave or some other browsers also support it. Most browsers support MetaMask. You can also get it on your phone. Before all this, I do recommend getting a dedicated crypto laptop or phone that's isolated, that's not connected to anything else. So it can be a laptop you never use. It can even be an old smartphone that you never use. Get MetaMask on a dedicated crypto type of laptop for safety. Okay. Once you set up your MetaMask account, copy and paste your public address from MetaMask into your centralized exchange account and transfer your money, your new crypto money that you bought on the exchange account, into MetaMask. So let's recap what we just did. Get a centralized exchange. You buy Ethereum on that centralized exchange. You send that Ethereum from your centralized exchange account into your MetaMask account. Again, you'll figure all this out if you really want to bad enough. From your MetaMask account, you go to Hex.com. Right on the homepage of Hex.com, there's a nice little module. It allows you to link and connect your MetaMask account to buy Hex. So really simply, just all that Ethereum you just bought, now you're going to buy Hex with it. All the fields are pre-populated. You don't have to do barely anything besides click a few buttons. Swap your ETH for Hex. Do it if you want to. I'm not making you. I don't have a gun to your head, okay? It's up to you. You buy the Hex. You leave a little bit of Ethereum left over in your wallet. You need to leave Ethereum in your wallet because if you don't, you're not going to have enough money to pay for gas fees. I feel like this is really rudimentary for a lot of you guys. Gas fees are kind of this one little annoying thing about crypto where you need to have enough Ethereum in your MetaMask wallet to pay for transaction fees. Ethereum is essentially the fuel of the Ethereum network. ETH is the ticker symbol for it. You need ETH to pay for gas so you can drive on the road, which is the Ethereum blockchain. Buy Hex using ETH, and then there you go. You just bought some Hex. Now hop on over to go.hex.com. Write that down, go.hex.com. Go there if you want to stake your Hex. It's totally optional. You don't have to stake your Hex at all, but if you want to know how people are really winning in crypto, how people are really making life-changing generational wealth right now, thousands of people all across the entire world, I'm one of them. Go.hex.com is the one-stop shop. You really only need to ask yourself two questions. If you decide to stake, say, do I want to stake? Yes. Okay. How much do you want to stake? How long do you want to stake it for? It really could not be easier. How much do you want to stake? How long do you want to stake it for? So let's say you want to stake 10,000 Hex. Today, that's about $200. Pretty gosh darn cheap. I mean, we haven't seen prices like this in a year and a half. So congratulations. You're getting in at the lows. You're going to do just fine. Go to go.hex.com, type in the number of days you want to stake for and the amount of Hex you want to stake. It's right in front of your face on go.hex.com. It literally could not be simpler. I recommend, I don't recommend anything. You make your own decisions, okay? I like to do a staking ladder personally. A staking ladder, what is that? It's kind of like a CD ladder. So you can make a yearly stake, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. That way you always have some Hex coming due where you can choose to either sell some of the interest or some of the principal or a combination of interest and principal. You could sell all of it for all I care. It doesn't really matter. It's personal to your lifestyle. And when your stake comes due, you can launch that stake and restake some of it, sell some of it, take some profits, right? We're here to make money, and launch that stake all the way into the future at the end of your timeline. So, at year 1, you would launch Hex and you would restake Hex onto year 6 after taking profits. On year 2, you would sell some interest and you would restake the principal to year 7. You see what I mean? On a 5-year stake. So you have what's called a perpetual passive income machine. It's really, really cool. And if that sounds cool to you and you want a visual demonstration of all this stuff, if you want me pointing and clicking on the screen and, just seeing where everything is, seeing exactly what websites to go, I will hold your hand at hexpassiveincome.com. Shameless self-promotion. Also, guys, it's free, okay? All my YouTube videos, they're free. A lot of you guys in the chat probably don't need to know this, but if anybody is brand new watching, I'd really like to be kind of valuable here and not just give a Hex buying and staking tutorial. So I already told you, right? Get a centralized exchange, transfer your bank money into ETH, get MetaMask, transfer your ETH into MetaMask, go to hex.com, buy Hex using ETH, go to go.hex.com, stake Hex on that website. All right, clip that out. It's 15 seconds. That's how you do it. If anybody in the chat actually has a legitimate question that I can answer for them right now, I've got probably 10 minutes left. I don't just want to show my course the whole time, but I do really recommend it as an onboarding tool. If you guys are curious about joining Hex, I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make you drink, right? It's totally up to you. The door to financial freedom is right here, right in front of you. It's up to you whether or not you choose to walk through it. Let's see what we got in the chat here. The course is awesome. Thank you, Sandy Beach. Restake your Hex while the price is down. You'd have to be a fool to cash out now. Yeah, a lot of people are restaking their Hex when the prices are down. I'm not taking profits at the lows. I hate doing that, especially not at 2 pennies. That's a buy zone. in my humble opinion. But yeah, you know, people have to cash out at various times for all sorts of reasons. You know, people in December might have had to cash out for, you know, tax purposes, to pay their taxes. Or maybe that was like October, November, whatever. Life happens, okay? So you can't necessarily say why somebody always sold, but there's always a reason for people to sell. And it's whatever fits their personal needs, their personal lifestyle. One of the things I like about hex staking is kind of making stakes for particular days in your life. You know, birthday stakes, Christmas stakes, New Year's stakes. It really makes your life a lot more fun when you can give yourself a birthday present every single year for the next 15 years. And, you know, 10 years from now, your past self, you're really going to be thanking your past self. You know what I mean? That would be a really cool move of your future self to have done at that time. You know what I'm saying? So really only you guys can give yourself the gift of financial freedom. You have to be willing to take the risk and the repercussions. And when everybody is shouting from the rooftops that it's a terrible idea, historically, that's been the best time to get into crypto and any stock. When there's maximum fear, when there's blood in the streets, that's when it's time to buy. That's what Warren Buffett said, not me, because I'm not a financial advisor. What's going on, Crypto Artie? How you doing? Channel Impact says, is Hex only for the rich? No, sir. Hex is your opportunity to be among the rich. That's what I really do believe. It's another shot at financial freedom. Yeah, crypto is the only asset class in human history that can appreciate 100, 1,000, 10,000x and make you life-changing returns. You know what happens if you put your money in the stock market? You wait 40 years, you might be lucky to get a 3x return on your principal. It's not necessarily life-changing. Now, there are ways to be very, very successful in traditional investing, but crypto is where it's at. Crypto is where you want to be, especially as we transition into the digital era. The whole world's moving towards crypto anyway, so you might as well try to be on the train that pumps the hardest. I think Hex is going to be that train. Anybody in the chat, can I be valuable in any way? The theme of tonight was tutorial, so I can only teach you guys so much in a 20-minute segment. I can't really teach you guys how to think. You have to be able to think for yourself, right? You have to be able to analyze your own thoughts, have a long-term mindset. I really do my best for the mental part. I have a 5-step kind of process in the course that I'm adding to V2. 5 steps to get your mindset right, really. I guess I can go over those really quick. Where are we here? You know, if you really want to be successful in crypto, a lot of people aren't going to tell you this stuff. The most boring non-financial advice I can give is buy best assets, sit on your ass, and just shut up and do nothing at all. A lot of times people think they got to do something. You just buy the thing and you hold it for a long period of time and you thank your future self in 3 to 5 years. It's really pretty simple. But nobody wants to hear that. They want to say, you know, they want to hear what button do I click every single day, like a little rat, a little hamster in a wheel, right? You need to value short-term thinking over long-term thinking. That's how you really get your mindset right. People that have short-term thinking that don't delay their gratification, they're going to get wrecked in crypto. You're not going to make it. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2 is trading sucks. Trading sucks absolute balls. If you try to trade, you're going to get wrecked. 90% of traders lose money, depending on who you ask, maybe even higher. And it's not a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when you're going to lose money. So people that try trading, I almost hope they lose sooner rather than later, like I did. And I was lucky enough to have not gotten mega wrecked via trading because I learned, you know, Richard came along, taught me a better way. Trading sucks. Okay, the vast majority of traders lose their money. Rule number 3, don't fall for shiny object syndrome. There's going to be shiny objects pitched to you all the time. We're seeing it right now in the bear market. Everyone's fighting for your attention because, you know, they're trying to prey on the people that feel like they missed the boat, that people that feel like it was too late. And I kind of feel for those people. You know, don't go astray. Keep your eyes on the mission, and don't get shiny object syndrome, right? 95% of cryptos, I'm probably being generous, probably 99% of cryptos have failed or will fail. So don't chase a pump. If you're chasing a big pump, I mean, especially in a bull market, it's probably already too late. Limit your social media as well. That's going to help you with shiny object syndrome. If you limit your social media intake, you're going to be less distracted and bombarded by the shiny new flavor of the week, the coin of the month. Because if you're that type of person that just feels that rat brain, you got to click on everything. Again, you're going to get distracted. You're not going to make it. I did it myself. I'm not perfect. I'm not a guru. I'm an example of my own my own mentality gets the best of me sometimes. I managed to lose a couple of grand in a bull market on some shit coins like what was it? Quick Swap was one of them. I tried to chase a pump, and then I went crawling back to Hex and tried to beg for forgiveness for my little Hex stakes. You got to reprogram your brain. Risk equals opportunity, and not the other way around. There's risk in everything, right? It's too risky not to do some things. What's the risk of playing it safe, right? You work at a job your whole life, 40 hours a week, job you hate just to retire and impress a bunch of people you didn't even like anyway. Think for yourself. That's the final rule. Critical thinking. Don't rely on a guru. Rely on yourself. All right. I'm not a guru. Nobody's a guru. The more importance you place in individuals and the bigger of a pedestal you raise them on, you're only going to get disappointed. Okay. You really need to stop putting all your power in the hands of other people and take control of your own life. Escape the 9-to-5, escape the rat race, abundance over scarcity thinking, real risk versus perceived risk, information asymmetry. Information is asymmetric, meaning the more information you have about a particular topic, you can shine a light on it and make it seem far less risky than the person who's in the darkness who perceives that very same thing as being highly risky. This is exactly what Hex is. You guys in the chat, you have asymmetric information. You're able to see what's still very dark to a lot of people. So it's our job to push that asymmetric information line towards the public to help them see the opportunity is really out in the open, and it's not this shrouded mystical thing that's overly risky. Defund the police. Cape Figure says, Crypto Coffee, we were friends years ago on Twitter. You were straight then, and I believe straight now. I had a different username then. Well, I am straight. I don't know in what case you meant straight, but thank you, sir. Hopefully, maybe I'll add you if I find you under that different name. Let's see. China Impact. Can we do a moment of silence and condolence message to fellow Hexican who lost his daughter? Yes, that is very, very sad. I wish the best for that man in Idaho. Terrible for that atrocity to have happened. Our Hexican brother over in Idaho lost his family to a tragic shooting incident, I believe, and very sad. All right. Questions in the chat. Save my USD for PLS and PLSX for more X's or buy Hex now. I don't give those kinds of recommendations, dude. Did you not just listen? Think for yourself. I don't tell you what to buy, how much to buy. I don't tell you which coins to buy. I think Hex is going to pump. I personally think Pulse Chain is going to probably outpace Hex. Hex is probably going to outpace Pulse X. You're trying to pick between different hundreds of X's, okay? You're trying to pick between coins that are all going to do fantastic. So don't overthink it. Don't stress too much. When I was working my 9-to-5, every single extra dollar I had went into crypto for as long as I could. I could do that. And it worked out really, really well. Okay. Let's see. Well, I hope that was valuable for somebody. Again, guys, if you're brand new, I don't think a lot of people are new here, though. What's going on? I mean, we got how many people watching?
We actually have a record number of people watching compared to the previous 2 Hex conferences, if you can believe that.
I can. Yeah, that's huge. That's pretty awesome. I mean,
it is.
Bottom of a bear. That's what I'm telling everybody. Like, the social metrics are up verifiably. You can't argue with that. There's more people here than ever were before. So all this pent up FOMO, guys, it's going to cause this catalyst that's going to start an avalanche. That's just going to be FOMO sapiens just aping into Pulse Chain and hopefully Hex, and hopefully not getting distracted by everything else on there. But hey, who am I to tell you what to do, right? You make your own decisions. You're all grown-ups. Thanks for having me on, Maddie.
Yeah, you've been a huge contributor to the Hex community, and I really appreciate you. And that's kind of the segue I can make here is that also Discourse Syndicate has also been a founding member of the community and a big supporter. So thank you so much, Crypto Coffee, for everything you've done. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Peace out.
Bye-bye.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to Don't Ever Send Me Money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, Don't Ever Send Me Money. Imposters everywhere.
Kinetics, what's up?
Hey, buddy. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Great. Thanks for inviting me. I appreciate it. It's been an honor to be on 3 of these now.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you thinking that I have something of value that I can offer the community. You're killing it on all metrics, man. Your subscriber count's growing. More people like you and Coffee were just talking about are seeing Hex and Pulse than ever before. And I just want to congratulate you on all your success, man. This is so cool.
Thank you so much. And
buddy.
I know you're going to do a great job here. That's why I picked you for the first 30 minutes of the keynote here. And so I'll let you take it away.
I appreciate that. Okay, now that's a lot of pressure. Okay, see what I can do here. Maybe I can actually answer some questions for you guys here in a minute. There's not a whole lot to update you on. I've been asked to talk about the Hex Investment Trust. Things are going really well. I do need to preface that it is a 506c registered security. So it is an actual security. It is for accredited investors. And it is a way of recreating like the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust in the legacy market. So there's as you all know, there's trillions upon trillions of dollars in the retail and legacy markets. And so we want to be able to capture some portion of that and be able to grow the Hex, not only awareness, but also obviously the price. We like the idea of that. We have come up with some really cool metrics for it when we go public. Right now, we're not doing anything special with it. It's in the private stage. When we are able to go public, then we are looking to change the way that the trust operates, which will give it an advantage over the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust because it will be a yield-bearing instrument, whereas Grayscale has nothing but sitting on it. And right now, with their back-end partners, DGC, they are in some big financial trouble. They're thinking about maybe paying everybody back. We got none of those externalities. In fact, we've not even charged fees to the investors. So there's a 2%, 2.5% maintenance fee every year, and we've not charged that. We probably won't until we go public. But without giving away too much information, because we haven't done a whole lot with it other than we're just accepting investor money right now. And a lot of that has come from self-directed IRAs, which we've been really grateful that Rocket Dollar and their custodian approval has been super, super great with working with us and our team. There's a lot of you guys out there that may be accredited investors and you're not even sure you are, but you'd like to put your money in something like this that's going to have outsized gains compared to pretty much everything except tech unicorns out there. So there's an opportunity for you guys to do that if you're interested. If you're not sure if you're an accredited investor, we have a trusted third party that we use that verifies that. So the hexinvestmenttrust.com is where you can go to find that. The inquiry form just to get started and everything. We can't give the PPM out. We're legally obligated to not give the PPM out until we show that you are an accredited investor. And then we go through the whole subscription process of you guys bringing that money in via the Rocket Dollar or some other self-directed company. Or you can actually, if you don't want to do it through a tax deferred or a tax tax-free bucket, so to speak, like an IRA. Well, it's pre-tax for the for the Roth IRA. So you pay taxes on the money before it goes in. But if you don't want to do that and you just want to invest as an investor, you still can. You just have to worry about your tax situation every year. It's totally an opportunity for people to get a ticker symbol out there that is Hex related, that is tradable on the NASDAQ. That is our goal. After we have at least 50 investors, which we're a little shy on that, or $10 million. We were actually pretty close until, as we know, this bear market hit. But we've been very fortunate that we still have multiple investors monthly that are still subscribing to the subscription agreement and adding to those dollar amounts. And we all know when it runs up, it's going to be very, very easy based upon past performance. If it does what it's done in past performance, the digital asset known as Hex that underlies the trust, then we're going to have a pretty easy opportunity to justify to the SEC that it hits all the and conditions to be able to go public. We get an OTCQX listing at that point in time, and then we're off to the races on the NASDAQ. Then we got to figure out what we'll probably do. So we've like I said, we've never taken any of the maintenance fee from the customers. We've never, or the clients, we've never charged that to them. We've just paid for all the expenses out of pocket to date, which it was a lot more expensive than I expected it to be. But I mean, we're talking about financial products, and that was a new ball game for me, even though I had done things similar to it. I had never gone down this road before, but we've got a great team of SEC attorneys, high-powered SEC attorneys, who also agreed after looking at Hex and the original Hex opinion letter, legal opinion letter, that Hex is not a security. They also agreed that it was not a security. So if you guys are interested in participating in that, or know someone who doesn't want to touch crypto themselves, there's a lot of people like my parents and some very wealthy individuals I know don't want to manage their own keys. We've got a solution for them. Why not pump the Hex price at the same time, right? But moving on to the SEC, here's where I'm really most bullish about the Hex Investment Trust. We at the Hex Investment Trust did get an SEC subpoena. It's first, I just want to tell everyone, I wouldn't make too much fun out of this. They're in the middle of an investigation. This is standard protocol. It really means absolutely nothing. Yeah, the detractors and the haters of Richard Hart and Hex have a lot to say, but there's really no teeth bearing at this point in time from the SEC. And so we did, since we are an actual registered security, we decided, not to play hardball at all with them. We went ahead and gave them all the documents. We've been 100% above board. Like I said, we've never even charged a maintenance fee or to handle and manage these people's money, aka their Hex investments. So we feel very confident that we can show that there's, other than the price of the asset going down, there's nothing we can do about that. That's outside of our control, because there is no entity or centralized entity behind Hex. We know it's an immutable code that pays a trustless yield, right? So we submitted all of our documentation to them with the I wouldn't say trying to box them in, but we were doing it with the intention of, hey, we did this in good faith. We created this financial investment tool that is an actual registered security, and trusts cannot have securities within the trust itself. And so we use legal opinion letters that we had gotten from the beginning of Hex's inception to our attorneys stating why they believe everything is good to go on this front. And so we let them know, like, hey, you guys can continue to do your investigation. That's fine, but we are 100% above board. The Hinman standard very much applies to us, that it is decentralized enough and that there's no admin keys and no central party that can manipulate the code itself, that there's no risk there for the trust holders, the holders of the units of the trust, that they have to worry about that externality for Hex. So we're very, very excited about that. And I think it's going to be after talking with our attorney, Robert Barnes, some of you guys may know him from Wesley Snipes in his fight against the IRS, and Kyle Rittenhouse saving himself from going to prison forever. That's our high-powered attorney, and we're very excited to have him on our side. He's very, very busy, so we don't always get feedback as quickly as we'd like to from him, and that's okay. As long as we're getting the right feedback at the appropriate times, right? So we believe that we can use this as an example going forward, that, hey, look, there's how many legal teams that have looked at this, and one of them is a particularly high-powered SEC law firm. And so we're really interested in seeing how this all shakes out. But like I said, I believe this is a huge instrumental part of being able to show in the SEC's investigation that Hex is not a security. So I probably better turn on some comments here. I wasn't even looking at the comments, but let me see what some of you guys are saying here, because I know some of you guys are. Yes, he was Alex Jones's lawyer. That is true. He was. Didn't a judge rule XRP was a commodity? So I don't believe Torres is her name, has gone that route yet. I think that's the judgment, or that's the judgment that XRP is looking for after the Mango protocol, and another one was commandeered from the SEC by the CFTC, saying that it was actually a commodity. And so I think they're trying to rely on that. The Hinman standard did get released in court, so that is a big boon to us. We like that. Let's see. Yep. Humberto Gonzalez, 100% correct. The SEC investigation is standard protocol that will only make us stronger. This is actually to our full advantage that they are done with. This will attack massive big investors, will attract, yes, massive big investors to our ecosystem. I believe that too. I honestly do. I think a lot of people are making bigger waves with this than it really is. Like I said, SEC does this. They do their investigations. It'll be a long time before things happen, and it'll be a long time before because a lot of people don't know this, but the SEC subpoenas are not actually actionable. It means that they are not enforceable. They have to go to a judge, and what they'll do is they'll throw out 20 different things they want you to submit to them, and if you just say, "No, I'm going to invoke my fifth," then they have to actually take their time and resources to go and speak with a judge, justify to the judge why it's right to break the Fourth Amendment and to dig into your life and get probable cause. And because they have probable cause, get the documentation that they're requiring. And then the judge 90% of the time says, well, I'll grant you access to this, but not this. And then the judge actually has to sign off on the subpoena. Then you get a real subpoena from the actual Justice Department. And then at that point in time, you have to do something about it. And I think it'll be, even if I'd like to think that some of the steps we're taking, like submitting the Hex Investment Trust documents, saying, here's all of the legal documentation why we believe that Hex is not a security. After they've reviewed that, we're hoping that they won't even waste their time to try to chase anybody down. We've been very fortunate that this community is all a volunteer community. No one has been paid to discuss a product that they really like, an immutable product that can't be changed, no admin keys, that they can't, that we've never been paid to promote anything. We were just, like I said, just a product that we enjoyed, similar to being fan clubs of the new Air Jordans and us talking about it. The only difference is this one produces yield trustlessly for us, and who wouldn't be excited about that? So I'm not going to talk about NFTs. So maybe 3 banks you have seen to be favorable for crypto on and off ramp for Hex Investment Trust. Well, I will say this: we do use the Hex Investment Trust does use Kraken. We've been for a very long time now. We've been approved, and we use Kraken to as the on ramp. The only way to sell the units of the trust is after it goes public, is it will be done on a secondary market in the form of like a stock. So you'll be able to trade it on regular trading desks. We'll have to go through and show the trading desks. I believe we'll be on Fidelity, quite honestly. Fidelity's going big on crypto. And if any of you guys know how many monthly users Fidelity has, it would mean an exponential rush to crypto with a product like this that would help. Obviously, the externalities, a rising ship floats all boats, and the Hex price, I think, would be very greatly impacted in a good way with that. So, see if there's any other really good questions in here. Yeah, Tiber, gotta love the SEC wasting their time and resources because of a few salty top buyers who didn't know that Hex is a finished product and didn't seek legal advice before filing complaints. It's true. You get enough of them. I've seen some of the complaints. We're working on getting because we're pretty confident we know some bigger names that are known within this community that might have had something to do with it. We don't want to accuse anyone of anything. Once we have a Freedom of Information Act and we get very, very specific, because you get denied several times, you have to go more and more specific every time. We'll find out the true sources behind this. And if it's just a numbers game of too many people sacrifice more than they could afford to lose, not understanding it was a sacrifice, as the name says, then that could totally be something that we'll just bring to the community once we have that information. So Pulse Former, those are sales trophies from back in the day as an insurance agent. So yes, Barack Obama wants his ears back. Fiat, you're so funny. Love it. So any of you guys know any people that want to put some legacy finance money into Hex and positively affect the price, as well as get that trustless yield and an outsized return that they're not going to find anywhere else in the legacy markets, we'd love to talk with them, guys. So rising ship floats all. Is that what I said? Rising tide floats all boats. My bad, guys. So hey, guys. Well, I appreciate you all. I know we got a little bit behind tonight because there's so many great speakers that have so many great things to say. If you guys have any questions for me, at The Real Kinetics on Telegram is a good way to find me. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter. I produce a little bit of content on Twitter, but I don't consume a lot of it. I'm so busy with a lot of the things that we're working on in the background, including the movie, the things that we're doing with the Hex Investment Trust, helping Hexicans get and other people in crypto now get their legal situation set up for legacy wealth. So we're doing a lot of other things out there, but that's the one I really wanted to focus on, is that things are going great with the Hex Investment Trust. Obviously, with the market being the way it is, it's a little slower than we were hoping to, but it's okay. We're willing to cover those bills until we can get things to that across the finish line, because GBTC did big things for legacy finance, getting the attention of Bitcoin, as well as being on news and financial news talk shows all the time. So we're hoping that will have the same positive effect for Hex as it did for Bitcoin. So appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Maddie. I really appreciate you.
Hey, before you go, we're still waiting on Johnny Chaos to do the second half, but I see some people asking in the comments, what's up with the movie? Any updates on the highest?
Things are really good. Things are really good with the highest of stakes. We're at that very sensitive place where it's in sales, getting ready for distribution. Have some people try to word this correctly without breaking any terms of service of any of our it's not that we necessarily have NDAs, we just don't want to speak about any specific companies, but let's just say I think we're very close, guys. I would give you a timeline, but I could be totally wrong with that timeline, and we all know how upset everyone gets when you give timelines and then it doesn't end up that way. But things are good, guys. It's not that there's not interest. So let me put that out there for you guys. So we're really excited about that.
You've seen the film and you're not allowed to say anything, right?
Yeah. I loved it.
Tell us with your face without using any words.
That's what I was just captivated the whole time. So it was pretty fire. I will say though, guys, I've said this on our stream at Discourse, but I want to make sure everyone knows this is not a puff piece. This is not a shill piece for Hex. It had to be so much more objective, and I think it was harder on Richard Hart and Hex than any of the fudsters within the YouTube crypto community or Twitter communities. So, but I think he comes out winning it on the other side. At least that was my judgment or at least will make people interested in looking into more information. So I think it's going to be a net positive for Hex.
Did you see the Coinbase documentary on Brian Armstrong?
I thought it was so weak. The production value was horrible.
Man.
I think it gave Amazon like 1 million new subscribers or something like that. So with the quality of this film versus theirs, it's heads and tails. The production level is heads and tails greater than anything that Coin or the other one that we like to look at that did really well on Netflix was called Trust No One, about the Quadriga CX. And this is heads and tails. Yeah, this is so much better. So much more entertaining. It's funny. Like, it's great. Hey, Toby, will you put in the chat how many box sets are left? Because I haven't been paying attention. So I apologize. I've been so busy. We have some limited edition box sets. I don't know if he wants us to tell everyone who bought it, but someone very well known in the community bought the #1 edition. And so really excited about being able to meet this particular person at a nice dinner with all of the people in the movie and the production crew and everything else. So we're really excited
Is it
about
the
that.
Godwell?
It is not. It is not. So I'll say that, but I don't know if I haven't got his permission to say, so I won't throw anybody's name out there yet. But yeah, if you guys will check out limited edition thos.com, you will see that there's the limited edition box sets. It's got vinyl. They're all numbered, by the way, but it's got a vinyl soundtrack to it. So, and the soundtrack was all custom, 100% custom. It's not reused music from anywhere. A 40-piece orchestra. Everyone keeps saying 30. It was a 40-piece orchestra, guys. 40-piece orchestra. I also have a new channel called E3 Syndicate. We've got such a great crew, including Maddie here, that are doing such a great job with the Hex content. I decided I'm going to branch out into more of the fitness and the making money online space. And once I get enough of a base, I want to point everybody back towards this community, because I think a lot of people need to know about this product. I'm just going to go about it a different way than we've done previously. And so keep holding down the fort over here, Maddie. You guys are killing it. Such a great set of new streamers that have been coming out as of late. And I appreciate all you guys volunteering your time to make sure that this thing goes viral worldwide, because people need this, man. People are hurting out there. They need this.
I'm gonna keep you on here if I can until Johnny Cash shows up.
No problem, man.
Because I told him it was gonna be half an hour. But I would love to know how does it feel to be one of the people who created the longest running weekly Hex show of all time?
I don't know, man. It's I guess I never really looked at that.
Well, hey, I've been streaming for 110 weeks straight every Tuesday and Thursday,
so cool.
and I have to tip my hat to you and the group that has been doing Fridays and so many other days regularly.
Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that we were able to convince a lot of other people that, hey, you guys can do this thing too, because, man, our production quality was crap, and we just got on and talked a bunch of trash. And we enjoyed having people come on and try to rebuttal. And literally what we were trying to do is we were just trying to find people that had evidence against this. We were probably more invested in this than we should have been at the very beginning. And we just wanted to know from all the people out there that thought they could claim this thing was a scam. We wanted to see their empirical evidence, because no one wanted to get out of a scam faster than we did. We had all lost in 2017, but the more we did our research and the more we dug into what the Hex code does, and the weaker and weaker the arguments came, and all it was just opinions and just their own personal FUD, it just strengthened us, man. And so all we did is say, hey, community, come on and talk with us about it. And now so many great streamers have come, not just out of discourse, but then, so like, I would say you're second generation streamer, and you guys have been doing it. You've been killing it, Maddie. And then you've encouraged and motivated, I don't know, I'd say there's probably, you might have created more Hex streamers and poll streamers than we did as a subsect for the third and fourth wave. And that's what we need, man. That's what we need. We just need those ripples in the pond that keep reaching out.
Well, hey, if that's true, then everybody who I've inspired to be a Hex YouTuber, you need to go out and inspire more people than I did. So
that's right. That's right. Now the challenge is on. You guys have to go get more Hex streamers coming on now too. I love it.
Well, all jokes aside, it's you guys were a big reason why I started streaming, and so I want to thank you again.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks for taking the reins. You've done a great job of taking specific content and actually preparing content for those shows. And most of the time, our prep work for my shows that I've done in the past were, maybe 15, 20 minutes. I can tell that you've actually done some, especially some of your longer shows, that you really dug in and did the research on. So you guys want empirical data, and obviously you're doing a great job tracking your numbers, how many weeks you've been doing this, what's your subscriber count is going up. You're probably, my guess is you're probably watching how many what the click-through rate on your videos is, and the amount of time watched per video. And that's great, because you can't really grow unless you're watching those things. So I got a little bit lazy on that. So I appreciate you picking up the
I'm just
slack.
passing it forward like you guys did. And speaking of which, if anybody wants to learn how to be a Hex YouTuber, you can go to t.me/Hex YouTube. And that's a Telegram group that I plan to do more with here in the future. But it's already got a good following of 30 people that are actually active, like talking about what they want to do. So
heck yeah.
Yeah. We'll all just keep passing it on. And that's one of the really cool things about the Hex community is that, we all learn from each other and give each other shortcuts to be the best that we can.
Wow. Valerie T-Share, that's amazing. Wow. That is phenomenal.
What?
Yeah. I'm almost afraid to even talk about that. That is phenomenal.
That's wild. So yeah, mine is Mati.eth, Mati.eth.
That is fantastic. Thanks. So Valerie, I know Valerie because I've seen Valerie around forever. So Valerie's definitely been in this community for quite some time.
That's epic. That's
absolutely.
wild.
Well, I appreciate it because we haven't done anything with the legal fund yet because we're just waiting on what our next step is. But we've got, I guess I can talk about this while we're waiting for Johnny if you've got a little bit more time. If you go to my Twitter profile in my bio, I've got that the legal fund that you can send that to if you're and don't feel obligated. It's great if you can do that. I feel like the obligation really is on those who are in early. Those of you guys who sacrifice $500, I'm really not trying to ask you guys for all your money while you're hurting in this down market. So that's not what we're asking for. It's just the people that are going to be most served by this going away and having a finality to Hex not being, classified as security. I think that's huge. But we have 4 ways in which we're doing this. The first thing we're going to do is through the subpoena that we have answered back through the Hex Investment Trust. We're also going to ask for a provisionary no action letter. So that says maybe we're operating in the gray, but we want to continue operating anyway because we'd like to get Hex in front of Legacy Finance. And then we can go as far as press releases. And then we can actually force a judgment through declarative action. It's not declarative statement. I misspoke the first time when I came out. It's not declarative statement. It is a declarative action. It is not very common, but essentially it's you bringing suit to the SEC versus waiting for them to bring suit to you. And then we've got another one that we're looking into, which I don't know how viable it is yet at this point in time. So we're doing more research. I don't want to speak about it because I can't speak to the validity of or how effective we think it would be. So I appreciate that. Valerie, appreciate it. In my bio is where you can send that ETH for the legal fund. And
I'm speechless at this. This is
absolutely
this
amazing.
Is somebody saying that they want to donate $120,000. Incredible. Wow. I don't know that this has happened before in the history of crypto YouTube. So
yeah, that is so cool.
Wow.
If we can solve this before having to go to that.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you, brother.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to make the promise while I'm here on the air on your show that any of that money that doesn't get used, if we get to the point where we have some clarity from the SEC that Hex is not a security, I would like to go ahead and use the remainder of the funds for the individual. I can't even call them influencers. It's just fans of this product that have been, and not even necessarily the podcasters. Even some of the Twitter guys have been harassed as of late. The SEC subpoenaed records from Twitter, which the good news on that, guys, is that Twitter most likely will not give your personal, or at least the little bit of information they do have from your profile behind the scenes that you use to sign up. They most likely won't give that up without a court summons, or without a court subpoena. So they don't typically respond to those things until they have an actual executable legal document in front of them. So if it gets to that point and we're able to get some kind of clarity at all, I'd love to pay for individual Hex Twitter followers or Twitter influencers, as well as the podcasters. I'd love to be able to put the money towards that.
Yes. Thank you so much, Valerie T-Share, for your
You're amazing,
extremely
Valerie.
generous donation for the legal fund purposes. Thank you.
That is so cool. Thank you.
Huge relief, actually.
That is so huge. That is so huge. Maddie, we're going to win, bro. We're going to win.
I love
and with
it.
the help of people like Valerie, this is going to be possible, man. We will win.
This community is so amazing. So amazing. So
cool.
The crowd's going wild, of course. We have 625 people watching live. We have come to the 30-minute mark here for Kinetics giving his legendary keynote. And really, I mean, how many communities have people come on and donate 100 ETH to something?
Yes, I
in
give
a bear
all
market. I mean, it's
give all the credit to Valerie there.
It's incredible. So,
Maddie,
very
thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me a stage here to shill our stuff.
Of course.
But we really do believe there is a net benefit to the Hex community through getting legacy money to file into this thing. So if you guys out there can help us, someone who needs this, or you yourself need it, reach out to us, guys. We'd love to go ahead and onboard some of that legacy finance money into I'd like to say a market buy on Uniswap. So we'll see. Depends on how big it is, but appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Kinetics. We'll see you again next year, I hope.
Yep. Thanks, Maddie.
All right. Peace. And now we have the second half of our keynote here. Let's cue up the music here.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
Hey, Johnny Chaos, welcome.
Well, hello, Mr. Maddie. How goes it?
It's great. I'm so glad you could be here. You're one of the most important voices, I think, in the Hex community. And so I'm really excited to hear what you have to say in your half-an-hour keynote.
Well, I will try to meet expectations. I'm ready when you are.
Sounds good.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Now, this is more targeted for the new people or the people that are doubting of the quality of the Hex community. Crypto can be intimidating and scary. You most likely will encounter mainstream crypto influencers at the tippy top of the algorithm, and you will make an assumption, since they are using words and phrases that you're unfamiliar with, that they must be talking about, something that's above your pay grade. But usually that isn't the case. Too much of the crypto space is focused on buzzwords. Words that they repeat and parrot without understanding the definition or the rationale behind them to begin with. Decentralization, self-sovereignty, immutable code, DeFi, unstoppable, unconfiscatable, censorship resistant, deflationary, DeFi, liquidity, oh my. The narrative sounds strong, but their understanding is lacking. Everyone loves to use the term decentralization. In order to understand this well overused term properly, you first need to understand what defines centralization. Centralization is where a few entities have absolute control over your ability to participate, your rights to participate, and I get stumbled on my words. See, this is what happens when I don't do things on the fly and I'm actually reading from something that I wrote down. They have total control over your ability to participate. Decentralization is supposed to be the opposite. However, it's more complicated than that, because decentralization attempts to be inclusive. The players trend towards controlling larger positions and gaining more power over time. Since decentralization is such a marketing point for the crypto space, and the only community we're kind of the only community to expose its talking points. True decentralization does not exist. It doesn't. True decentralization would mean everyone has the exact same chance and opportunity as everyone else. Why is this simply not possible? Because everyone has a different starting point, different advantages and disadvantages, different levels of economic energy, resources, and knowledge base. You simply cannot level the playing field. There are different aspects of decentralization as well. You have ownership of supply, and you have network operations. Man, usually I don't miss a beat. Now do I? As far as decentralized ownership of supply, it's absolutely an imaginary creature. Sorry. Even BTC, considered to be the most fairly distributed and decentralized cryptocurrency, its top 2,000 wallets own over 40% of the supply. Every successful ERC20 token is over 90% owned by the founders in the top 100 wallets. That's a fact. Don't believe me? Fine. Go to Etherscan. Enter any successful ERC20 token. Hit search, click holders, and there's your evidence. Your evidence that you find. An example, BNB, last I checked, the top 100 wallets owned 99.11% of the total supply. Freaky, huh? Nobody ever mentions that, do they? This is actually very good for price. Why? Because small supplies allow them to buy back if it drops below the intended market support value. Okay? The perception of value of their coin, they maintain the perception of value of their coin with very little cost. If larger amounts were freely in circulation, it would cost multiples to maintain the price points that they had set and maintain the value created. In traditional business, we would refer to this as a stock buyback. It maintains the perception of value and allows stock to achieve higher price points by showing what appears to be strength over a longer period of time. What is a stock really, other than a flag that says, I like this team? You are not paid based on the company's performance. You don't get a say at the board meetings. It's simply a statement. I got to move this thing. It's simply a statement to trying to be included in something that is bigger than yourself. The value comes from the ability to sell at a higher price to the next person that wants to root for that team, not actual performance. People like being on the winning team, and they're willing to pay more to be a part of that winning team. Decentralized ownership is actually terrible for price. Fair distributions typically perform very poorly. That is unfortunately the statistical truth. Let's talk about network. Two companies almost own all of the hash rate of Bitcoin, which allows them to receive the majority of all the new coins produced. You don't have to say you're rooting for your team. The biggest, I don't know what I skipped here. Anyway, it's the biggest, it's the biggest there is, right? And two companies are getting all of the supply. For that popularity of that brand name, you are paying an extreme premium. There is newer technologies that are more inclusive and serve the same exact functions. That's what I'm missing. Hold on, guys. I was doing so well, and then I had to go and do that. So knowing that true decentralization is a myth, and it certainly doesn't apply in the ownership aspect, all we can do is focus on the network. Even then, the term is actually sufficiently decentralized. You need a group of you need a group that is heavily invested in the continuation, that will not give up and move on. How do you decide whether or not something is sufficiently decentralized? Do a few entities have absolute power over the network? What are the barriers for entry and participation? Is it inclusive or exclusive participation? Can the rules be changed? Can someone else cut you out? By participating, are you as an individual self-sovereign? Which leads to the question of self-sovereignty. This means you are only responsible for your actions and participation. That participation is unaffected and unhindered by the actions of others. No one can undo your progress independent of other entities and platforms. This is what people are trying to achieve through the use of the term decentralization. However, self-sovereignty is a little bit different. Self-sovereignty can be achieved with sufficient decentralized currency, with centralized ownership. It's quite simple. Everyone has access to the same immutable code, which rules of participation are set in stone. The actions are not dependent on any centralized authority or entity. The code has no middlemen, allowing anyone to participate at any level without restrictions. You are the producer, not the consumer. Permissionless. Can anyone stop you? Do you have to make a request for approval? Can you act independently? This is what I would define as DeFi, a term that has been stolen by centralized entities to use to brand their highly controlled and managed applications and platforms, which made absolute mockery of the term. It always was a square. They just called it a ball for marketing purposes. Immutable. Cannot be changed or upgraded. It doesn't evolve or change. Finished, complete. Bitcoin and Ethereum are always evolving, upgrades and changes. You might not be able to change it, but others have the power and authority to do so without your approval. Censorship resistance. This is only as effective as you maintain custody at all times. The moment you place your coins on an exchange, you waive this right. Unconfiscatable. Not true. Governments can absolutely force you to give up your holdings and have government auctions of seized coins all the time. If you leave your coins on exchange, you also waive your right to this purpose and functionality. Market cap. God, guys, we love this one, don't we? Let me move this up here. I'm trying to move it. It doesn't want to move. There we go. Market cap. It's an arbitrary number that is exponentially larger than the actual value that can actually be extracted at any given point. It isn't actually a cap, and it's broken time and time again throughout history. Imagine telling someone who bought Bitcoin at a penny that BTC would have a market cap over $1 trillion. Imagine their response, right? Market cap is based on the last price multiplied by the total supply. And everyone should know the second the first coin is sold and the price goes down, the market cap falls exponentially. Exponentially. Based on the number of total supply. So if it's got a large supply and you sell one coin, that one coin multiplied by that large supply is the factor in which that total market cap decreases. Market cap was designed in a way to create a list based on the only metrics that coins had at the time, which was price and total supply. Used in a way to create a list and give them a reason for you to visit their website so they can market you advertising. Total supply is actually irrelevant. You don't know how many diamonds are in the ground or gold is in the mine. A small percentage of the planet, only a small percentage of the planet we've even investigated. There are areas which are so difficult that it doesn't even make sense to go there. So what do you know? So what you do know is what is available supply. Perhaps would be a better metric to concern yourself with. This is the amount that is available for purchase at any given time. Available supply is a metric used as a buzzword, or liquidity is actually a metric used as a buzzword that people don't understand. Liquidity is actually available supply. It's subjective and it can change due to market conditions. It is a dynamic metric that needs to be understood and not just thrown around. Value and price. Value is the ability to exchange. I can exchange for something I need. I don't understand why people choose to make it more difficult and make excuses to define value. A shirt is a shirt. It serves the same function whether you pay $5 for it or $5,000 for it. Value is what a person is willing to pay at any given time. It's important to remember you are not the market. As long as anyone that is not you is willing to pay the price, value is established. Price is what you pay. Value is subjective to how the market feels about that price point. Are you back, Maddie? Did I see him pop up? Okay, he's not. Okay. There are millions of items that you will never buy or have a use for. It doesn't mean that they don't have value. You are not the market. Use case. Use case is not value. Sometimes some things do nothing at all. Value comes from the market and what anyone is willing to pay. Don't make the mistake of transposing your ideals on what you believe value is onto others. Inflation bad. Bitcoin is deflationary. Actually, Bitcoin is inflationary for the next 120 years. The cap can actually be changed if the miners agree. Inflation is not inherently bad. It is actually required for expanding systems. If there's no new supply, what happens when no one wants to sell? Inflation distribution can be bad. The question is who gets it. Unregulated hyperinflation is bad, where limitless supply is just thrown about. A locked, unchanging rate of inflation with proper distribution is ideal for growth and inclusion. Otherwise, you have a high-end collectible that is exclusive and only a few can actually participate and even have the interest of participation. Boy, this is really harder than I thought.
Johnny,
Yes,
I know that you and I do a good job going back and forth. And I also know that you're one of the smartest people I've ever come across in Hex. And I'm not just saying that. You and I were on the phone the other night for like 2 hours, right?
Yeah.
And you gave like a bunch of super insightful things. And yeah, so just like flow with me here.
Flow with you? Am I
Yeah.
dying here trying to read all this?
Well, it's not Johnny. It's like it is, but it isn't, you know?
I wrote it all. So I don't even remember where I left off. Anyway, the concept is much simpler than dang it. All right, I give up. I'm not gonna read it. I should just leave it as a tweet.
Well, and what do you think of the fact that there's so many people watching this year? I mean, is that something you expected?
I haven't even looked at the count, man. I'm not even paying attention.
It's we peaked at 800 viewers, and last year on the same dates, the same exact opening day, there was only 550 as a peak the entire first day, and the year before that was 450, and so we have way more than usual. Have you seen like the Hex community growing? I know you're always on the cutting edge of like, you know, which people are loving Hex and which people are hating it, and
well, I hide, and I'm still gaining about 50 to 100 followers per day.
Yeah, and you're one of the most beloved members of the community by far. It's not even a contest.
But I'm not a streamer, you know. So that's you know, to give you the kind of idea of the metric. My metrics are growing, and you know, so initially when I started doing this, you know, and talking on Twitter, I mean, it was really just having a conversation with my friends, you know.
Yeah.
It's just weird now because it's like now like a couple thousand people just showed up. It's like being in a restaurant and you're having a conversation with your friends, and you turn around and you look back at the back into the restaurant and everybody's staring at you. And you're like, oh.
It's worse than that. I mean, the amount of people that watch this conference, for example, is enough to fill a basketball stadium.
It's pretty crazy.
But I love how you brought it back to like in the beginning, it was just you talking to your friends. And I think that's one of the reasons why people are so excited to hear what you have to say, because you are normally talking about things that they care about or that they're thinking. I know sometimes it's like you're reading straight out of what I'm thinking in my brain.
Yeah, the thing with what I was trying to cover with this whole thing was I was trying to really put as much in there as possible that showed people that there's a lot of critical thinking in Hex. We are very familiar with the aspects of crypto. We are very familiar with why people would perceive things the way they do. You know, if I was an outsider looking in and I had just discovered crypto, you know, I would do what everybody does. You know, they click and they look at the top of the algorithm and they believe that the people that are with the most followers and top of the algorithm are giving them truthful and correct information. And unfortunately, that is not the case at all. And they use language that people don't understand, and that confuses them and makes them think, oh, this guy's using big words, he must know what he's talking about. And that's just not the case. And you meet this community, and we understand things like liquidity. We understand available supply. We understand that a lot of these metrics and myths in the crypto space are just that. You know, they're buzzwords. They're, you know, people throw decentralization around. It doesn't really exist. It does not really exist, not in the sense that people think it does. Yeah. And they confuse that with the ownership versus the network. And it's a great dream, but it's like you start asking people, you know, yeah, but isn't that a middleman? And they'll be like, oh, yeah, well, I guess that kind of sort of is, you know. And it's just kind of funny because it's like everything in crypto, the whole space has been trying to migrate towards centralization and control. You know, they want you to use the centralized exchanges. You're not allowed to participate in the Bitcoin network. You are no longer near the source of the product. If you're not near the source of the product, if you're not producing, you're just a consumer.
Yeah.
You are just a consumer. You are a consumer of Bitcoin. If you're not mining, You are just a consumer. And Hex actually offers people the ability to be more than just a consumer. You can really participate.
We're critical thinkers over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's man, I was almost through that, you know.
But it shows exactly what we're talking about, that the natural conversation we're having. It's like you know, people are relating to it more.
Yeah, people don't know what they don't know, and they parrot what they hear at the top of algorithm. You know, we call them Google geniuses. No desire to learn, strictly dependent on and the mercy of the algorithm. You know, true Hexicans, you know, we've been skeptics from the start.
Yes.
And I mean, we got into Hex, and when we did get into Hex, what did we do? We questioned, how does this work? How's that work? I mean, we've dissected this thing over and over and over and over again. Where are the victims? Hey guys, it's 3 years in. Where are the victims? And you can't count the people that don't understand crypto and buy it like it's a lottery ticket, and, you know, buy tops and sell bottoms. That happens in anything. You know?
Anything.
Where are the victims? Where did the code hurt? Should we get out the doll? Hey haters, where show us on the doll where Hex hurt you? You know?
Well, and it also comes down, you know, to the point of the law and society and like history has shown exactly what it means to be a Ponzi and a pyramid and stuff. And there are plenty of examples of those out there. I mean, it's not a mystery which cryptos are Ponzi's or scams and which ones aren't. And Hex is the most solid in the space as not a scam.
Yeah, and the whole closing statement was, you know, Hex is actually simple. You know, you produce coins on your own that happen to have a market value. It really is just as simple as that. It's just like the early days of Bitcoin, when all you had to do was click an exe file as it was intended before the large companies took it over, and now they receive all the new supply. It's one big one big club, and you ain't in it, as George Carlin says.
Absolutely. And it's, you know, our ability to like mint our own coins, mint our own delayed gratification, you know, that's it is a leap forward. It's like when Bitcoin solved the double spend problem, that was great. And it's like
how
Satoshi
to make yield without mining equipment. How to make yield without being at the dispense of the companies that sell specific equipment that's very expensive, that you have to buy a large quantity of before you can even compete. You know who makes money in gold mining? The guys that were selling the shovels. And that's what they're doing. We're seeing a repeat of that. The Bitmain is making a fortune off of selling people miners. They're selling the shovels so you can go dig. And then you can waste your energy seeing what you can extract out of that, which isn't going to be much. You know, in the meantime, they make all the money. You know, it's shocking to watch these billion-dollar mining farms go down, you know, and they're still, you know, and one of them was one of our haters that was fighting us the whole damn way, saying mining's the way, and we sell every day. We sell every day on your head. Do you not understand that's negative externality? You're selling every day. You're telling people to buy Bitcoin, and you're selling on their heads every day so that you can fund your mining operation. That doesn't make sense. That everybody else isn't mining, just you. I mean, where else do you get more? Buy my shit. Yeah, buy the stuff that I'm making. Don't buy what you can make for yourself. Just buy mine. You know?
That's the beautiful thing about Hex and the leap forward that it is. I mean, even though Bitcoin had programmed in it time locking, Hex is the instance where things really got going with the community. And so, you know, I think it's everybody here. And I think in the next segment, Johnny, I hope you can stick around while we bring up the rest of the crew, because it's time for a social now.
The solution to solving this exchange problem, this problem of these exchanges offering yield to remove you from your coins, is trustless yield. A contract that will earn you trustless yield without them. That's how you eliminate that.
And I would encourage everybody to follow Johnny on all of his socials, although I'm not sure if he wants you to. At the end of the day, though, I want to say for the entire community, Johnny, we're really lucky to have you, and I'm really glad that you could come on and speak today.
Well, I'm glad I'm still conscious at this time of night. It's 12:30 here.
That's right. You know, I would have done the conference earlier in the day, but I wanted to be respectful of people, with day jobs and normal hours. And so,
oh yeah, mess with
even
the
though
guy
it's
that
extra
runs his own
late,
business and makes his own hours. Yeah, screw him.
there's no ideal time for a truly global community. And, I think the ones who have it worst are in Europe, who this is, it's the middle of the night for them. But with that being said, we've got the rest of our crew here to bring up for the social. And thanks again, Johnny, for being here at this late hour.
It's a Timmy and a cabana.
You know what? I need to hold up. I need to do like a big intro for everybody. Sorry about that. This is new this year, and my stream is my computer can barely keep up with all this good stuff. So here we go.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart bracket. Don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
Yeah.
That's a big crew.
And we're live.
And we're live.
Oh, the Hard's got the
Awesome.
golden mic. We're in big trouble now.
So it says on my screen here that you have been live for exactly 4 hours and 20 minutes. When you brought us on. So I just want to say that. Shout out to the Steak and Bake crowd. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yeah, but you were watching. You were not doing the whole show. And
oh no. Yes.
Yeah. There are people in this community who have done 7-hour shows, and they are called Richard Hart, I guess. And I think Mati did a 7-hour one once. So we're just the little guys.
Hexo did the 24-hour streams.
24 hours, yeah. Multiple 24
Yeah, well,
hours.
that
was... You gotta be a trooper to do a 24-hour stream, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
When you
that
get
was
all
a great
bowled
one
up,
for Pulse Chain Sacrifice launch. Yeah, I was in that one. That was good with lots of music and the fun. That's very social.
And Orca did a Twitter space that lasted for days.
Yes.
Yeah. Like 3 or 4
Well,
days.
okay, let's not talk about Huddle Dog who has whatever he did.
Look, Huddle Dog, he's going to be in the conference. He jumped on at the last minute, so that's really exciting for day 4.
Yeah, but he had this nice little thing going on 24/7 with the room and the dog and everything.
You don't like
I think it's okay. This is the diversity of this community is so awesome.
I love it. I love it. And speaking of which, I want to go around the room and make this into a panel social type thing. And so let's just go around the room, and maybe you can just. I'm going to make this really, really open ended. So hopefully you all are prepared for that. But let's just go around the room and just say what you're known for in the Hex community, or whether this is your first conference or not, or whatever you want to share with the community. UFO, why don't you go first?
Okay. Well, I've been into Hex from day 1, or maybe even day minus whatever, because I've communicated to Richard first in 17 or something. I am an more or less OG of all of the crypto space, but missed out a lot, as many
2017,
people did.
Richard, that's pretty good.
Yeah. He
He's
was
gotta be like the
doing
best.
some stuff, and then he was later in 19 asking for what to call the page, which is now go.com. I was for something else, but this is not the thing now. But and I flooded in on first day of adoption and amplifier more than I should have. But I love this. I've been into the voice chats and speech chats in the very beginning a lot, like explaining, hexplaining. And that was in the very beginning Discord, then Telegram. And
well, we're going to say what you were known for. We're going to say it was knowing Richard Hart in 2017. And that is really awesome. We're going to keep going around the room.
But
we are going to keep going around
actually,
the room.
there is a tweet that I sent. So and then later on the first,
I'm gonna give you your own conference.
Yeah, it's okay.
We just have you talk for
everyone has their time. So I've you know, like well, and then I came to Vegas and met the people in live, which was awesome. And thanks for having me.
You were a huge help, and I want to shout you out for that right now. You volunteered. You were one of the in-person volunteers that helped me pull off the Hex conference. Without you, it wouldn't have been done at all. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
One of many.
I think you got my badge for me.
Yeah.
Yes, I checked in like 50 plus more of everyone.
And if I ever do another Hex conference and people want to volunteer, the cool perk that you get out of that is you end up meeting so many people, whereas otherwise you'd have to go up to them anyway, like separately than them coming up to you. So thank you again, UFO, and to everybody who, I mean, there was a whole group of people that volunteered. Now, Timothy Benjamin, what are you known for in the Hex community?
Well, half of you know that I'm known for traveling around the country to meet up with Hexicans.
Yeah.
Because I've met up with half of you at one place or another, especially Johnny. So other than that, when Hex first started, I used to make YouTube videos sitting in my truck before going to work, working on a house, and just talking about how great Hex is. Other than that, I'm kind of known for having a pretty loud Tesla that's just decked out with all kinds of Hex logos and crypto stuff and Pulse chain and Pulse X and a Hex license plate and
very cool.
All this other tattoos on my car. So those are probably the three biggest things that I'm known for.
Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. And Cabana, what are you known for in the Hex community?
I am known for hosting the happy hour show. So every week-ish, Friday, 5 Eastern, usually it's our usual time. But yeah, going on, I guess, our third year now. We had our 100th episode last month, and that's all due to this community. And yeah, couldn't be more happy and proud. I mean, the viewership of just this first day, congrats to you, Maddie. This is just really something to behold in a bear market, even. So so cool to see, and you know, everybody in the chat, so many familiar names there, and yeah, good to have all of you here, those that I've interacted with and those that are new. It's awesome. So thank you.
Well, everybody's not here for me. They're here for all of you. And it's really cool because I wish I could say that streaming for 110 weeks straight is this, you know, some unusual thing, but it's not in the Hex community. And Cabana's been doing shows probably as long or longer than I have. So shout out to you and to all the other streamers who show their consistency.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Johnny.
I don't know, man. What am I known for? Am I angry guy that yells at phone?
Jacket.
Jacket. I don't really know. You know, some people say that you know, I'm the troll slayer. You know, I go on the offense. I speak my mind. I've got to visit with a lot of you. I've got to visit with Maddie. I've got to visit with Tim. I got to visit with Cabana. I got to visit with Freddie. Cabana and Freddie came out to visit me once. Everybody's been here, and so I guess I'm kind of sort of known for my studio and my monster shop. I'm known for being a gambler now, thanks to Cabana saying, yeah, he took us to the casino and got us free burgers.
Freddie said that, not me.
Okay, Freddie exposed that.
Yeah, you pulled the mic away.
Let's
He
go
doesn't.
off to the man with the golden mic here.
All right.
So, yeah, my name is Dr. Dheeraj More. Yes, I'm a real physician from India, currently in the Philippines. And I was a day one FOMOer in Hex, the AA, not the Alcoholic Anonymous, the Adoption Amplifier. And I'm best known for my golden voice, which is amplified by the golden mic. So they call me the man with the golden mic. And of course, I am kind of known for my quirky humor. I stream regularly on the Hex Asians show. We are currently having a break for the New Year season. We will be starting most probably from the real New Year, that is the Chinese New Year, on the 22nd of January. Hopefully, if you haven't already subscribed to our Hex Asians channel, the streams are really funny. I hope you guys like it. That's my intro, outro, and I'll keep quiet for a little while. Thank you. And move over to Serena.
And Dheeraj is the only one who has truly mortified me when I've been on a stream when he started singing at the end of one of the original Hex conferences. So
is he going to sing for us here in this this little thing?
If I see enough stats, like enough requests, enough likes, how many likes do we have?
Please vote no.
Guys, pump the likes up.
Pump the likes, share.
Yes, thank you. Pump the like button either way. And Serena, now what are you known for?
Yeah, hey, so I'm known as the OG Hexican who put the first videos about Hex on YouTube. So most of you guys know me for that. Yeah. So I've been around for a while. So.
And so you specifically had the first YouTube video about Hex that wasn't made by Richard Hart, is that right?
Yep, exactly.
Very cool.
And now I'm streaming once a week with Lindsay the Hexican, so you guys can check that out. That's where you can find me.
Oh, awesome. I love how many people are being consistent now on the daily, or weekly, now that Hexologist isn't streaming all the time. So Serena, it's really impressive. People's consistency.
That video, that was the video that inspired me to go, well, skip this anonymous shit. Let me go ahead and go do this.
No way.
That's awesome.
Wow.
That's cool.
And Freddie, what are you known for?
I'm gonna remember to turn my mic on. I did it earlier. I was muted, and then I was in the green room doing it the whole time, and the whole time I'm sitting here like, man, I got to make sure my mic isn't muted. Music, brother. Music. I got my start in the Hex community with music, or at least that's like, how people know me in Hex. But dude, great conference, bro. It's been amazing so far.
Oh,
super
thanks.
good. Super good. What's been your favorite moment so far, Maddie?
I mean, I still don't know if it's real, but I was completely shocked and left speechless by Valerie T-Share saying that she wanted to give 100 ETH to my legal fund and Kinetics legal fund. That's totally unexpected, and it just shows you the power of what's going on here. I mean,
community,
the extreme amount of generosity. I mean, that's like $120,000 or something, just on a YouTube stream, just from somebody who is, seeing what's happening, what's unfolding in this community is different than other communities. The people who are broadcasters, we're not getting bribed to sell out, and so we're not selling out our audiences, And it's a completely new experiment that's never been done before in the history of digital money, where you don't sell out your audience, no matter what. And then
no wonder they don't get it, huh?
Is there a tragedy of the commons? No, there's not. It turns out, which is not what I would have expected. I expected to be at a loss for for everything that I'm doing, and so to be able to break even, or to be able
Not
to
cheap. Yeah, it's
contribute to other people's safety and wellness is just really, really cool.
Can I ask you another question? Like, you are on the front lines. Like, what is that like? That's got to be stressful, right?
Yeah, I mean, it varies.
Like in your daily life, like it just hangs over you. You just think about it, and you're like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, that's how legal things are.
Yeah. Well, hey, man. On behalf of the entire Hex community, I know every single person, if they were right here right now, they would dap you up and give you a hug. So for the conference, for everything that you're doing for the community, being on the front lines, like, we all give you a collective community hug for everything that you do, bro.
That's safer for him at the moment, because he's still injured.
Squeeze. Yeah.
Which is ironic, guys.
Vegas bear
now
hug.
Maddie won't tell you this, but literally he had to get his paperwork from the SEC out of the wrecked vehicle that he was in. So the vehicle was wrecked the day he received that paperwork. His paperwork was in the vehicle.
Yeah.
So
it's wild. And wow. I'm just totally shocked also to be alive after the car accident. And so it's a totally new way of looking at life too, to see the support of the community that is, it really goes beyond words to, how much hope I have for humanity, that it turns out against all odds, when people create digital trust with each other, and when they set the right example publicly and practice what they preach, and, do all the right things, that, that there's just a lot of support, and, you don't have to sell out your audience in order to survive. That's such hopeful news to me. And it really makes me curious as to see what other great miracles or emergent properties are we going to see out of the Hex community? This whole idea that time locking can make people better people really speaks to this idea that part of what's making people bad people is bad monetary policy. And so when you actually align the incentives,
short-term thinking, people build relationships over time, right? People that are short-term thinkers don't think long enough ahead to think about building relationships with others. They're there, they're gone, and the fact that this actually, it's a different line of thinking, right?
I think, yeah, it connects to each other, everything very well. It's the social aspect, the community aspect, it's the caring aspect. I have found in the Hex community super smart people in their fields, but also a very, very high emotional intelligence. People are kind. And it's not only the people that were in from day one and just were rich before they got in because they converted or just got free airdrops on the Bitcoin. There's a lot of other people that found that needle in the haystack by themselves, because there were 10 and 100,000s of scammy coins out there. And somehow the people who found Hex early or a little later are kind of a good community. And not only a community for the users and the people who are invested, also within some other kind of community, which is devs. So I know a few people who are not at all public figures, not have ever been seen, but I've talked to them about some good ideas of maybe add-ons or things that could enhance the idea of the, I call it Hexiverse or Richard Hart Universum, whatever you want to call it. And they're very, very interested. And so we have seen at least 2, 3, 4 projects that with coin or with another or without coin, as Matti did it and does it now, again to just improve Hex as it is. And this will create also not only like tools to use Hex better and make the whole thing better, but also has a marketing aspect as well. So this is just, we're like far, we should stay above the fray. Like it's,
I want to get to Dylan because we
skipped him.
We didn't get to him yet. So Dylan, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for being so patient. Now, what are you known for in the Hex community?
Yeah, thanks. I've come very used to be patient over the past year, maybe 2 almost now. It's it's something that I've acquired, a very good skill, but nonetheless, I think I'm best known for being an admin for this community for almost 2 years now. I've enjoyed doing the kind of hard work being a Telegram admin and putting up with people and their bullshit most of the time in these Telegram chats for a very long time now. It's
how do you do it?
Huh?
How do you do it? Yeah, that it seems insanely difficult.
I think deep down, I really enjoy it, and I really like the. It's like a never-ending reality show, constantly, right? It never ends. It never ceases to amaze you what type of new characters pop up on a daily basis, and they come up with this spectacular stuff all the time. There's a constant influx of just interesting things that are always coming out of these chats. It never ceases to amaze me, to be honest.
What a healthy way to look at it.
Yeah,
well,
and
God bless you, Dylan, because I won't poke my head in those damn Telegram graphs.
Yeah, I love it. I'll be honest with you, I love it. Yeah, I've done it for for free for a very long time. I like this community enough to where I became an admin to kind of level out the chats the best way that I could, and try and keep the opposing viewpoint alive and well, to keep the the reality show churning, man. Like I think that's a good way to look at it, and from my perspective at least. But yeah, I've been around for a while, since day one, and joined the chats because I was so passionate about this community. So I think that's best known for.
Very cool, very cool. Well, we have 40 minutes left on this panel, I think, and so let's do a rapid round here, and maybe in like 2 sentences or less, or I don't know. I'm not going to be counting your sentences, but can you tell us what is it that you love the most about Hex?
Who are we starting
UFO?
with?
Go for it.
We should wait. Like I skipped. I'm sorry about this, Dylan. So maybe we'll just. I don't know.
I want to know what you like about Hex the most, UFO.
What I like about Hex the most.
Yeah, go for
it. That it is the needle in the haystack that I have been looking for since I effed it up with Bitcoin and the launch of Ethereum. And
you muted. I'm not sure why you're muted. I didn't mute you.
Oh, okay. So what I find best about Hex is I was looking for a needle in the haystack after effing
oh yeah,
it up
we heard
with
that
BTC in the first place, and Ethereum, and I was looking for years, and then I found something where I said, "This is the thing."
Right
and
on.
So
Welcome to Hex.
what is
Yeah.
the best thing? Of course, it is the functionality, the
getting
locking
crypto right
for time.
That's a good answer.
Then the community that built up around it from, I don't know why, but it did.
Because we're the best. Tim, what's your answer?
Well, number one are t-shirts. And the reason for that, number two, is the lifestyle that the yield from having t-shirts has allowed me to develop. That's just in a nutshell.
Right on. Cabana, what's your favorite thing about Hex?
I'd say the greatness of the product that has allowed me to meet and interact with the community in so many wonderful Hexicans, whether it be here online or in person with meetups and things like that, meeting so many new friends.
Do you think that it's the product that causes the community or the community that causes the product?
Chicken or the egg, but yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be here without the product. So yeah, the product would have had to exist before the community came together. But because the product is so, I guess, long in nature, 15 years up to past that, people, I think, feel more secure and perhaps like a natural bond that, there isn't really in any other crypto.
Yo, thanks to Synergy Alex for the $369 super chat. He says, I did the same amount last year. I'll do it again. Props to you. Thank you.
Wow.
And
what's up, Fiat? I see you.
Yeah.
Alex touched on this, the dynamic deferred inflationary model that Hex has, which means that the inflation rate is pushed out into the future and not necessarily, immediately on the market. And the other aspect, of course, would be the truth engine, the T-share system, the progressive system, which I think is brilliant because it allows you to put your cards on the table and play the game from the start instead of trying to constantly have to shift and move. You can just make your position and just stick with it, and you're rewarded for that. And the truth engine makes you stay to it, and it pays you when others are unable to keep the promises they make to themselves. And we know people have trouble making promises to themselves and keeping it. That's kind of like you figure for sure you're going to get paid for people that are going to break those.
Diraj, what's your favorite thing about Hex?
Well, cut down to the basic. It has been the best performing asset in the world for at least.
The internet's cutting in and out. I believe you're saying that it's the best performing asset. In some comparison.
That's why it is my favorite asset. And more importantly, I made money without anybody else having to lose money. So we all win. It's a win-win.
That's a
kind
great
of
point.
Scene. So
it's nice when you put money in and money comes out. It doesn't keep your coins.
Well, I really believe that
centralized exchange. Bum.
Because the inflation is delayed, it is, I believe, a positive sum game. So great point, Diraj. Thank you. And Serena, what's your favorite thing about Hex?
My favorite thing would be that it's the best type of passive income you could have. So I just stake my Hex and don't worry about it. And I know that it's constantly making me more Hex. So yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Now, what's your strategy? Do you ladder? Do you have a certain time frame?
Yeah, I have a staking ladder. So I have Hex available every year. Yeah, so there's always something I could, I guess, unstake, and I don't have to worry. Everything's just set up. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
And Awesome. Now, Freddie, what is it that you love the most about Hex?
Question, man. Like it's there's a lot to choose from. If I had to just be random and think off the top of my head, it's cliche, but it's the people, man. Like flying to Vegas to party with. So check it. Like you've flown to Vegas, and every time you've been at Vegas, you've met people that you didn't know before. So when you go to a Hex meetup, you're going to show up somewhere and have 50 to 100 brand new people that you've never met before who are probably going to love you just because you're a Hexkin. Like to be that love, it's like that is awesome, man. That is so cool. So the meetups, the hangouts, the get-togethers, like Abana said, whether it's going fishing, whether you're sitting at a blackjack table with PJ and Rogers in Vegas, the Mintra guys on freaking like a Tuesday night, right? Like you'll meet the coolest people in this community, man. For me, it's got to be
for sure.
With a family, you have limited time. So, if you're not watching kids, if you're not, changing pull-ups or whatever, that time away that you get to invest as hobbies and like stuff that you do, like that's the coolest part, man. Just coming and kicking it with everybody. It's a lot
Great
of fun.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I partied so hard. Freddie had to bring me back my jacket with all my pins and stuff on it because I left there and I did not know where I was. I was like,
dude, I hope, has everyone on this panel seen Johnny's karaoke video?
Oh God, don't bring that shit up, dude.
It sounds good.
Man.
I want to see
No,
it.
no. It's terrible. It's terrible. My wife said, if you really sounded like that normally, I would have never married you.
It was a fun night.
I'm glad somebody remembers it.
And yeah, so Dylan, now what is your favorite thing about Hex?
I'm gonna have to, go with what Freddie said here. I think it's really the community, right? And the journey that we've been on for quite a while now. It's not about the end destination. It's more about the friends you make along the way. You know what I mean? So, meeting all the guys down in Florida, even racing the Hex Audi down here in Florida, that was great.
Nice.
Going to I was in Freddie's penthouse party in Las Vegas. That was pretty cool. I think I actually paid
First one or the second one? Both?
The first one, I believe.
Dude, March was lit. March was way better than September.
Yeah, that's the one. And then I played pool with Johnny Chaos, and he kicked my ass. And
That's the karaoke night. I
think I remember that. Yes. And I also played pool with RG3. He also kicked my ass. I suck at pool, so I don't know why I agreed to that. But yeah, it's about the people you meet along the way, guys. That's what I take from this. And especially being an admin, that's why I keep doing this shit, right? So
hell yeah.
I heard I did rag too, and then he was mad because he didn't realize how drunk I was. He just thought I was being goofy.
Yeah, no, you were wasted. Man. You were fucking.
I was wasted, yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
And yeah, so I'll follow up to that answer that I really think it's not just the relationships that we make with each other, but also with our future selves. That is the thing I love the most about Hex. I think it takes a while to get your mind wrapped around, like how powerful that can be. But, some of us really know it from experience. And so the more, I think really the more people who are out there, maybe that haven't staked Hex, we know only 1 in 4 addresses that is held Hex has staked it. I would encourage, those individuals to at least give it a try. And now with that being said, I heard you guys start bringing up, the relationships with the community. And so for the next round of questioning, I would love to find out, what do you think I could do better the next time, if no expectations, I hold another Hex meetup this time? What do you think? What would your suggestion be? So I want to hear from everybody. You can be as mean or as nice, well, almost as mean or as nice as you want to be. We can go in any order. Unless
Well-
that makes it too complicated, and then it has to be UFO first.
We can go backwards this time. We can start from the bottom.
We can go backwards this
Yeah.
time. We can go backwards this time.
Yeah. Get some
Go
love
for
for the
it.
bottom guys. Huh?
Go, Dylan.
You know, Maddie, I really think that what you're doing is working, right? I think, you know, keep doing what you're doing. You really probably don't have to change much. I think, you know, from what I saw at the conference in March in Vegas, you know, that was nice. I didn't go there for very long, but, you know, I popped in, popped out, saw what was going on and left. But it was nice when I saw that. I think what you're doing here, and I think this is the third year that you've done this, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Same dates.
Yeah. And, you know, I think you're doing your thing, man. It's working. And, you know, props to you, man. That's what I have to say about it. Oh,
Hey,
Class.
welcome.
Hi,
Welcome,
thanks for having
Class.
me. Good to see all the legends on the screen. Thanks for inviting me in. I'm sorry I had the wrong link initially.
Uh-oh.
That was my fault.
Yeah. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, sticker guy gave me the wrong link too, and that's why I was late, Maddie.
I enjoy my own company. I didn't mind.
Well, Maddie, I don't know. You're changing up the order of everyone. So
Yeah, man, you're scrambling our brains.
Sorry for dropping out. My connection was right.
It's based on where your screen is that you're looking at, so that everybody
Usually-
isn't like looking off.
Well, anyway, in answer to your question, the first meetup that you hosted in Vegas, the way you arranged that, where you had multiple events that people could like pick and choose to go to, made it more personal and not so much of a business conference. So if that's what you're looking to do the next time, I like that format. Now,
That's what I've heard from everybody. So that's the idea, is that it would go back more towards the first format. There was a meetup. So it'd be,
Yes.
so
Now,
if you
if
go,
you're-
yeah, if you go to t.me/hex meetup, that's the Telegram I'm going to use to possibly do something in March in Austin, Texas.
Okay. So that's what I
possibly.
That would be my
Or
suggestion.
later.
Yeah. You know, as compared
the cruise
to
or after?
Vegas, where it was more of an actual like conference where everything was all in the same place.
And you have been to both and pretty much all the different Hex events. So yeah, I appreciate your feedback.
Yeah, I think the thing is that we do this all the time. We're used to streaming all the time. It was kind of strange to go there to stream when, you know, usually we've been streaming from our own homes. So I guess that was kind of different for people, you know. And I get it, you know, some people in attendance wanted to kind of see us stream in person, but it seemed more like work, you know, in a way. And I think the meetups are the better format because it's, you know, it's just the meetup. It's not like we're going to work. You know, there's a lot of stuff, you know, the events outside of the conference were really cool because, you know, we had the car show and stuff, but really that was a lot of us just hanging out in the parking lot and talking. You know, there's so many of us that we always, you know, tend to break off in these groups. So it's really kind of hard to structure something and put everybody all together. So it's really stress on you to play cattle herder and try to, you know, get everybody in the same spot and the same picture and everything. We really only got like half of the people you know, that were in attendance, even in the car show pictures, because people were just all through the building. So
do you guys remember when we met up at Freddie's place? At least some of us were able to go there for the Furu's eulogy, and we did like a roundtable where everybody got to go like one at a time to stream. That was like super relaxed in my opinion. So maybe that would be a better format than actually having a conference in front of a live audience. It seems like the live audience didn't necessarily add anything.
Well, there can be, like, the more people are there, there can be like workshops, for example. So let's say there are, last time like we had like 450 people, more or less, I guess. If there were a little more, maybe it could attract even other people like devs, for example. And if you had workshops, because like, let's say nobody's stealing from the people, like they're connecting. I mean, K4K 2 days ago proposed a new idea. And he said, like, someone out there maybe implement this, because I don't have the capability or whatever. He could just maybe get a dev and make a whole lot of money. But people think loudly, and so it's for many people not about just putting out some stuff, raising money, but so some workshops could also connect people to exchange a little bit more deeply their thoughts and experiences that they would not have a chance within panels on the podium of the main stage.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Now we're going to interrupt this this question. We'll come back to it, but I want to introduce Crypto Class. Welcome to the stream.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
And just to get you caught up here, what are you known for in the Hex community?
I'm an Aussie Hexican, so I think most people would identify me as being an Aussie. So I watch things like the Hex Slate Show, and Tangent used to stream, and that's how we got into Hex, basically. I'm a new streamer, so on YouTube, I'm Crypto Class. I got 500 subs, so if everyone in the audience could please sub, that would, if I could get to 1,000, that would be great. I'm a doctor, so I specialize in emergency medicine. So many people might be thinking, well, why did you then get into crypto? Do you not earn enough money? I earn lots of money, but I'm still not financially free, and I see Hex as my ticket for that. So that's why I'm here. And I love oil painting, and if I were financially free, that's what I would be doing. So that just about sums up me.
Awesome. And how do people spell your YouTube channel?
Oh, so just Crypto Class, so just all as one word, and Class just C-L-A-Z, just as you see on my screen.
Okay.
Zed.
Yeah, it's, like kind of like shirt. I just wanted to go for the single syllable. It hasn't exactly worked because I'm under 1K subs, but I'm open to suggestions.
It's cool. I found it. Yeah, I'll share it in the live stream here. So
thank you.
If everybody goes and subscribes right now, all 500 people watching, then she'll get to 1,000. So that's important.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Now, let me see, Freddie. What do you have to say about the Hex meetups and conferences and stuff? Like, what's your suggestion for me?
So, like, Maddie, the March conference was effing legit. So, the one thing that I missed, I took notes because, like everyone's been talking, and I'm like, oh, that's a good point. Oh, that's a good point. So check this. All right. To build on what Johnny said, I would just say, let others do more so you can do more. So you were so focused on the party, or not on the party, you were so focused on the conference in March, you did nothing. So when I was there, I was like, oh, is he going to come out to this thing? Like, one of the things that wasn't like conference coordinated or part of, like the car show, being there, lunch, signing people in, the end of the day, like afterwards, like taking pictures with people, like the entire day, you dedicated yourself to the entire thing, but you didn't come out to any of the extracurricular stuff. So the one thing, if I could change, it would be for you to pass over to someone so they could do, so you could come out to the Naga party, the penthouse party. You were at the golf course, right? I think you went to the golf course in September on the first day, right? For the tournament, you were there.
Yeah. Like the plan was to let T-Money do a conference so that I could be the attendee, but that didn't work out too well.
Well, no. You still have to do it, but don't do all of it. Is all I'm saying.
All right.
Just don't do everything,
just
so you can
delegate,
enjoy the,
just not
so
to
you can
crooked
come to the
people.
parties. Yeah, dude. Like the March conference was hands down. So I've been to Vegas twice, and the first time I ever went was for your March conference, and it was the most dope time I've ever had in Vegas. And
That's what's up.
a lot of people that I went with also who had been to Vegas way more than me said that it was the dopest time that they had ever had in Vegas. Like, I wish at the conference you could have passed that, done more with us like everyone else. Let me see here. Hold on. I had one more thing. Party stream. Oh, the streaming was legit, dude. Like, you got bad
That's good.
feedback about that. There were people who were like, no stream next time, no conference, more of just a meetup. Is that like you got bad feedback on that? Like, people didn't like the streaming? I thought the streaming was legit.
I don't know. I guess I'm
Oh,
open
okay.
to all feedback. Some of it will conflict, but that's okay.
Okay, yeah, no. I like that was cool because like if you were there, it was like this whole thing. Like you could go be a part of that, and like the highest stakes was there. They were like
Oh yeah.
talking to people at the same time. Like people are coming in and out, and like it was just a dope environment to be in. But the party aspect of it was a different side of it. You know, places to go, people to see, but you had to check in, I feel like, at the conference. I don't know. That's my piece. I don't want to take up the whole time, but that was dope. So next conference, Maddie, you have to come hang out more, give up control, and then come enjoy yourself a little bit, and keep the streaming. Those are my two suggestions because the streaming was awesome. I think I like that. It was a lot of fun. The streaming was cool. It gave everyone who wasn't there, like who has FOMO, a chance to be like, yeah, I want to be there. That looks dope.
Right on. Yeah. Thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it. I'll take that into consideration.
Hey,
What else
Manny,
do you guys have?
we did have
Yeah.
a party crasher at our last conference. And yeah, I just went ahead and sent you the link of that party crasher.
What?
Okay.
What? Who was this crasher, Johnny?
Wait, where did you send me it?
It's shared screen.
Are you sharing your screen or what?
Yeah, I shared a video.
I can't see it. We already have 10. Maybe that's why.
That's probably
that should
why.
no.
Okay.
Here it is.
I'm gonna drop out. Well, I can't drop out.
Here we go. Is there any music on it? 'Cause
It's not copyright.
You sure?
I own the rights to this film. Yes.
All right.
This is outrageous. I've infiltrated the Hexicans, and look, they're out here showing off all their sports cars and stuff. I'm one of the Hexicans now. You see, they hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm just me and a Hexican just hanging out, checking out what you guys got going.
You don't want to know, but check this out. Are you Blippy?
My name's Francis. Francis Finance.
Blippy. Good Lord.
I'm a Hexican. What do you guys see? I got the shirt and the hat. I'm just gonna go check this out. And there's all these people I don't understand. Oh my gosh. I'm just your regular Hexican here. Just pay no mind. That's Matty ALLin. Apparently, he likes sending money to his future self. He doesn't click my Bybit links. I'm gonna keep on moving along
What,
here.
you don't want to talk about Hex? Come
Yeah,
on, you silly
but
influencer.
I'm one of you guys. See, I changed. I converted. Look, I got the hat. I'm out here.
Wow. That was pretty epic.
If people wonder what Johnny's known for.
Yeah, he could have faked his teeth better, like maybe like in super dark yellow or something. But everything else was awesome, man.
Yeah, props to you, Johnny. Like, I messaged Johnny one day because I tried to make my own medical trainer, and at the start of the day, I was very confident in my own skills, and I thought it was going to be this amazing mannequin that was, ultrasound and needle worthy. But as the day progressed, I realized it was impossible for me, and it gave me just a whole new appreciation of what Johnny does, and like the layers of complexity. It has to just be compliant with so many different things, and And then it turns out the hospital had like a full trainer of what I was trying to Frankenstein myself. So hats off to you, Johnny. Yeah, I appreciate your work. I really love seeing all the models that you make.
Well, thank you.
Now, let's go around the room for, well, this might be our last around the room, but maybe not. Let's go around, and what would you say to Richard Hart if he was listening? Tim, we'll start with you.
I would say, Richard, thank you for everything. You don't owe me anything. You know, you've done more than enough for my life, and I thank you so much for it. I would just love to be able to just look you in the eye and shake your hand one day and be able to just tell you that in person.
I guess for like random people on YouTube who like have no idea about like all of the things in the Hex world, I'll just throw out there, Richard Hart, he's the creator of Hex. All right, UFO, you're up.
Disclaimer.
I would like to have a chat with him on his plans for a museum and talk about art with him, because art is one of the very underestimated asset classes, which is almost as huge probably as real estate. And if you can get people to invest into crypto from the art scene and put the real artists on a real good chain, which Pulse Chain is going to be, that would be a huge contribution. So that would be my proposition to, hey, Richard, let's talk art and museum.
Cool.
Dylan?
All right. I would probably say a couple things to Richard. One, I think everybody in the room will like to ask this question, but when Pulse Chain, sir, please. And another thing would be perhaps the community is full of smart people, and sometimes it may be valuable to hear what the smart people have to say without dismissing them. I think that's something that may have been lost in time over since the inception of Hex, perhaps. I think that's something that would be really valuable for him. There's a lot of smart people in this community, and some feedback, positive or negative, probably would go a long way. But with that being said, I do want to follow it up with I'm extremely grateful for what he has. Look, we're all here in this stream together because this coin has been made, and thanks to Richard Hart, we all can enjoy this moment together and have a good jolly time. So I also appreciate that fact. So hey, keep doing what you're doing. That's what I have to say about that.
We've got Umberto Gonzalez in the chat with a pretty good question for Richard. He said, my question to Richard, who taught you how to twerk?
That's a great question.
It's a good one.
He actually
class?
answered that. Stripper friends.
There you go.
So firstly, I would like to acknowledge Richard for the person that he is and where he's come from and where he has got today. For anyone that has grown up poor and then has money in their life, they will realize that to do so is not easy. You are up against so many different forces. People will gaslight you, people will throw mud at you, and that mud will stick. And despite that, he has managed to go basically from the rags to riches story, and he's all our hero. And that's why basically we're all here today, because we believe in his product. So I would like to secondly thank him for this opportunity for Hex and potentially for financial freedom for myself and my family. And what that would mean for me is that I could pursue my passions in painting and spend more time with my family. So I'm very appreciative of that. Thirdly, this is for my friend Georgia Chiera. Georgia has just been a pillar of like strength in the community from day one, and she would like to marry you. And I don't know if you have considered her proposal seriously enough. And I would like you to take Georgia to dinner to perhaps at least consider what she has to say in person. And if you could please live stream that event, we would all be appreciative. Thank you.
This is the most important thing, what she just said, for somebody to clip out of this entire conference. That's a really awesome answer. Yeah.
Thanks, Maddie.
Cabana?
Really just like a thank you. I don't know what else I could say. That and a big like hodl dog hug, and perhaps I could get like a twirl around like Huddle Dog did. But no, I mean, really, what do you say to somebody who has founded something that has changed, like literally changed so many lives? And that's just like, we're here in a bear market talking, but I have met people whose lives he's changed, and I can't wait to see how many more will be changed by that. And I'm not just talking like just financial freedom. I mean, look at the friendships, look at what's being built around and in this ecosystem. It's really quite amazing when you think about it. So thanks for all that.
Hell yeah.
Richard, come on, man. That last outfit, you look like a poodle. You going to a furry convention? Now that that's out of the way, yes, I'm very thankful that somebody in the crypto space finally realized the deficiencies of crypto and decided to fix the things that are broken, allowing us to actually participate in the ecosystem without being excluded. And it's great. I'm glad somebody took the initiative to actually do that. So thank you, Richard.
Yeah, I would say thanks, Richard, for creating Hex, the best financial product ever that allows all of us to get our time back and have financial freedom and pretty much have the rest of our lives set up. Yeah, thanks so much for that. And also for SciVive, because that book is very helpful.
Awesome.
Every OG dream is for Richard to look them in the eyes like he looked Huddle Dog in the eyes. So like you are not alone there, brother. Johnny, I know you feel me. Everyone here who has yet to meet Richard, like you want him to love you with that same love that he showed to Huddle Dog. And I honestly think he would, man. Like if I could say anything to Richard, it would be, bro, let me take you to this dope restaurant because there's a dope server there and we're going to get dope food, and it's going to be about a 3-hour journey of just awesomeness. We're going to hang out, we're going to have fun, and it's going to be awesome. Let's go do that right now. If Richard were right in front of me right now, that's exactly what I would say to him. And I would just plan on the next 3 hours being amazing, like just having the time of my life, right? So that's what it would be.
Raj, you're up. Are you muted?
The golden mic isn't working. And he doesn't have the mic set up. You got to change your mic, Raj.
It's getting downgraded to a bronze mic.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Okay. Somebody guess what
There we
Raj
go.
said.
Right when I wanted it, the mic fails to work. Maybe it's a sign, but what I wanted to say is all I want to say. This message for Richard Hart, that all I want
I love you
to say is I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. And by the way, I have to like follow it with that with like, I'm not gay, but I can trap.
Oh my God, but it's fish
But lastly, like the real thing I would like to say is I firmly believe that heart is a force for good in the world, and he needs to do more regarding like it. I know he's trying a lot, but there are other bad influences in the world which are trying to grab hold of the new generation, and Richard really needs to push out his sci-fi ideology more. So that's all I
Yeah,
want.
and if I may add one little thing is that this is a hypothetical question, but he is very open for input. So if you will write a mail, or like, there are ways to contact him, and if he thinks it's a good idea, he will reply. So he replied to ideas in questions that he asked. Not anyone can answer anymore, but maybe you will like route it through someone you know, and he's very open for good ideas.
It's beyond my pay grade.
Beyond his pay grade.
He's
No.
smarter.
Well,
He
and
knows everything
he
about
was in Telegram. He just
Anyway.
answered stuff. Like maybe that was a year ago or two, but still people can get through to him. Yes.
That's pretty cool. And that being said, don't spam him because we want Pulse Chain to come out.
Yeah.
Now, here's a slightly different format for the end of this stream. So instead of us going around in turns, I just want people to yell out if you think you're the person I'm describing on this panel. And I haven't like come up with one for each person or anything. It's just like kind of random. But out of all of us here, who do you think watches the most Hex content? I could be in there.
I say Johnny, because Johnny's like, I don't want to be an influencer, and then he's an influencer. And I swear to God, Johnny, you watch every one of your own videos like 5 times. Don't even lie. So I'm gonna vote Johnny watches the most videos of anybody on this
Raise
channel.
her hand. I know Mati does a lot.
I watch them 5 times each. I know you watch them at least 5 times each. Come on.
No,
Maybe Freddie's the
when
one.
I finish something, I set the phone down and it's gone. I don't even have copies of a lot of the stuff that I did. You know, I totally deleted all my.
You don't check for tweets. You don't check for likes.
Do I check for likes? Yeah, occasionally I'll go back through and see if anybody's paying attention. But no, I don't watch my own videos. No.
You don't rewatch? Okay. I'm guilty of that. I do. If I post one, I got to be like specific about it, and I'm like, what could I have done better? You don't rewatch your videos. That's impressive.
No, actually, when I do come across them and look again, I'm usually like, oh, geez, look at my hair, look at what I was wearing that day. I'm like, God, I just I don't take a lot of thought about. Usually, what happens is I have a thought, I turn the camera on, I state my thought, and I set the phone down. That is literally what happens. It's usually one take. If I get tongue-tied or something, I might take a second take, but usually it's just one take and I'm done with it. That video's gone forever. I mean, I don't care. It was just that.
Yeah, I would agree, because actually we did hug in Vegas, but you still don't follow me on Twitter. So yeah, keep on what you're doing. It's more important.
Out of this panel, who would say that they are the best at delaying gratification?
Who's got the most 5-5-5-5 stakes?
Serena.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a lot of stakes and haven't sold any Hex yet, so I would say that counts as being pretty good at delaying gratification. So
it's provable.
I got
Dylan and Tim. You guys think you guys are?
I got my first brand new car at the age of 52. That's kind of delaying gratification.
Wow. Okay.
Are you talking monetary gratification or?
And I didn't do my ladders properly when I first got here, so my shit was really front loaded. So yeah, delaying gratification is now that it's spreading out, but in the beginning, no.
Nobody
Not
did their
me.
ladder right. Yeah, it sucks.
Well, that's a good point. Like, it's not the person who has the most T-shares who's taken the most USD value and put it into the future. If somebody had a short ladder at first and then the price of Hex went up 100x, and then they made stakes for 15 years. That's pretty extreme.
True.
Now, all right, who wants Pulse Chain to launch the most out of anybody on this panel? Raise your hand.
I'm gonna say it's
now
definitely Dylan
now
because
explain
he's got
yourself.
Really high. My hands up as high as I can.
It's definitely Dylan.
Okay.
Dylan's been training. He's in training.
Who is onboarded the most?
Kareem.
Yeah.
Or
They have to be
DM,
on this
or
panel.
Discourse.
No
People
doubt.
who
Oh,
are
on this
here.
panel. Okay. I'm sorry.
I'd probably say
I'm gonna probably say it's probably Maddie on
Maddie.
on this
It's
panel.
definitely Maddie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100% Maddie.
Yeah.
And finally, who has had a good time watching or being on the third Hex conference day one?
Woo!
Hey, can we do this? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if this is your first Maddie conference.
We've been on, or
It's the
that we've
first time I've
seen.
been
Yeah,
on
you've been
stream.
on. Is this the first Maddie conference that you've been on? Or we're in the community for? So you weren't in the community a year ago?
Oh no, I've seen.
Guys?
Oh no, I've seen at least two
Okay.
conferences. I think.
So so the one last year and then the one this year, right?
Yeah,
your
my
hand.
memory is like it all kind of mushes together.
Okay. I'm sure you saw September in Vegas, and then like 1 year ago, everyone was in Vegas and Maddie put it on. He streamed the entire thing live, like start to finish every day. And then there was one the year before that, but it was more of a meetup where everyone just kind of went and they drove over the like tank and like, were you there for that one?
That was
Sorry, my
pretty early
internet's
on
cutting
for
in and
most
out a little
people.
bit.
That was June 2021.
No, I don't think I saw the initial one. I think I saw the last
Okay.
one with Maddie. I don't think I saw the one before that.
Who's been here for the last two, this year and last year? This is the third year that he's done the 369 for Joe Hexotic.
Yeah.
So at least two, and anyone who's been here for three, Cabana, Johnny, Tim, I think, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Serena, okay.
Seen but not on.
Yeah. So can we get has anyone shouted out Joe Hexotic, which is why Maddie does like the early Hex conference, right? That was where the first one started, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, so the first Hex conference just so happened to coincide with Joe Hexotic's sobriety date, and so I did make a big deal out of that on the first conference. And you know, Joe Hexotic, he was also the first person that I streamed with.
No
for
way.
Hex Therapy Live. Yeah,
It was Joe Hexotic.
Yeah, for Hex Therapy Live, he and I streamed together the first episode, and so it's still up if you want to go check it out.
Okay.
It's you know,
How many episodes have you done now?
my embryonic form basically as a streamer. So
Hey guys,
What's up, man?
we're going on year 4.
That's crazy to
We
think about.
started year 4 of Hex.
Time flies, man.
Let's go.
It's crazy to think about. So is everyone bullish on Hex? Can I ask one question, Maddie? Is everyone bullish
for
on
it.
Hex for the next 12 months?
Yeah.
It all depends on Pulse. Does Pulse
100%
launch within the next 12 months, right? Like Pulse pushes it up. Yes. Does everyone agree?
Even if, I mean,
we all
we're kind
agree,
of
yes.
at a good level technically, like you go back to like late, what is it, 2020, early
21.
21, like that penny and a half level was kind of like topped out, and then we went below it, and then there was
After a
kind of
big payday.
resistance, like 1.8. So, I mean, it's a good level to be at. I know some, you know, rather smart hexkins, perhaps, you know, Dylan might know one who have bought under 2 cents, and that's, you know, when smart people, you know, start dipping back in. Take note.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I'm
the relatively bearish guys that are, you know, in the back rooms, closeted bulls right now. So
Actually, we kind of got maybe distracted a bit. Did you ask bullish on Pulse or on Hex? Because yes. So like if the average stake length is above 6.5 whatever years, who cannot be bullish for Hex for 2023 if you're staked.
Well, look, I asked this when our viewership was the highest today,
Okay.
and it didn't make sense, but somehow YouTube told me that over 700 people voted on my YouTube survey, and there were like 750 people watching. So probably like people were coming and going, but still, it's like that shouldn't have happened. But I've got a screenshot of it. It really did happen.
Okay. Yeah, but my thing was just that
90% bullish on the price of Hex in a year.
Yes.
That's
you want to hear something,
the price increase, the price within the year, okay? Because the price doesn't matter if you're staked for 6 years or something. The price
I'm
of
just gonna
23
say,
doesn't
y'all
really
can
matter.
sell your Hex for pennies. I ain't selling my dollars for pennies.
Right.
Figure it out.
Yep. Hey, Maddie, can I build off what you were just saying? So there have been, at least the last time I refreshed the screen, 983 likes. Yep, 983 likes. Does anyone show any higher? So generally, if you get like a 10% pull through, that's really good, right? So in a 5-hour stream so far, if you had a 10% pull through, that means 10,000 people showed up for this conference on day one.
That's what's up.
That's wild, bro. I'm curious to see once it ends what the total viewership was. Like I don't know. It's dope. It's dope, right? That's good. That's dope.
We already know that the peak viewership.
Hey, we can't end this stream, Maddie. No, we have 987 likes. We need 13 more likes.
Guys.
We cannot end this stream before we have 13 more likes.
It's true.
Is anyone?
Okay, I gotta go back into.
There are 13 people watching right now who have not liked this because you are a slacker. Like, let's go.
We don't need to insult the crowd. They might take away some of the likes.
No, they're going up. Keep insulting. Keep insulting. We're almost there. More insults.
995. Let's go.
More insults. There we go. We got it. All right.
Outrage marketing at its best.
Let's go.
There you go.
Let's go.
All right.
There you go. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me on, Maddie.
I hear, Doctor.
My pleasure. And that's a great place to put it. I really intend to have all of you back on for future streams throughout the year, because I'm going to keep streaming every week, and it's been a joy to have you on. So thanks to each of you for coming. And if we can just go around the room real quick and tell people where to find you at.
You can find me on Twitter primarily. My handle is TB Dunamis, Dunamis, all one word.
All right. UFO?
Yes, Twitter as well. I think I'm kind of lagging, but on Twitter as well. You probably put into the search UFO42 space Hex, then you'll find me, because my Twitter handle is UWESTEIN. And I am on Telegram at UFO42, which is also a good way to contact me. Thanks.
Awesome.
You can find me on Twitter at BB_trippin', short for bitches be trippin'. So that's where you can find me.
Right on.
All right,
you
I
can
made
find
a
me
long
on
time ago,
Twitter.
guys.
No judgment free. So Twitter, I'm HexPLS for the win, and YouTube, I'm CryptoClass.
And 100 of you have already gone out and subscribed to CryptoClass. We're trying to get her over 1,000. So I just dropped the link one more time, so the other 300 get out there and get on it. Thank you.
She asked the best questions, by the way, on her streams.
I'm like an interrogator dog. What's that dog that just won't shut up at the gate? Not even one of them terriers.
There you go. Yeah, very intelligent. Yes,
an interior gator.
That's good.
Thank you.
Cabana, where can people find you?
Cabana Crypto all platforms, mostly Twitter, Instagram, and happy hour show every Friday, usually 5 p.m. Eastern. But again, follow Twitter, and that's when the show updates, get put out there. So yeah. And last request, if I could, right before we leave, for Diraj to sing "Closing Time"
Denied.
into the
Sorry.
old. Oh, okay. I
Impossible.
tried. All right.
Johnny.
Don't follow me, guys. I hide from you. You guys are freaking me out. I'm gaining too many.
I know where you live.
followers.
You
You're
can't
freaking
stop
me the hell out. Okay, don't follow me. All right, go on, Sharina.
You guys can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and Telegram at Serena Alonze, just like how it's spelled here.
Right on. Freddie quotes.
You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. No,
Now I have to let
Twitter.
Diraj sing.
That's what he got me. Cabana got me started, and I was like waiting for him to come in, and I didn't realize he had been booted. Oh, is he there? No, he's there, right? All right, sing for us, Diraj.
So, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
So you guys can find me at Dheeraj_1, as in One World Government, on Twitter, Telegram, and YouTube. I don't know, the mic stopped working. I may, if you guys want me to sing, I will have to rejoin. But I guess I have tortured Matty too much already, so
Look.
I'm okay with it.
I insist. We need to hear you sing.
Bring it back, Diraj.
Whatever it takes.
Come on, doctor.
Give me a second.
All right. Yeah, I need a second too, because I have to load the thumbnail at the end. Because it will show up on Twitter as the thumbnail, whatever the last screen is. So I usually try to make, try to hook it up. So Diraj, he's getting his golden microphone hooked up so that he can ruin the end of the conference.
Right, y'all.
Hey, save the best for last.
That's right. And I should probably say that we have an amazing conference coming up
What are we doing?
the rest of the 3 nights, and there's lots to look forward to. So if you go to hexconference.com, you can look at the schedule. It's been updated since it was originally released. And of course, we have Richard Hart speaking on day 4, so that'll be one to tune in for. But really, the other 2 days in between now and then are going to be just as big. So make sure to check it out.
Hey, Matty, there was a rumor that he was going to go on Ivan on Tech and release some information about V3. But if he comes on the conference stream before he goes on Ivan on Tech, I think that Richard should talk about V3 then.
I'm going to tell you something about rumors, okay?
It's just a rumor.
There's no question in anybody's mind that Richard loves me more than Ivan on Tech, okay?
I honestly believe that. No, I 100% believe it.
That being said, I also believe that Pulse Chain isn't ready. Otherwise, it already would have been launched. So, unpopular opinion, I know.
Yeah, I believe the same thing. No. I think that's a popular. Well, Richard said it. If it's ready, it's gonna go. Like, he's not gonna hold it up for whatever.
Yeah.
But he's also said we'll have a V3 before release.
If that just happens to coincide with the end of the bear, so be it.
Well,
just saying.
Yeah, I can't wait to see like how much the community kind of builds it up, and then who knows?
Diraj is on stage with the mic in my hand.
Well, let's
Can you hear me now? Be on a world tour.
We gotta put him in the driver's seat here.
Microphone assassin.
Yeah, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
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 It's great.
This is a song by Sick Puppies. It's called "You're Going Down," and it's kind of a cover of the song.
Define your meaning of war. Show me it what you do when you're bored. The heat comes out of like and I want it more. I pick up control. If it's a fight, I'm ready to go. I wouldn't put my money on other guy. You, what I know. In a long time, oh, and it's turned around. I ain't gonna go. You're always that going down.
And with that being said, thank you all for attending the first day, the third Hex conference. Couldn't have done it without you. And hit the like and subscribe button on the way out. Make sure to visit all the speakers here and just keep up with the community because it'll be worth your while. With that being said, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Thank you,
Bye,
Maddie.
Thanks,
everyone.
Maddie. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
There's so many scams, I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.